Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the top speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, here we are, my friends. We have reached the third Saturday in October, and you know what that means in places like Knoxville and Tuscaloosa. It is BetMGMU, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network with you every weekend. Get you ready for all of the weekend's big matchups, and that's just one, Bama and Tennessee, of 5 ranked matchups across the college football landscape this week that we've got to get to alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I am Chris Mack. Make sure you're following us on all the social media at BetMGM Network. You can watch the show as well. Subscribe to the YouTube page at the BetMGM Network. We'll get you our best bets of the weekend, maybe some pizza money parlays. We'll sprinkle a little bit of something on those as well. Maybe a peek at the Heisman, but a lot of games to get to. Before, though, we dive into Week 8, gentlemen, we have to put Week 7 to bed, and we've got to put James Franklin to bed. We're going to tuck him in on top of that big fluffy mattress of $50 million that he's going to get paid out over the next several years, as that's the big story. Penn State loses again, and they are the first FBS team in the last 30 years to lose back-to-back games as 20-plus point favorites. Obviously, we talked about the UCLA loss a week ago and Northwestern last weekend. That was enough for Pat Kraft, the AD at Penn State, and the administration, as well as a lot of the fans. It had been past enough to move on from James Franklin. 104-45 overall, 64-36 in the Big Ten after 11 seasons. But we know what that track record was against top 10 teams. It was not good. John, I mentioned this last week, and we brought it up here on the show, that if things did not quickly get better at Penn State, it might mean an exit for James Franklin. As an alum and someone who's up there all the time, the noise was very loud that if he did not finally get over the hump, his job might be on the line. It's still somewhat surprising to see a guy go from playoffs last year, number 2 team in the country preseason this year, to middle of October, he's out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that stat about losing 2 straight games, right, as a 20-plus point favorite. I mean, you lose people. And forget, expectations. Forget the fact that, James Franklin won 70% of his games. Forget the fact that, Penn State was they were good. It was a good program. They were probably a second place in the Big Ten, second tier of national title conversation, program. That's who they were. But you're just hearing more and more come out, about the vibes, about, what people were feeling inside that building. It stacks up when you don't beat those ranked teams. And you're expected to, at some point. You're expected to break through. And you go 144, you go 104 and 45, and that's great. But if none of the 104 are meaningful wins that help the program break through, people aren't going to want to hear it. So, I think in some ways he was a victim of his own success. He did a really good job there most of the time. But at some point, the expectations ratchet up, and you have to beat the big ones and win the big ones. And for James Franklin, it never happened.
It never happened. And look, this is the blessing and curse of college football being where it is. Bo Schembechler was there for 20 years at Michigan. How many titles did he win? Joe Paterno at Penn State. What did he go before he won his first national championship? 16, 18 years? I mean, it's a different era. It just is. Like the sport is putting so much money into it, NIL. There are no more there's no more where you got to give a guy 3 recruiting classes. You could turn it around in 1 year with a good NIL season. Kurt Cignetti's showing that in Indiana. So It's the right move and the wrong move. It's terrible for the sport where you have a coach that does nothing but win 10 games, gets run out of town, right? That's terrible. But it also signifies the growth of the sport and where it is. It's never been more like the NFL. It continues to be more like the NFL every single day and every single year. And James Franklin is just the latest, and he won't be the last. It'll be Sark. It'll be Dan Lanning. It'll be Josh Heupel. It'll be any of these guys who haven't won a title yet, right? Any of these guys who haven't won a title yet is next. Whether or not they're winning 10 games or not, they're next.
Yeah, this is what happens when you open the field to a lot more teams. You open the idea of the possibility of winning a national championship to a lot more teams, and everybody sees themselves in it as long as they are one of those double-digit win teams more years than not. If you aren't able to get a program to the peak, to the pinnacle, and achieve that ultimate success, then you're right, Choppy. Guys are not going to be kept around. It's not like the Bo Schembechler years where you could go, 8-2 every year, and that's good enough because you're going to be in competition for the Big Ten crown every year, or whatever it may be, whatever great coaching name you think of from yesteryear, and what was good enough to maintain their position. And look, the realization was the writing was on the wall in State College amongst many of us Penn State fans, and I think the administration as well, that, like you said, James Franklin was a very good coach, and as John put it, maybe a victim of his own success to a certain extent, in that he was going to be that 10-win guy every year, or have a shot at least 10 wins every year, but he was never going to be the guy that reached the ultimate goal. A very good coach. And I want to be clear, people at Penn State, many of us who are clear thinking anyway, there is a great amount of thanks for what James Franklin did. Bill O'Brien kept the program afloat at a very, very dark time at Penn State. James Franklin came in and got it back, ascended back to national prominence, but he was never going to take the final step of becoming a national champion. And now the question is, John, who is the right person to go to State College and take that program from old 10-2 Jimmy, driver's ed Jimmy, as we used to call it, 10-2, to, yeah, they're a legit national title contender on an annual basis. Matt Rule is the odds-on favorite if you search for odds online, 2-1, because he grew up in State College. He went to Penn State. He worked with Pat Kraft at Temple. They are still very close. That makes a ton of sense. It's not going to be Curt Cignetti. We know that because that man just got paid on Thursday afternoon by Indiana, an 8-year contract extension with an average compensation of over $11.5 million a year. So who makes sense now, John, for Penn State?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rule is just the obvious candidate, and I think this is going to require somebody that really is of the place. And I mean, Penn State is an interesting football program because, I mean, it was basically Joe Paterno. I know we don't really say his name, but I mean, that's what the program was for decades and decades and decades, and it was great, and it was a contender, and it was really good. And of course, since then it has been I won't say a struggle because James Franklin did get it back, but I just kind of wonder a little bit about, like, what should it be? What should Penn State football be? Should it be a contender every year? I mean, the support is there, the funding is there, but to truly have Penn State in that conversation every year, I think, as we are learning, is going to be very difficult. It just is. It's going to be a hard thing to do, and so, while I understand and sympathize with Penn State's decision here to move on from James Franklin because he wasn't breaking through, it's no guarantee the next guy does either, right? Like that there is and by the way, it's no guarantee that the next guy wins 10 games a year either. It's no guarantee that the next guy wins 70% of his games. Again, I've been there. It reminds me a little bit of when Tubby Smith got fired by Memphis after 2 seasons. It was like, how can you possibly fire Tubby Smith after 2 years? Like, he's a Hall of Fame coach. He's won a national. Well, because, you have to placate the fan base and you have to try for more and better. And obviously James Franklin topped out, but I think Rule makes sense. I just don't know that it's going to be as simple as, all right, we made a change and now all of a sudden Penn State's going to get to where they hope to go. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult. Look, to their west is Ohio State and Michigan and Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. To their south is the SEC. And to their east are absolutely 0 Division I football players. Who's coming out of Boston that you want? Who's coming out of Manhattan that's playing college football? Right? Jersey's got a couple of running backs and some wide receivers, right? You're not getting. This is they're in a tricky spot. I mean they're in a difficult spot. They are very limited. It's not like Alabama at least can go south to Florida and just find a million candidates that want to go to school there. It's difficult at Penn State. It just is. They're good, but they are a legendary. They are a nationwide national brand. They're a legendary program. So they're always going to be good. They might have a down year or two here or there, but they're going to have. I mean, they're what? I mean, how many programs can you say are absolutely a more desirable job? 6, 8, 10? That are absolutely more desirable. I mean, not many.
It's why, Choppy, they started over the last 10 to 15 years, mostly under Franklin, to dip as much into Virginia and SEC territory in Florida as they did. And it's worked out great for them. But James Franklin was at the forefront of a lot of that recruiting.
Right, because he was in the SEC. He had some of those recruiting ties. Right. They really need to go after Brian Kelly. That's the guy.
Don't you bite your tongue, RJ Choppy.
He does not fit at the SEC. You know that. He is a northern guy. He's a good coach. He's a jerk.
Do that.
We all know that. We all know he is. But you'll be fine. You'll win games.
I can't do that. I'll throw some names out there, and then I want to pivot back to Cignetti briefly for just a couple minutes before we get into the games. For the entertainment vibes alone, I don't know how much they'd have to pay him. Lane Kiffin, assuming that's a possibility, just for the entertainment vibes. Kenny Dillingham.
Lane, by the way, is going to 2 places. He's going to go to Florida or the New York Giants.
Okay.
That's where Lane's going.
Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, if you're looking for a guy from another power conference, but not one of the big 2 conferences, to maybe make that leap and grow with the program, I like as a name. People have mentioned Brent Key, Manny Diaz, Brian Hartline at Ohio State is a name that's popped up. Then you'd have both of the former Ohio State coordinators in Hartline and Knowles, although it hasn't worked well for Knowles so far this year. And I had an older Penn State alum say this to me the other day. I don't think they would do it because it would nary make a ripple, let alone a wave across the college football landscape. But a lot of older Penn State people would like it. He's going to be the interim coach the rest of this year. Terry Smith, who has also been at the forefront of a lot of their recruiting efforts in Virginia. He's a Pittsburgh guy and has helped build those secondaries they've had over the last 5 to 10 years, is a name I've heard older Penn State alum mention. I don't think that's realistic, but there are some other names out there other than Matt Rule. Real quick, because we got like a minute and a half here. Cignetti sticking at Indiana. This is a guy whose contract now takes him out through the age 72. Do we believe it's real, John, with Cignetti, and that this is more than just a 1 or 2 year blip on the radar, benefiting, like Choppy mentioned, from the NIL landscape? Can he do this year after year at Indiana?
Yeah, I mean, because I think it'll compel Indiana to keep investing in football. I think it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're getting a taste of football success. Seems like they really like it. Seems like they like it enough to make him the 3rd highest paid coach in the country, which is absolutely outrageous to think about. Like, we're talking about football, right? Not basketball. Like the 3rd highest coach in the sport is football. It's nuts. So, yeah, I think they're going to get a taste of it. They're on pace for 2 straight college football playoffs. My guess is, like I said, they really like it, and so they will continue to invest in it. So, yes, I think he's a really good coach, and I think he'll continue to have all the resources that he desires.
I agree. I think as long as he is, look, I mean, he's going to age himself out. He's 64 years old. Sooner or later, you slow down. Although he doesn't look 64 and he doesn't act 64.
True.
I mean, think about it. He is young. He is older than Mike McCarthy. He is older than John Harbaugh. He is, I mean, for crying out loud, this guy, he is not a young cat. He's less than 10 years younger than Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. But he's done great. He's done a great job. He will be fine.
Less than 10 years ago, Curt Cignetti was the head coach at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, a Division II school about an hour and a half outside of Pittsburgh. that's been a D2 powerhouse for a long time, but less than 10 years ago, he was in his mid-50s and at a D2 school, and now he's the third highest paid coach in D1 college football.
It's an amazing story.
It's
an
crazy.
amazing story.
And he's
It's
a
why
West
RJ
Virginia guy to the core, too.
RJ's inspiration. RJ's been thinking about giving up, you know?
He is
Yeah.
gone.
He really
we
does
will
help.
get into some big SEC matchups, including the third Saturday in October in Tuscaloosa. 5 different ranked matchups we got to get to, all on the way here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U. 5 different ranked matchups to get to this weekend, and we want to dive into each and every one of them, so we're not screwing around. We're going to get right to it. We'll get to the third Saturday in October. Tennessee and Alabama, USC Notre Dame, LSU Vandy, and a big one in the Big 12, Utah and BYU. But let's start in Athens. Georgia hosting Ole Miss. It is a 7.5-point spread. Ole Miss comes in undefeated, but other than the LSU win, is there anything really spectacular on their resume? Georgia comes in, I mean, they're the Bulldogs. It's Kirby. It's at home. It's not Alabama that they're playing. 50-2 in their last 52 home games, John. I think Georgia wins this one, but 7.5 in an SEC matchup, especially with Trinidad Chambliss playing the way he has since he took over at quarterback, I got a hard time seeing this one being more than a touchdown game. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think it's probable. If I had to place a bet on this one, I'd take the Rebels in the 7.5, even if I believe Georgia wins it outright.
Yeah, Georgia opened at 6.5, and it's just been Georgia money. You know, I can't say it's like just an avalanche, but enough to push it past a very key number of 7 and now to 7.5, which is another key number. We're learning key numbers today in football. I'm happy to help. Listen, I love the Trinidad Chambliss story as much as anybody else. It's really a great story. The fact that they found this guy at Ferris State. I mean, I don't even know how anybody did that. It's just remarkable. And that he's come in and been awesome, just unbelievable. Ole Miss hasn't played a road game with Trinidad Chambliss at quarterback. They were at Kentucky with Simmons. He got hurt. Chambliss came in, did a pretty good job. But otherwise, it's been in the friendly confines of Vaught Hemingway there in Oxford. And you're telling me that, you know, he's going to continue to have the same success in his first SEC start ever. You're right, Chris. I mean, 7.5 is getting out there. There's no doubt about that. But I do think Georgia will lean on him. It's hard to bet Georgia given how they looked, but I would just say, hey, you know, it's a big difference playing that Auburn defense, you know, on the road versus coming back home against a quarterback making his first SEC road start ever. So I would lean Georgia here. I don't have anything on it. You know, if they wanted to get spicy and take it back to 7, I might flirt with the 7 just to get that push. But I would lean Georgia winning this one.
Yeah, man, I had Ole Miss +8. You just kind of talked me out of it, and it's too late. It's one of those it's too late for me kind of things. All right, it's one of those.
8's a good number, man.
8's a great number, but it's too late because I didn't realize this was Chambliss' first road start. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. And then I also made this play before Lane Kiffin decided to fat shame Kirby Smart. You know, and that's one of the things you got to worry about with Lane Kiffin is you can't bet too early because he is going to say something stupid throughout the course of the day. That's why you can't trust Visor Guy. And the problem is both of these coaches are Visor guys.
Yeah.
All right. And that's just a problem, you know. But I initially like, look, if this was I was on Ole Miss. I'll stay on there. I'll stay on Ole Miss. I mean, I have them. I'm kind of screwed either way. I think the 8's too much. Georgia has not impressed me. They have not impressed me this year. They beat my team, but I think they got outplayed in that game. That was just a simple fact that we blew it. Our coach decided to go a little conservative. He's a quarterback. Go figure. Should be conservative, but he decided to go conservative, and it cost us the game. So I like Ole Miss. Give me Lane Kiffin. Let's knock Georgia out of there. You know, we need Georgia to get out. You get a second loss, knock them out. Maybe Texas could take care of them later on, and then we don't have to worry about them.
On behalf of Kirby Smart and Bulldogs fans everywhere who are looking for the disrespect angle, we'd like to applaud that decision right now. We're clapping. You see that?
Yeah.
I'm clapping just like Kirby Smart does. Just like that. You can't hear it because my hands aren't actually making contact. I'm calling a timeout. We're going to leave that where it lies. The other big SEC matchup, which I know Choppy is excited for as he's drenched in orange right now. Number 11, Tennessee, going down to Tuscaloosa. Number 6 Alabama Crimson Tide, another 7.5, 8.5, somewhere in that range, depending on where you find it. Shop around, kids. Matchup on the third Saturday in October. I don't need to say this for Choppy to know it, John. The Vols have not won in Tuscaloosa since 2003. He's plugging his ears right now. On the other side of things, Jam Miller, we'll see what his status is after taking an ugly hit right along the sideline last week. Questionable with a concussion. Josh Heupel, 2-2 against Alabama. Kalen DeBoer, as we know, 0-1 against Tennessee, but this one in Alabama, John.
Yeah, I don't have as much of an opinion on the side here, although, I mean, I would be tempted just to take the 8.5 with Tennessee because I think they're going to have success offensively, and that's why I like the over. I like the over at 58.5. I think both teams are going to score. We know that Josh Heupel's going to there's going to be 150 plays in this game. It's going to be something crazy, right? So I think this is going to be a back and forth affair. I think these are two, as far as I'm concerned, pretty evenly matched teams. So I think there's a real chance for overtime as well. So I would take the 58.5, kind of sit back and enjoy the fireworks, because I think that's what you're going to get in this one.
I like the over too. We don't play well on the road. This is Tennessee under Heupel has not been a very good road team, save for Vanderbilt last year, which they were down 14-0 to start, and then LSU a couple of years earlier. I think it was Brian Kelly's first year. It has not been a great road football team. That said, I still can't get the stink of Florida State game out of my head when it comes to Alabama. And I know they've beaten some good teams since, and I know they played really good football, and I know Ty Simpson's playing Heisman Trophy level. It's still there. What is Missouri? What is Missouri? Obviously, I'm not gonna. There's value on the Tennessee money line. I just would never bet that. That's not a good bet. I think you have maybe a 20% chance of that bet hitting. I think the over's in play. I think that both of these offenses are just humming, and Tennessee's defense stinks.
Yeah, that's a big part of it as well. We'll get to another SEC matchup in just a second, but let's pivot to another rivalry game. USC now in the Big Ten at Notre Dame. Number 20 Trojans visiting the number 13 Fighting Irish. Talk about big totals. This one's sitting up north of 60. We're talking about 61-ish, 61.5 at BetMGM. Makes sense, especially with what USC has done on offense. They're getting 9.5, anywhere from 8.5 to 9.5. Again, shop around, find the best number depending on what you're looking at in this one. The thing that stands out to me, John, you're talking about the second best passing offense, if we just go by yardage, in the country. USC putting up over 325 passing yards a game against a Notre Dame defense that is ranked 105th against the pass. 8.5, if you can get more, too rich for me. I would not place a money line bet, but USC's defense, in my opinion, is much better than any recent USC defense we've seen. I want to see how CJ Carr handles it. The advantage here, it is in South Bend, but I would definitely take USC in the points if you're giving me more than 8.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised with how physical USC was against Michigan last weekend. Just didn't expect it at all. And maybe if the old fumble doesn't happen, I guess that was on the USC tight end that Michigan forced. That could have been even worse, right? I have these visions of Lincoln Riley teams in my head, and they very rarely look like that. So, yeah, I mean, this USC team looks different. They look capable. We know the offense is going to be able to score with Lincoln Riley. So, is there a world where Notre Dame could just get whatever they want, in the running game? Obviously, they're with Jeremiah Love, certainly, but I don't know. I think this USC team can travel. I think they can, compete and hang around in this game. We know they can put up points. So I would lean to the points with the dog here. I don't have anything on it, but I would lean towards USC in this one.
I've got USC in this one with the points. I wouldn't take a money line, but it's not a bad USC team. They're not terrible. I still need to see Notre Dame actually beat a real quality opponent. They've played good teams this year. They've just lost to them by the slimmest of margins. You can't penalize them too much for that. But I think this is going to be one of those games where Notre Dame wins, and they did probably win by 7 points. So give me I'll take the extra 2.5, and I'll go home.
It'll be the first time USC has beaten South Bend, if they can pull it off, in 14 years. Notre Dame 0-2 in their first 2 games of the year against ranked teams, obviously Miami and Texas A&M early in the season. LSU, number 10 in the country, but another one of those teams. What are they? Getting 2.5 on the road in Nashville against Vandy, 17th ranked Commodores. Still all about living Pavia Loca. What can Diego Pavia do for you? If he can get loose, especially on the ground, if he can make the right throws, if he can avoid turning the ball over as he did against Alabama, I really like Vandy if I'm laying less than a field goal here, John. I just don't see LSU's offense producing enough. They haven't shown it to us yet this year. I don't know if going into Vanderbilt is – I can't believe I'm saying that sentence. Going into Vanderbilt is the place where they can do it.
Yeah, like how do the kids say it? Hard watch. That's LSU's offense. Hard watch, man. I swear.
Yeah.
I watched them all night against South. My neighbor is a huge LSU fan, and so he got the TVs out, and we watched it outside, and it was great. But the game was terrible, and the offense was awful. I mean, I know there were some goal line turnovers, things like that. I mean, it's hard to square that this Nussmeier kid threw for 4,000 yards last year. Like, what the hell happened?
Right.
I know people say the oblique injury, things like that. Obviously, they lose Will Campbell to the NFL. Yeah, this feels like a Vandy spot all the way. I think their offense is going to be able to find success. I don't think the LSU offense is going to be able to score. Don't see that many playmakers on that team offensively. It's kind of weird, for a school that's produced some of the best, skill guys in the history of the NFL. For them to have like none right now is kind of weird. But yeah, I would take Vandy at home, no question.
Torn on this one because I'm a big Nussmeier fan. But I'll tell you, Vandy they're just a good overall solid team. It's not just Diego Pavia. They've got some players. I love Clark Lee. The only thing that's keeping me from taking Vandy is, road games are difficult, but that is objectively, and I know it's gotten better, but objectively, it is the weakest home field advantage in the conference. I mean, Vandy doesn't really have diehard football fans. They got a couple of fans, like the parents of the players, but most people in Nashville are probably Kentucky or Tennessee fans. They're not Vandy fans. They've got a handful, but it's a lot like, it reminds me a lot of like, SMU here, right? SMU, most people in DFW are Texas or Texas A&M or Texas Tech or Oklahoma. I mean, you got to get way down the list before you get to SMU. And it's the same. I think it's the same thing in Nashville. So I don't think they have a great home crowd, home field, but I do think that they are going to win this game. I just 2.5, sure, take it. It's so small the point spread.
All right, one more game I wanted to touch on, and we only got about a minute here, so we can do so quickly and maybe carry it over into the next segment if we have to. But Utah, BYU, massive game at the top of the Big 12. Utah 5-1 with one conference loss. BYU 15th in the country, undefeated at this point. The number that sticks out to me, Devin Dampier continues to produce more yardage on the ground than he does through the air. He literally ran for 120 yards last week and threw for 104 in their win over Arizona State. BYU, I think, more of a complete team at this point. Laying 3.5, I wouldn't lay the points. I think this will be a final possession game. I think it should be a good one. John, in like 30 seconds, you got to read on this.
Yeah, I just go Utah. If you can find a juice 3 out there just for the chance to push, I would just bet Utah here. I think they're a little bit more consistent. I like the coach. He's been around for a long time. He's won some big games. So give me Whittingham in a game like this, although it's not a game that I would typically bet. I just never have a great feel for it.
I ain't touching it, man. If I was gonna, it's too tricky, these rivalry games. Now there's no altitude advantage at all, right? A lot of teams going to BYU or Utah, they're going to get screwed by the altitude. That's not going to happen here. I'm staying away. I don't trust either one.
We'll take an updated look at the Heisman market. Carson Beck still at the top. Ty Simpson right there nipping at his heels. And is Fernando Mendoza a legit candidate after Indiana's upset win over Oregon? Plus our best bets, a pizza money parlay thrown in as well. All coming up here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. You are locked into BetMGM-U. Make sure you're following along with BetMGM Network 24/7 on all of our social media channels at BetMGM Network and on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. Keep up to date on everything we're putting out there. Just search for the BetMGM Network, obviously live coast to coast every single weekend. Get us in podcast form as well inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your audio by searching for BetMGM-U. Before we get to some of our favorite plays of this weekend, maybe put together some parlays for you as well. An updated look at Heisman odds, guys. Carson Beck still at the top of the list, but just barely ahead of Ty Simpson at BetMGM right now. Carson Beck plus 320, Simpson plus 340, Fernando Mendoza right there as well, a little better than 4-1 plus 430. Then you back off into the mid-teens, Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, both from Ohio State at 15-1 at BetMGM. Then you get out to the 20-1s and heavier than that, Marcel Reed, Gunnar Stockton, C.J. Carr, Trinidad Chambliss, Dante Moore all the way out at 30-1, as is Haynes King. John, still feels like a wide-open market, although we're now talking about the quarterbacks for the best teams in the country being the ones that are separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, I this is the weakest field that I can remember in a while. I mean, maybe weak's not the right word, but it feels weak. Like I'm looking at these candidates, and I'm just not really moved. Like I would love for a Jeremiah Smith to have, emerged, but it just really hasn't happened. Like they haven't been winning in that way. Carson Beck, I get it. Miami's legit. They're a really freaking good team. They can win it all, but I don't really know if that's because Carson Beck. I think he's kind of like along for the ride as opposed to leading it. I mean, they have an offensive line that could give all three of us time, right? Like it's pretty amazing how that team is built. I think Ty Simpson is probably the best bet right now. I mean, it's an Alabama team that's surging, and they play through him, more so than a lot of the other teams that you'll see here. And plus, again, they have a chance to, they could win every game the rest of the season. It's certainly, in the realm of possibility. So I think I would, if I had to bet, and I wouldn't because I don't think any of these guys is really making a great case. I would probably bet Ty Simpson here at 3.5-1. But what am I getting here? I'm not getting much value.
Yeah, the issue with Ty Simpson, and this is where he could propel himself. If they win out, they would have beaten Tennessee this weekend. They would have beaten LSU. They would have beaten Oklahoma. And then whoever they play in the SEC championship game, A&M, Georgia. I mean, he would have, including the Georgia win that they already have, 5 wins over some pretty solid competition. I mean, he might have 5 wins over really ranked teams and then 4 wins over playoff teams. That's possible. It's hard to say no to if they wind up winning out. I think there's going to be some Carson Beck bias, anti Carson Beck. He's been around so long, and they never gave him credit at Georgia. He broke up with a Cavender twin. I mean, nobody likes that. So you got to go there. I think Mendoza, they don't have a losable game on the schedule. They're going to wind up being, they might be the number 1 seed. If they go and they win out and they wind up beating Ohio State, the Big Ten title, they're going to be the number 1 seed. So that's a guy that you can't overlook. I mean, and he's got the best odds of the 3.
Yeah, I just, like John mentioned earlier when talking about Simpson and Beck and Mendoza's in that crowd too. I don't know if the return's worth it at this point. If you haven't placed your Heisman bet at this point and you're looking for something with a greater return on your investment, none of these are jumping off the page at you. Like Dante Moore may have before last weekend. I mean, maybe if you believe in an A&M run that isn't totally driven around defense, Marcel Reed at 20-1 is still a name that jumps out because they've kind of somehow flown under the radar, the Aggies, to this point. But there's not a lot of names. I think John's right. This is weak, maybe isn't the right word, but just not all that attractive Heisman field in recent memory. So especially if you're looking for a name farther down the board that could realistically have a shot, maybe a Gunnar Stockton at like 25-1 if you think Georgia's got a run in them. But again, we're talking about the Heisman. It's getting voted on before the playoffs start. So you take that out of the equation to a certain extent. Who's going to, like you said, Choppy, who's going to run the table the rest of the way? I think Mendoza isn't a bad look if you believe Indiana can get past Ohio State. But again, we're talking about a game that I don't even know if it's going to be played before most of the Heisman votes are cast, right? So you just look at what's on the table as far as the rest of the regular season and who can have the most success, and does anybody step out? I tend to go back to Beck if we're talking about people we actually expect to win the award, but at 3-1, 4-1, I don't know if that bet is worth it. It would have to be something that I made months ago. The problem is all the names that we talked about way back in July and August, John, Nussmeier, Aller was talked about, Arch Manning, they're all out the window. None of those guys is winning the Heisman now. Aller's not even going to play the rest of the year. He's not going to play college football again, which is what's blown this thing wide open.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts to think about just all the, I think in the case of Arch, it's been more, maybe our expectations were the problem there. But like, he hasn't been anywhere close to what we expected. Lenore Sellers is struggling. DJ Lagway, where's that step? I mean, I guess it's been better the last couple of weeks since he got Wilson in there, but I expected more from him. Aller obviously is gone. So yeah, I think that's exactly right. That's a great call, Chris, because you expected like all four of those guys to probably be at the top of this thing. And so now that they're all like safely out, it's kind of just made this, Mad Max field.
It's like Lord of the Flies. There's just nobody left to run the thing, and nobody's really in charge of the Heisman race right now. I think, again, it's why Beck makes a ton of sense, but I don't know if it makes sense betting-wise right now as far as someone who could win the Heisman as we're now looking at more than halfway through the regular season. All right, let's get to some of our best bets. We'll put some parlays together as well, see what we cook up for this weekend around college football. I've got, once again, way too many bets written down. I'll get to mine in a minute, but John, what do you got? What do you like the most this weekend?
I'm going to be a homer. I like Memphis minus 21.5 against UAB. I know that UAB fired, Trent Dilfer, and that's always a little bit of a risk betting into a team or against a team that, just fired their head coach. But like, this is not just a coaching issue. This is a talent issue. UAB has no money. They have no NIL money. I don't really know what they're doing. They should have fired Trent Dilfer after last season. Like, what did they need to see or think they would see to justify giving him another year? At any rate, while I think UAB will look better because it's impossible to look worse, Memphis is going to run all over these cats. I mean, they have they have an improved defense. It's number 11 in defensive stop rate. Memphis does. So I just think Memphis, even with the new coach bump here at UAB, like what are you hoping to get from UAB? Like 24? I mean, I think Memphis can hang 50 plus on this team. They did last year. I suspect they'll be able to do it again.
Choppy, you got a favorite play or I know you got a pizza money parlay, but what's your favorite play?
I got a pizza money, baby. Good luck finding one of these games. All right, I already said I have Ole Miss plus the 8 points. I got it at 8. It says 7.5 now. I got the USC. I got USC plus 10. It's down to 9.5. I'm just moving lines, baby. But then the third game of this, good luck finding it. It's over 54.5. Montana against Sacred Heart. Whoa. Take the over 54.5. I don't even know what Sacred Heart's mascot is. I think it's are they the Peacocks or something like that? I don't know.
Not Sacred Heart was some kind of knight or something. They're the Pioneers.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. They're the Pioneers.
Pioneers. Montana, the Grizzlies, right? Montana, Sacred Heart over 54.5. There's your parlay.
Grizzlies probably messed up a lot of Pioneers back in the day, like back in the Oregon Trail day,
Ooh,
especially
dysentery.
Out there in Montana.
Dysentery was big.
You have cholera. Would you like to trade some wagon wheels for some antibiotics? That is a hell of a parlay, Choppy. If you want to boost your parlay, BetMGM, the place to do it, no matter where the college football action is. Nothing like getting in the game. and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning parlay inside the BetMGM app right now. Download it if for some god-awful reason you haven't yet, and use that parlay boost token to level up your winnings this weekend. So I've got a number of games that I've written down, scratched some of them off, circled some of them that I believe in a little bit more. Missouri at Auburn, either money line or laying a 1.5. I like Missouri to bounce back, even if it's on the road in the SEC. I don't believe in Auburn. I think that may have been proven out over the last week or two. So Missouri laying 1.5 is one I would keep an eye on if you're trying to put together a parlay. Georgia Tech, even money on the money line at Duke. I know Duke's offense is producing to this point. Manny Diaz has things clicking, and this is a road game in the SEC. I'm sorry, though. Haynes King. That's all I got to say. Haynes King. Georgia Tech on the money line at Duke. The ones I actually will be putting together as a parlay, I like both the Texas schools this weekend. A&M and the Longhorns, both on the road in the SEC. A&M laying 7.5 at Arkansas. Yes, please. Texas laying a bigger number, 12.5 at Kentucky. But if you've watched the Kentucky Wildcats attempt to play something resembling football this year, you're probably comfortable laying less than 2 touchdowns there on the road at Lexington with the Longhorns. We mentioned already USC against Notre Dame. I like the Trojans, especially with that number all the way out to 9.5 now. I like USC, maybe not to win outright, but certainly to keep it close and maybe pull off the upset against Notre Dame in South Bend. And one final one I got to throw in there. Penn State at Kinnick at night. No, I'm not betting a side in this one. Are you kidding me? They got Otis Spunkmeyer as their quarterback now, Ethan Grunkmeyer. Penn State, Iowa total is all the way up into the 40s now, kids, 40.5. Hammer the under. Penn State, Iowa, Saturday night at Kinnick in prime time. Just don't make yourself or your kids watch it. That's not going to be real football. Thanks to John Martin. Thanks to RJ Choppy. Thanks to our producer, Zach Krull. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Make sure you're following along and subscribed wherever you get your podcast to BetMGMU. And we'll do it again next week right here on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the cup speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there?
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, here we are, my friends. We have reached the third Saturday in October, and you know what that means in places like Knoxville and Tuscaloosa. It is BetMGM live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network with you every weekend. Get you ready for all of the weekend's big matchups, and that's just one, Bama and Tennessee, of 5 ranked matchups across the college football landscape this week that we've got to get to alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I am Chris Mack. Make sure you're following us on all the social media at BetMGM Network. You can watch the show as well. Subscribe to the YouTube page at the BetMGM Network. We'll get you our best bets of the weekend, maybe some pizza money parlays. We'll sprinkle a little bit of something on those as well. Maybe a peek at the Heisman, but a lot of games to get to. Before, though, we dive into Week 8, gentlemen, we have to put Week 7 to bed, and we've got to put James Franklin to bed. We're going to tuck him in on top of that big fluffy mattress of $50 million that he's going to get paid out over the next several years, as that's the big story. Penn State loses again, and they are the first FBS team in the last 30 years to lose back-to-back games as 20-plus point favorites. Obviously, we talked about the UCLA loss a week ago and Northwestern last weekend. That was enough for Pat Kraft, the AD at Penn State, and the administration, as well as a lot of the fans. It had been past enough to move on from James Franklin. 104-45 overall, 64-36 in the Big Ten after 11 seasons. But we know what that track record was against top 10 teams. It was not good. John, I mentioned this last week, and we brought it up here on the show, that if things did not quickly get better at Penn State, it might mean an exit for James Franklin. As an alum and someone who's up there all the time, the noise was very loud that if he did not finally get over the hump, his job might be on the line. It's still somewhat surprising to see a guy go from playoffs last year, number 2 team in the country preseason this year, to middle of October, he's out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that stat about losing 2 straight games, right, as a 20-plus point favorite. I mean, you lose people. And forget, expectations. Forget the fact that, James Franklin won 70% of his games. Forget the fact that, Penn State was they were good. It was a good program. They were probably a second place in the Big Ten, second tier of national title conversation, program. That's who they were. But you're just hearing more and more come out, about the vibes, about, what people were feeling inside that building. It stacks up when you don't beat those ranked teams. And you're expected to, at some point. You're expected to break through. And you go 144, you go 104 and 45, and that's great. But if none of the 104 are meaningful wins that help the program break through, people aren't going to want to hear it. So, I think in some ways he was a victim of his own success. He did a really good job there most of the time. But at some point, the expectations ratchet up, and you have to beat the big ones and win the big ones. And for James Franklin, it never happened.
It never happened. And look, this is the blessing and curse of college football being where it is. Bo Schembechler was there for 20 years at Michigan. How many titles did he win? Joe Paterno at Penn State. What did he go before he won his first national championship? 16, 18 years? I mean, it's a different era. It just is. Like the sport is putting so much money into it. NIL. There are no more. There's no more where you got to give a guy 3 recruiting classes. You could turn it around in 1 year. with a good NIL season. Kurt Cignetti's showing that in Indiana. So it's the right move and the wrong move. It's terrible for the sport where you have a coach that does nothing but win 10 games, gets run out of town, right? And that's terrible. But it also signifies the growth of the sport and where it is. It's never been more like the NFL. It continues to be more like the NFL every single day and every single year. And James Franklin is just the latest, and he won't be the last. It'll be Sark. It'll be Dan Lanning. It'll be Josh Heupel. It'll be any of these guys who haven't won a title yet, right? Any of these guys who haven't won a title yet is next. Whether or not they're winning 10 games or not, they're next.
Yeah, this is what happens when you open the field to a lot more teams. You open the idea of the possibility of winning a national championship to a lot more teams, and everybody sees themselves in it as long as they are one of those double-digit win teams more years than not. If you aren't able to get a program to the peak, to the pinnacle, and achieve that ultimate success, then you're right, Choppy. Guys are not going to be kept around. It's not like the Bo Schembechler years where you could go, 8-2 every year, and that's good enough because you're going to be in competition for the Big Ten crown every year, or whatever it may be, whatever great coaching name you think of from yesteryear, and what was good enough to maintain their position. And look, the realization was the writing was on the wall in State College amongst many of us Penn State fans, and I think the administration as well, that, like you said, James Franklin was a very good coach, and as John put it, maybe a victim of his own success to a certain extent, in that he was going to be that 10-win guy every year, or have a shot at least 10 wins every year, but he was never going to be the guy that reached the ultimate goal. A very good coach. And I want to be clear, people at Penn State, many of us who are clear thinking anyway, there's a great amount of thanks for what James Franklin did. Bill O'Brien kept the program afloat at a very, very dark time at Penn State. James Franklin came in and got it back, ascended back to national prominence, but he was never going to take the final step of becoming a national champion. And now the question is, John, who is the right person to go to State College and take that program from old 10-2 Jimmy, driver's ed Jimmy, as we used to call it, 10-2, to, yeah, they're a legit national title contender on an annual basis. Matt Rule is the odds-on favorite if you search for odds online, 2-1, because he grew up in State College. He went to Penn State. He worked with Pat Kraft at Temple. They are still very close. That makes a ton of sense. It's not going to be Kurt Cignetti. We know that because that man just got paid on Thursday afternoon by Indiana, an 8-year contract extension with an average compensation of over $11.5 million a year. So who makes sense now, John, for Penn State?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rule is just the obvious candidate, and I think this is going to require somebody that really is of the place. And I mean, Penn State is an interesting football program because, I mean, it was basically Joe Paterno. I know we don't really say his name, but I mean, that's what the program was for decades and decades and decades. And it was great, and it was a contender, and it was really good. And of course, since then it has been I won't say a struggle because James Franklin did get it back, but I just kind of wonder a little bit about, like, what should it be? What should Penn State football be? Should it be a contender every year? I mean, the support is there, the funding is there, but to truly have Penn State in that conversation every year, I think, as we are learning, is going to be very difficult. It just is. It's going to be a hard thing to do. And so, while I understand and sympathize with Penn State's decision here to move on from James Franklin because he wasn't breaking through, it's no guarantee the next guy does either. Right? Like that there is and by the way, it's no guarantee that the next guy wins 10 games a year either. It's no guarantee that the next guy wins 70% of his games. Again, I've been there. It reminds me a little bit of when Tubby Smith got fired by Memphis after 2 seasons. It was like, how can you possibly fire Tubby Smith after 2 years? Like, he's a Hall of Fame coach. He's won a national. Well, because, you have to placate the fan base and you have to try for more and better. And obviously James Franklin topped out, but I think Rule makes sense. I just don't know that it's going to be as simple as, all right, we made a change and now all of a sudden Penn State's going to get to where they hope to go. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult. Look, to their west is Ohio State and Michigan and Notre Dame. To their south is the SEC. And to their east are absolutely zero Division I football players. Who's coming out of Boston that you want? Who's coming out of Manhattan that's playing college football? Right? Jersey's got a couple of running backs and some wide receivers, right? You're not getting. This is they're in a tricky spot. I mean they're in a difficult spot. They are very limited. It's not like Alabama at least can go south to Florida and just find a million candidates that want to go to school there. It's difficult at Penn State. It just is. They're good, but they are a legendary. They are a nationwide national brand. They're a legendary program, so they're always going to be good. They might have a down year or two here or there, but they're going to have. I mean, they're what? I mean, how many programs can you say are absolutely a more desirable job? 6, 8, 10? They're absolutely more desirable. I mean, not many.
It's why, Choppy, they started over the last 10 to 15 years, mostly under Franklin, to dip as much into Virginia and SEC territory in Florida as they did. And it's worked out great for them. But James Franklin was at the forefront of a lot of that recruiting.
Right, because he was in the SEC. He had some of those recruiting times. Right. They really need to go after Brian Kelly. That's the guy.
Don't you bite your tongue, RJ Choppy.
He does not fit at the SEC. You know that. He is a northern guy. He's a good coach. He's a jerk. We all know that. We all know he is. But you'll be fine. You'll win games.
I can't do that. I'll throw some names out there, and then I want to pivot back to Cignetti briefly for just a couple minutes before we get into the games. For the entertainment vibes alone, I don't know how much they'd have to pay him. Lane Kiffin, assuming that's a possibility, just for the entertainment vibes. Kenny Dillingham.
Lane, by the way, is going to two places. He's going to go to Florida or the New York Giants.
Okay.
That's where Lane's going.
Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, if you're looking for a guy from another power conference, but not one of the big two conferences, to maybe make that leap and grow with the program, I like as a name. People have mentioned Brent Key, Manny Diaz. Brian Hartline at Ohio State is a name that's popped up. Then you'd have both of the former Ohio State coordinators in Hartline and Knowles, although it hasn't worked well for Knowles so far this year. And I had an older Penn State alum say this to me the other day. I don't think they would do it because it would nary make a ripple, let alone a wave across the college football landscape. But a lot of older Penn State people would like it. He's going to be the interim coach the rest of this year. Terry Smith, who has also been at the forefront of a lot of their recruiting efforts in Virginia. He's a Pittsburgh guy and has helped build those secondaries they've had over the last 5 to 10 years, is a name I've heard older Penn State alum mention. I don't think that's realistic, but there are some other names out there other than Matt Rule. Real quick, because we got like a minute and a half here. Cignetti sticking at Indiana. This is a guy whose contract now takes him out through the age 72. Do we believe it's real, John, with Cignetti, and that this is more than just a 1 or 2 year blip on the radar, benefiting, like Choppy mentioned, from the NIL landscape? Can he do this year after year at Indiana?
Yeah, I mean, because I think it'll compel Indiana to keep investing in football. I think it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're getting a taste of football success. Seems like they really like it. Seems like they like it enough to make him the third highest paid coach in the country, which is absolutely outrageous to think about. Like, we're talking about football, right? Not basketball. Like the third highest coach in the sport is football. It's nuts. So, yeah, I think they're going to get the taste of it. They're on pace for 2 straight college football playoffs. My guess is, like I said, they really like it, and so they will continue to invest in it. So, yes, I think he's a really good coach, and I think he'll continue to have all the resources that he desires.
I agree. I think as long as he is, look, I mean, he's going to age himself out. He's 64 years old. Sooner or later, you slow down. Although he doesn't look 64 and he doesn't act 64.
True.
I mean, think about it. He is young. He is older than Mike McCarthy. He is older than John Harbaugh. He is, for crying out loud, this guy, he is not a young cat. He's less than 10 years younger than Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. But he's done great. He's done a great job. He will be fine.
Less than 10 years ago, Curt Cignetti was the head coach at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, a Division II school about an hour and a half outside of Pittsburgh. That's been a D2 powerhouse for a long time, but less than 10 years ago, he was in his mid-50s and at a D2 school, and now he's the third highest paid coach in D1 college football.
It's an amazing story.
It's
an
crazy.
amazing story.
And he's
It's
a
why
Western
RJ
PA guy to the core, too.
RJ's inspiration. RJ's been thinking about giving up, you know?
He is
Yeah.
Don.
He really
we
does
will
help.
get into some big SEC matchups, including the third Saturday in October in Tuscaloosa. 5 different ranked matchups we got to get to, all on the way here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U. 5 different ranked matchups to get to this weekend, and we want to dive into each and every one of them, so we're not screwing around. We're going to get right to it. We'll get to the third Saturday in October. Tennessee and Alabama, USC Notre Dame, LSU Vandy, and a big one in the Big 12, Utah and BYU. But let's start in Athens. Georgia hosting Ole Miss. It is a 7.5-point spread. Ole Miss comes in undefeated, but other than the LSU win, is there anything really spectacular on their resume? Georgia comes in, I mean, they're the Bulldogs. It's Kirby. It's at home. It's not Alabama that they're playing. 50-2 in their last 52 home games, John. I think Georgia wins this one, but 7.5 in an SEC matchup, especially with Trinidad Chambliss playing the way he has since he took over at quarterback, I got a hard time seeing this one being more than a touchdown game. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think it's probable. If I had to place a bet on this one, I'd take the Rebels in the 7.5, even if I believe Georgia wins it outright.
Yeah, Georgia opened at 6.5, and it's just been Georgia money. You know, I can't say it's like it's an avalanche, but enough to push it past a very key number of 7 and now to 7.5, which is another key number. We're learning key numbers today in football. I'm happy to help. Listen, I love the Trinidad Chambliss story as much as anybody else. It's really a great story. The fact that they found this guy at Ferris State. I mean, I don't even know how anybody did that. It's just remarkable. And that he's come in and been awesome, just unbelievable. Ole Miss hasn't played a road game with Trinidad Chambliss at quarterback. They were at Kentucky with Simmons. He got hurt. Chambliss came in, did a pretty good job. But otherwise, it's been in the friendly confines of Vaught Hemingway there in Oxford. And you're telling me that, you know, he's going to continue to have the same success in his first SEC start ever. You're right, Chris. I mean, 7.5 is getting out there. There's no doubt about that. But I do think Georgia will lean on him. It's hard to bet Georgia given how they looked, but I would just say, hey, you know, it's a big difference playing that Auburn defense, you know, on the road versus coming back home against a quarterback making his first SEC road start ever. So I would lean Georgia here. I don't have anything on it. You know, if they wanted to get spicy and take it back to 7, I might flirt with the 7 just to get that push. But I would lean Georgia winning this one.
Yeah, man, I had Ole Miss +8. You just kind of talked me out of it, and it's too late. It's one of those it's too late for me kind of things, all right? It's one of those.
8's a good number, man.
8's a great number, but it's too late because I didn't realize this was Chambliss' first road start. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. And then I also made this play before Lane Kiffin decided to fat shame Kirby Smart. You know, and that's one of the things you got to worry about with Lane Kiffin is you can't bet too early because he is going to say something stupid throughout the course of this. This is why you can't trust Visor Guy. The problem is both of these coaches are Visor guys.
Yeah.
All right. And that's just a problem, you know. But I initially, like, look, if this was I was on Ole Miss, I'll stay on there. I'll stay on Ole Miss. I mean, I have them. I'm kind of screwed either way. I think the 8's too much. Georgia's not impressed me. They have not impressed me this year. They beat my team, but I think they got outplayed in that game. That was just a simple fact that we blew it. Our coach decided to go a little conservative. He's a quarterback, go figure. He should be conservative, but he decided to go conservative, and it cost us the game. So I like Ole Miss. Give me Lane Kiffin. Let's knock Georgia out of there. You know, we need Georgia to get out. You get a second loss, knock them out. Maybe Texas could take care of them later on, and then we don't have to worry about them.
On behalf of Kirby Smart and Bulldogs fans everywhere who are looking for the disrespect angle, we'd like to applaud that decision right now. We're clapping. You see that?
Yeah.
I'm clapping just like Kirby Smart does. Just like that. You can't hear it because my hands aren't actually making contact. I'm calling a timeout. We're going to leave that where it lies. The other big SEC matchup, which I know Choppy is excited for as he's drenched in orange right now. Number 11, Tennessee, going down to Tuscaloosa. Number 6 Alabama Crimson Tide, another 7.5, 8.5, somewhere in that range, depending on where you find it. Shop around, kids. Matchup on the 3rd Saturday in October. I don't need to say this for Choppy to know it, John. The Vols have not won in Tuscaloosa since 2003. He's plugging his ears right now. On the other side of things, Jam Miller, we'll see what his status is after taking an ugly hit right along the sideline last week. Questionable with a concussion. Josh Heupel, 2-2 against Alabama. Kalen DeBoer, as we know, 0-1 against Tennessee, but this one in Alabama, John.
Yeah, I don't have as much of an opinion on the side here, although, I mean, I would be tempted just to take the 8.5 with Tennessee because I think they're going to have success offensively, and that's why I like the over. I like the over at 58.5. I think both teams are going to score. We know that Josh Heupel's going to there's going to be 150 plays in this game. It's going to be something crazy, right? So I think this is going to be a back and forth affair. I think these are two, as far as I'm concerned, pretty evenly matched teams. So I think there's a real chance for overtime as well. So I would take the 58.5, kind of sit back and enjoy the fireworks, because I think that's what you're going to get in this one.
I like the over too. We don't play well on the road. This is Tennessee under Heupel has not been a very good road team, save for Vanderbilt last year, which they were down 14-0 to start, and then LSU a couple of years earlier. I think it was Brian Kelly's first year. It has not been a great road football team. That said, I still can't get the stink of Florida State game out of my head when it comes to Alabama. And I know they've beaten some good teams since, and I know they played really good football, and I know Ty Simpson's playing Heisman Trophy level. It's still there. It's still there. What is Missouri? What is Missouri? Obviously, I'm not gonna. There's value on the Tennessee money line. I just would never bet that. That's not a good bet. I think you have maybe a 20% chance of that bet hitting. I think the over's in play. I think that both of these offenses are just humming, and Tennessee's defense stinks.
Yeah, that's a big part of it as well. We'll get to another SEC matchup in just a second, but let's pivot to another rivalry game. USC now in the Big Ten at Notre Dame. Number 20 Trojans visiting the number 13 Fighting Irish. Talk about big totals. This one's sitting up north of 60. We're talking about 61-ish, 61.5 at BetMGM. Makes sense, especially with what USC has done on offense. They're getting 9.5, anywhere from 8.5 to 9.5. Again, shop around, find the best number depending on what you're looking at in this one. The thing that stands out to me, John, you're talking about the second best passing offense if we just go by yardage in the country. USC putting up over 325 passing yards a game against a Notre Dame defense that is ranked 105th against the pass. 8.5, if you can get more, too rich for me. I would not place a money line bet, but USC's defense, in my opinion, is much better than any recent USC defense we've seen. I want to see how CJ Carr handles it. The advantage here, it is in South Bend, but I would definitely take USC in the points if you're giving me more than 8.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised with how physical USC was against Michigan last weekend. Just didn't expect it at all. And maybe if the old fumble doesn't happen, I guess that was on the USC tight end that Michigan forced. That could have been even worse, right? I have these visions of Lincoln Riley teams in my head, and they very rarely look like that. So, yeah, I mean, this USC team looks different. They look capable. We know the offense is going to be able to score with Lincoln Riley. So, is there a world where Notre Dame could just get whatever they want, in the running game? Obviously, they're with Jeremiah Love, certainly, but I don't know. I think this USC team can travel. I think they can, compete and hang around in this game. We know they can put up points. So I would lean to the points with the dog here. I don't have anything on it, but I would lean towards USC in this one.
I've got USC in this one with the points. I wouldn't take a money line, but it's not a bad USC team. They're not terrible. I still need to see Notre Dame actually beat a real quality opponent. They've played good teams this year. They've just lost to them by the slimmest of margins. You can't penalize them too much for that. But I think this is going to be one of those games where Notre Dame wins, and they did probably win by 7 points. So give me I'll take the extra 2.5, and I'll go home.
It'll be the first time USC has beaten South Bend, if they can pull it off, in 14 years. Notre Dame 0-2 in their first 2 games of the year against ranked teams, obviously Miami and Texas A&M early in the season. LSU, number 10 in the country, but another one of those teams. What are they? Getting 2.5 on the road in Nashville against Vandy, 17th ranked Commodores. Still all about living Pavia Loca. What can Diego Pavia do for you? If he can get loose, especially on the ground, if he can make the right throws, if he can avoid turning the ball over as he did against Alabama, I really like Vandy if I'm laying less than a field goal here, John. I just don't see LSU's offense producing enough. They haven't shown it to us yet this year. I don't know if going into Vanderbilt is – I can't believe I'm saying that sentence. Going into Vanderbilt is the place where they can do it.
Yeah, like how do the kids say it? Hard watch. That's LSU's offense. Hard watch, man. I swear.
Man, yeah.
I watched them all night against South. My neighbor is a huge LSU fan, and so he got the TVs out, and we watched it outside. And it was great, but the game was terrible, and the offense was awful. I mean, I know there were some goal line turnovers, things like that. I mean, it's hard to square that this Nussmeier kid threw for 4,000 yards last year. Like, what the hell happened?
Right.
I know people say the oblique injury, things like that. Obviously, they lose Will Campbell to the NFL. Yeah, this feels like a Vandy spot all the way. I think their offense is going to be able to find success. I don't think the LSU offense is going to be able to score. Don't see that many playmakers on that team offensively. It's kind of weird, for a school that's produced some of the best, skill guys in the history of the NFL. For them to have like none right now is kind of weird. But yeah, I would take Vandy at home, no question.
Torn on this one because I'm a big Nussmeier fan. But I'll tell you, Vandy they're just a good overall solid team. It's not just Diego Pavia. They've got some players. I love Clark Lee. The only thing that's keeping me from taking Vandy is, road games are difficult, but that is objectively, and I know it's gotten better, but objectively, it is the weakest home field advantage in the conference. I mean, Vandy doesn't really have diehard football fans. They got a couple of fans, like the parents of the players, but most people in Nashville are probably Kentucky or Tennessee fans. They're not Vandy fans. They've got a handful, but it's a lot like, it reminds me a lot of like, SMU here, right? SMU, most people in DFW are Texas or Texas A&M or Texas Tech or Oklahoma. I mean, you got to get way down the list before you get to SMU. And it's the same. I think it's the same thing in Nashville. So I don't think they have a great home crowd, home field, but I do think that they are going to win this game. I just 2.5, sure, take it. It's so small, the point spread.
All right, one more game I wanted to touch on, and we only got about a minute here, so we can do so quickly and maybe carry it over into the next segment if we have to. But Utah BYU, massive game at the top of the Big 12. Utah 5-1 with one conference loss. BYU 15th in the country, undefeated at this point. The number that sticks out to me, Devin Dampier continues to produce more yardage on the ground than he does through the air. He literally ran for 120 yards last week and threw for 104 in their win over Arizona State. BYU, I think, more of a complete team at this point. Laying 3.5, I wouldn't lay the points. I think this will be a final possession game. I think it should be a good one. John, in like 30 seconds, you got to read on this.
Yeah, I just go Utah. If you can find a juice 3 out there just for the chance to push, I would just bet Utah here. I think they're a little bit more consistent. I like the coach. He's been around for a long time. He's won some big games. So give me Whittingham in a game like this, although it's not a game that I would typically bet. I just never have a great feel for it.
I ain't touching it, man. If I was gonna, it's too tricky, these rivalry games. Now there's no altitude advantage at all, right? A lot of teams going to BYU or Utah, they're going to get screwed by the altitude. That's not going to happen here. I'm staying away. I don't trust either one.
We'll take an updated look at the Heisman market. Carson Beck still at the top. Ty Simpson right there nipping at his heels. And is Fernando Mendoza a legit candidate after Indiana's upset win over Oregon? Plus our best bets, a pizza money parlay thrown in as well. All coming up here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. You are locked into BetMGM-U. Make sure you're following along with BetMGM Network 24/7 on all of our social media channels at BetMGM Network and on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. Keep up to date on everything we're putting out there. Just search for the BetMGM Network, obviously live coast to coast every single weekend. Get us in podcast form as well inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your audio by searching for BetMGM-U. Before we get to some of our favorite plays of this weekend, maybe put together some parlays for you as well. An updated look at Heisman odds, guys. Carson Beck still at the top of the list, but just barely ahead of Ty Simpson at BetMGM right now. Carson Beck plus 320, Simpson plus 340, Fernando Mendoza right there as well, a little better than 4-1 plus 430. Then you back off into the mid-teens, Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, both from Ohio State at 15-1 at BetMGM. Then you get out to the 20-1s and heavier than that, Marcel Reed, Gunnar Stockton, CJ Carr, Trinidad Chambliss, Dante Moore all the way out at 30-1, as is Haynes King. John, still feels like a wide open market, although we're now talking about the quarterbacks for the best teams in the country being the ones that are separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, I this is the weakest field that I can remember in a while. I mean, maybe weak's not the right word, but it feels weak. Like I'm looking at these candidates, and I'm just not really moved. Like I would love for a Jeremiah Smith to have, emerged, but it just really hasn't happened. Like they haven't been winning in that way. Carson Beck, I get it. Miami's legit. They're a really freaking good team. They can win it all, but I don't really know if that's because Carson Beck. I think he's kind of like along for the ride as opposed to leading it. I mean, they have an offensive line that could give all three of us time, right? Like it's pretty amazing how that team is built. I think Ty Simpson is probably the best bet right now. I mean, it's an Alabama team that's surging, and they play through him. More so than a lot of the other teams that you'll see here. And plus, again, they have a chance to, they could win every game the rest of the season. It's certainly, in the realm of possibility. So I think I would, if I had to bet, and I wouldn't because I don't think any of these guys is really making a great case. I would probably bet Ty Simpson here at 3.5-1. But what am I getting here? I'm not getting much value.
Yeah, the issue with Ty Simpson, and this is where he could propel himself. If they win out, they would have beaten Tennessee this weekend. They would have beaten LSU. They would have beaten Oklahoma. And then whoever they play in the SEC championship game, A&M, Georgia. I mean, he would have, included the Georgia win that they already have, 5 wins over some pretty solid competition. I mean, he might have 5 wins over really ranked teams and then 4 wins over playoff teams. That's possible. It's hard to say no to if they wind up winning out. I think there's going to be some Carson Beck bias, anti Carson Beck. He's been around so long, and they never gave him credit at Georgia. He broke up with a Cavender twin. I mean, nobody likes that. So you got to go there. I think Mendoza, they don't have a losable game on the schedule. They're going to wind up being, they might be the number 1 seed. If they go and they win out, and they want to beat Ohio State, the Big Ten title, they're going to be the number 1 seed. So that's a guy that you can't overlook. I mean, and he's got the best odds of the 3.
Yeah, I just, like John mentioned earlier when talking about Simpson and Beck and Mendoza's in that crowd too. I don't know if the return's worth it at this point. If you haven't placed your Heisman bet at this point and you're looking for something with a greater return on your investment, none of these are jumping off the page at you. Like Dante Moore may have before last weekend. I mean, maybe if you believe in an A&M run that isn't totally driven around defense, Marcel Reed at 20-1 is still a name that jumps out because they've kind of somehow flown under the radar, the Aggies, to this point. But there's not a lot of names. I think John's right. This is weak, maybe isn't the right word, but just not all that attractive Heisman field in recent memory. So especially if you're looking for a name farther down the board that could realistically have a shot, maybe a Gunnar Stockton at like 25-1 if you think Georgia's got a run in them. But again, we're talking about the Heisman. It's getting voted on before the playoffs start. So you take that out of the equation to a certain extent. Who's going to, like you said, Choppy, who's going to run the table the rest of the way? I think Mendoza isn't a bad look if you believe Indiana can get past Ohio State. But again, we're talking about a game that I don't even know if it's going to be played before most of the Heisman votes are cast, right? So you just look at what's on the table as far as the rest of the regular season and who can have the most success, and does anybody step out? I tend to go back to Beck if we're talking about people we actually expect to win the award, but at 3-1, 4-1, I don't know if that bet is worth it. It would have to be something that I made months ago. The problem is all the names that we talked about way back in July and August, John, Nussmeier, Aller was talked about, Arch Manning, they're all out the window. None of those guys is winning the Heisman now. Aller's not even going to play the rest of the year. He's not going to play college football again, which is what's blown this thing wide open.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts to think about just all the, I think in the case of Arch, it's been more, maybe our expectations were the problem there. But he hasn't been anywhere close to what we expected. Lenore Sellers is struggling. DJ Lagway, where's that step? I mean, I guess it's been better the last couple of weeks since he got Wilson in there, but I expected more from him. Aller obviously is gone. So yeah, I think that's exactly right. That's a great call, Chris, because you expected like all four of those guys to probably be at the top of this thing. And so now that they're all like safely out, it's kind of just made this, Mad Max field.
It's like Lord of the Flies. There's just nobody left to run the thing, and nobody's really in charge of the Heisman race right now. I think, again, it's why Beck makes a ton of sense, but I don't know if it makes sense betting-wise right now as far as someone who could win the Heisman as we're now looking at more than halfway through the regular season. All right, let's get to some of our best bets. We'll put some parlays together as well, see what we cook up for this weekend around college football. I've got, once again, way too many bets written down. I'll get to mine in a minute, but John, what do you got? What do you like the most this weekend?
I'm going to be a homer. I like Memphis minus 21.5 against UAB. I know that UAB fired, Trent Dilfer, and that's always a little bit of a risk betting into a team or against a team that, just fired their head coach. But this is not just a coaching issue. This is a talent issue. UAB has no money. They have no NIL money. I don't really know what they're doing. They should have fired Trent Dilfer after last season. Like, what did they need to see or think they would see to justify giving him another year? At any rate, while I think UAB will look better because it's impossible to look worse, Memphis is going to run all over these cats. I mean, they have they have an improved defense. It's number 11 in defensive stop rate. Memphis does. So I just think Memphis, even with the new coach bump here at UAB, like what are you hoping to get from UAB? Like 24? I mean, I think Memphis can hang 50 plus on this team. They did last year. I suspect they'll be able to do it again.
Choppy, you got a favorite play or a part? I know you got a pizza money parlay, but what's your favorite play?
I got a pizza money, baby. Good luck finding one of these games. All right, I already said I have Ole Miss plus the 8 points. I got it at 8. It says 7.5 now. I got the USC. I got USC plus 10. It's down to 9.5. I'm just moving lines, baby. But then the third game of this. Good luck finding it. It's over 54.5. Montana against Sacred Heart. Whoa. Take the over 54.5. I don't even know what Sacred Heart's mascot is. I think are they the Peacocks or something like that? I don't know.
But Sacred Heart was some kind of knight or something. They're the Pioneers.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
like
They're the Pioneers.
Pioneers. Montana, the Grizzlies, right? Montana, Sacred Heart over 54.5. There's your parlay.
Grizzlies probably messed up a lot of Pioneers back in the day, like back in the Oregon Trail day,
Ooh,
especially out there in Montana.
Dysentery was big.
You have cholera. Would you like to trade some wagon wheels for some antibiotics? That is a hell of a parlay, Choppy. If you want to boost your parlay, BetMGM, the place to do it, no matter where the college football action is. Nothing like getting in the game. and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning parlay inside the BetMGM app right now. Download it if for some god-awful reason you haven't yet, and use that parlay boost token to level up your winnings this weekend. So I've got a number of games that I've written down, scratched some of them off, circled some of them that I believe in a little bit more. Missouri at Auburn, either money line or laying 1.5. I like Missouri to bounce back, even if it's on the road in the SEC. I don't believe in Auburn. I think that may have been proven out over the last week or two. So Missouri laying 1.5 is one I would keep an eye on if you're trying to put together a parlay. Georgia Tech, even money on the money line at Duke. I know Duke's offense is producing to this point. Manny Diaz has things clicking, and this is a road game in the SEC. I'm sorry, though. Haynes King. That's all I got to say. Haynes King. Georgia Tech on the money line at Duke. The ones I actually will be putting together as a parlay, I like both the Texas schools this weekend. A&M and the Longhorns, both on the road in the SEC. A&M laying 7.5 at Arkansas. Yes, please. Texas laying a bigger number, 12.5 at Kentucky. But if you've watched the Kentucky Wildcats attempt to play something resembling football this year, you're probably comfortable laying less than 2 touchdowns there on the road at Lexington with the Longhorns. We mentioned already USC against Notre Dame. I like the Trojans, especially with that number all the way out to 9.5 now. I like USC, maybe not to win outright, but certainly to keep it close and maybe pull off the upset against Notre Dame in South Bend. And one final one I got to throw in there. Penn State at Kinnick at night. No, I'm not betting a side in this one. Are you kidding me? They got Otis Spunkmeyer as their quarterback now, Ethan Grunkmeyer. Penn State, Iowa total is all the way up into the 40s now, kids, 40.5. Hammer the under. Penn State, Iowa, Saturday night at Kinnick in prime time. Just don't make yourself or your kids watch it. That's not going to be real football. Thanks to John Martin. Thanks to RJ Choppy. Thanks to our producer, Zach Krull. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Make sure you're following along and subscribed wherever you get your podcast to BetMGMU. And we'll do it again next week right here on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. The playbook is set and the coffee is hot.
So I like that 10-1 national championship price, and I don't hate betting them to win the Big Ten.
Grab your foam fingers, put on your team colors, and fire up the grills.
Want to pass that or smash it?
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Kickoff, Ryan Horvat with you here on this fantastic Saturday, October 18th. And the season is legitimately flying by, and I kind of hate that, although we do have college basketball starting up here soon. All my buddies sending me text messages and emails about their Ken Palm squads, but it's still football season, thank God. I love college hoops, but let's enjoy this while we have it. Week 8 of the college football season in a really good slate today. My apologies to our great executive producer, David Dykstra, Double D. And if he's wondering what I was doing there, I was switching over my microphone because I just got off the air at 11 p.m. with the great BetMGM Tonight program. And we're back here 8 hours later for the tailgate kickoff. So like the promo says, we do got the coffee, but it's not hot. It's cold. I need a haircut, which is why, if you're wondering why I'm going with this hat, I feel like Steve Buscemi in the meme. What's up, fellow kids? Now that I'm 40 years old with this look, but the hair is really bad. And we got a zit going on the top of the head, if you're wondering why I look like this today. Great slate, though, of college football. And let's recap really quickly what went down last night, because I had a 2-1 night, and I'm not here to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. My loss, though, is where I want to start. I want to start with the game that I lost last night, if you were listening to BetMGM tonight. And I was pretty high on Nebraska coming into the season. I figured, usually the first year Matt Rule has to rebuild the culture wherever he goes. And then year 2, year 3 is when he wins. I like Dylan Raiola. I think he's kind of a weirdo. The cosplay, I pretend to be Pat Mahomes. I have the same haircut. Please don't ask me about Pat Mahomes. I don't want to be compared to Pat Mahomes, yet he's doing the Pat Mahomes celebration stuff. He wears the same number as Pat Mahomes. And again, he has the same haircut as Pat Mahomes. So if you don't want to be compared to Pat Mahomes, be your own man, Dylan Raiola. Or at least cover a spread. For the second time this season that I bet Nebraska, they let me down. They scored 6 points against Minnesota. Granted, it was a road game. I do think Minnesota's flying under the radar a little bit. I really do like their quarterback, Drake Lindsey. But that was the matchup that I liked. That Nebraska secondary, one of the best in the country. It didn't look like it last night. They lose outright 24-6. They were 6.5-point favorites. So Minnesota covers, they win that game outright. Total goes under 47.5. And I couldn't help but laugh because, Penn State fans, which I have to laugh at myself because I believed in Penn State coming into the season. I bet them to win the Big Ten. Plus 220 was the price, with 7 starters coming back on offense, 6 on defense. They bring in Leonard, his defensive coordinator. I thought Drew Aller was going to have a solid season. Now he's out for the year. They were a complete letdown, obviously. Back-to-back losses to UCLA and then Northwestern. Chicago's Cats last week. So James Franklin is out. Big game James. He's out at Penn State. And we all could clown him as much as we want on the internet. Couldn't win the big game, this and that. But he's getting paid right now $50 million to do what we're all doing today. Sitting at home on our couch watching college football. Maybe he'll check out the ALCS. Maybe he's getting ready for the World Series. Go Dodgers, by the way. But James Franklin is a very rich man. It's like J. Cole said, right? If you're broke and clowning a millionaire, the joke is on you. So shout out to James Franklin, getting paid $50 million almost to do absolutely nothing. But now Penn State needs their next head coach, and everybody's like, I think they should go out and get Matt Rule. What has Matt Rule done the last decade? I mean, right? Like, he can't win a big game at Nebraska. They couldn't go on the road and beat PJ Fleck. So I don't want to hear the Matt Rule conversation. If you're a Penn State fan, go out and get somebody young, right? David Dykstra, Double D, and we'll talk with him later on in the show. He brought up a great name, Brian Hartline, the wide receiver coach at Ohio State, now offensive coordinator at Ohio State. Look at the wide receiver talent that they bring in. You want a young grinder. That's why Dan Lanning continues to win outside of last week against Indiana, because he goes into these living rooms, man. He grinds. You got to be a salesman. You got to be a coach. You got to be a leader. And I wouldn't want Matt Rule if I was a Penn State fan. I would rather have like Golish with South Florida, to be honest with you. But we'll get back to that conversation another day because we got games to get to. Also last night, the big story though, 24-21 win for Louisville, who was unranked over number 2 Miami. That was our big bet. We bet that at 13.5. It closed as 10.5. Took a stab on the money line. They closed plus 340 on the money line. They win that game outright. The reason I liked Louisville last night, I think Brahm's a great coach. I'm still not sold on Mario Cristobal. Can he coach? Yes. Could he go out and recruit offensive and defensive linemen? Yes. They've done a great job, obviously, in the transfer portal. Last year, bringing in Cam Ward. This year, bringing in Carson Beck. And I love Carson Beck when he's throwing from clean pockets. That's why we took a stab on him winning the Heisman at 22-1. But Carson Beck really struggles when he's under pressure. And that Louisville pass rush, like the Miami pass rush, is for real. And Carson Beck last night, I saw people celebrating those Carson Beck Heisman tickets way too early. You got to wait until at least week 11, people, especially with these Miami teams. Last year, what did they start? 9-0 before they lose to Syracuse. They drop all those games at the end of the year. Carson Beck last night, 4 interceptions, 4 picks. Even if they run the table, he's going to have to put up some serious numbers. Because if you're a Heisman voter, it's going to be hard to get that out of your head. 4 picks and a 24-21 loss, not even on the road, at home in Miami. So tough one. The other winner we had last night, the Fighting Belichick's, they cover. They lose to Cal 21-18. That number went all the way from 11.5 down to 7.5, but they cover all numbers. So shout out to North Carolina. All right, let's get to why we're here. Let's talk about today's games. Let me pull up my screen right here and see what we got. Noon kickoff. Miami, Ohio opens as 11.5-point favorite. They take some money. They're out to 13.5. Total in that game has not been touched. It's 47.5. Nothing there for me. UConn opens up as a 2.5-point dog. They take a little bit of money. They're down to 1.5 on the road against Boston College. Total in the game, 57.5. Did not bet this game. If I were to bet this game, I would take Boston College at home. I know UConn, it's been a solid season. They're 4-2. Boston College has been a huge letdown once again at 1-5. But I think they win this game outright. The money line price is -112. The total's actually taken some money to the over from 55.5 to 57.5. A game that we did bet. Let's go to rotation number 350 on the screen right here. I like Duke. Duke open, though. Now, on the way look ahead here, they were 1.5-point dogs. I bet Duke at a cheap money line price. Now to bet the money line, it's -162. Duke is out to a 3-point favorite. Unranked Duke, who has a shot to win the ACC after that Miami loss. Miami is no longer in control of their own destiny in the ACC. And Duke, in football, not basketball, has a shot to win the ACC. Big game today for the Blue Devils at home. A lot of people are asking the same question. How is unranked Duke a 3-point favorite over ranked and undefeated 6-0 Georgia Tech? I like this matchup today for Duke. This is one of my favorite bets. Now, also, though, I can't quit Duke. I've been betting them since that Illinois game, the game where they threw up all over themselves. They outgained Illinois, but they had, 5 turnovers in that game? But Duke, its last 2 games, granted against Syracuse and California, they've been really good on the defensive side of the ball. The secondary has been much better. They have an 85.6 coverage grade, which is 3rd right now in the Power 4, 8th in the entire country. Now, step up in class because they're going against Haynes King in that Georgia Tech offense. But I actually like the defense to force a couple turnovers today, and I think they're going to get the ground game going. Darian Mensah's been awesome, and he has to be awesome, right? They're paying him $8 million for 2 years of service, $4.5 million he's making to play quarterback. But, man, I really like what I've seen from Nate Shepard, and I think that he's going to go off against this Georgia Tech run defense. So far, he has 19 missed tackles, 16 explosive runs. And right now, Georgia Tech, their run defense grade, 93rd in the country, outside the top 90. So I think that Duke's going to be able to run the ball. I think that they're going to be able to open up the passing game with some play action passes from Darian Mensah. I think he's going to have some scrambles and some designed runs in this game as well. But if you could get a hold of college football props, I'm in Maryland, so I have to drive to D.C. or text them over to somebody. I would maybe look at some Nate Shepard props today. But I do like Duke a lot in that game. So that's a bet for me. Duke is, I bet them, like I said, -130 was the money line price. -160 is the price right now. I would just lay the 3. Another game that I bet, give me Washington. Best price that you could find with Washington. Noon kickoff today on Fox. 5.5, -110. They're on the road taking on Michigan. Total in the game, I'm seeing it as high as 51 and as low as 49.5. I have no play on the total, but I do like Washington in this game. As good as Michigan's run defense has been, they've struggled against dual threat quarterbacks that could run. Right now, they have the 5th best run defense in college football. If you're looking at the PFF numbers, they have a 92.7 grade. But if you dive a little bit deeper into it and you look at some of these matchups, they went against Oklahoma, a game where we bet Oklahoma, and Oklahoma won outright. John Mateer in that game rushed and scrambled for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns. Central Michigan's quarterback, Angel Flores, had 71 rushing yards. Now you're going against Damon Williams, who is one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch in the country. Didn't go so great against Ohio State, but Ohio State, that defense is just for real, man. Matt Patricia, what an excellent hire, it turns out. But if you look right now, Damon Williams, he's got 473 rushing yards, so he's only behind Taylon Green among Power 4 quarterbacks in the rushing category. And if you haven't watched him, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Kyler Murray. He's like 5'10", 5'11". He's going to scramble outside the pocket. He's going to make some plays with his legs. And he could also make plays with his arm, though. 74.1% is his completion rate, which is 3rd in the entire country. I like Michigan's quarterback, Bryce Underwood, as well, but they're beat up right now. Justice Haynes, waiting to see if he's going to be a full go in this game. He's been the best player on the offense. He's averaging 7.4 yards per carry, but he's been beat up, man. So let's see if Washington's defense can make enough stops to get the cover, but I do like them today at 4.5. Again, this opened at 5.5, but give me the Huskies. So that is another bet that I've locked in. Sticking in the noon slate, 12:45 p.m. kickoff Eastern time, that is. I'm going to roll with South Carolina. I bet this at 5.5. You could still get the 5.5, but it's -120. You could also bet them at 4.5. I'm seeing it as low as 4 if you do like Oklahoma to bounce back. Total in the game is 43.5. The reason I'm going to bet South Carolina, they've been a letdown this season, obviously. They're 3-3. They had a lot of hype coming into the year because of the way that they finished out their season and because Lenora Sellers, a lot of people thought was going to be a Heisman hopeful. Oklahoma, the reason I have to fade them in this spot, I don't know how healthy John Mateer is. I'm guessing not very healthy, right? Because a couple weeks ago, he had surgery on his throwing hand. And in that game last week, where I think he rushed back in the Red River game against Texas, we bet Texas, and it's because Mateer's not healthy. He threw 3 picks in that game. So if he's not a full go, I think Lenora Sellers, in a low-scoring game, I would only bet the under, even at 45.5. I think Lenora Sellers makes enough plays today with his legs and with his arm to at least score the cover. So I'll roll with South Carolina here. Again, you could get the 5.5 -120. And actually, I misspoke. I said the total was 45.5. BetMGM right now down to 42.5 on this total. Still like the under. I think this could be a 23-20 type game, although I guess that would go over. I could see this being a 21-17 type game, but I like South Carolina to cover. I'm going to stay away from the total, though. So there's 3 noon bets, early bets for me. I'm going to go with Washington plus 5.5. I love Duke. That's my favorite bet of the early slate. Love this Blue Devil team. In football, yes. And then I'm going to roll with South Carolina plus 5.5 -120. Let's scroll down the board, see what else we haven't got to here in the noon slate. Bowling Green opened as a 5.5-point favorite at home against Central Michigan. Central Michigan actually took some money. I don't know that I agree with that move. Now that we're down to -3 or a cheap money line price, -162, I like Bowling Green at home. Not going to bet that game, though. Also staying away from LSU and Vandy today. I lean LSU. They, on the way look ahead this summer, they were a 3.5-point favorite. Now they're a 2.5-point dog. Vandy, number 17 in the country, LSU, number 10. Not that rankings mean anything, but this is a huge game. A huge game if you want to make the college football playoff. Because the loser of this game has to run the table. And if you look at the remaining schedules for both Vandy and LSU, I don't think either team is capable of doing so. This is going to be a big day for Garrett Nussmeier. I love Garrett Nussmeier, but he's been a little bit of a letdown. It hasn't been all on him, though. LSU's defense is the reason that they're a 5-1 football team. I'm cheering for LSU every week because I have them over 8.5 wins. The thought process was they have a ton of talent. And if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9 games, not only will they buy him out, they may kill him. Legitimately, I love LSU fans. They're very passionate about their football. They may run him out of town, that goofball. Everybody loves Vandy and Diego Pavia. I don't know, man. Again, if I had to bet this game, it would be LSU, but at 2.5, I think the number's about right. Total 47.5. I think the under is the move. It opened. The total did 49.5. We're down to 47.5. No play for me. My lean there, if you want to bet the game, would be LSU and the under, even at 47.5. Kind of like Houston today, catching 1.5 at home against Arizona. Arizona got smoked last week for us. The total in the game has not moved, 47.5. Lean over, lean Houston in that one. TCU Baylor, I don't know how you bet the under in this game, but the under is taking some money. It goes from 67.5 down to 65.5. I'm not going to touch the total. It's a big total. I don't know that either defense is going to get a stop today. Really good quarterback matchup, Baylor and TCU. You get Hoover for TCU. You get Robertson for for Baylor, I'm sorry. I actually lean Baylor in the game, catching 3, but staying away from that one. Last one, Army catching 10 against Tulane. Army actually took a little money. They opened as a 10.5 point dog. The total, a little bit of money comes in on the under, 46.5 down to 45.5. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the afternoon slate here on the Tailgate Kickoff on the BetMGM Network.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
noon slate, I like to call it, because I'm here on the East Coast. I got 3 bets in the noon slate. And a quick reminder with BetMGM, you're going to want to go out and download the BetMGM app if you haven't done so yet. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. I'm not the biggest parlay guy. Every once in a while, I like to do it, especially in the NFL with like anytime touchdowns. Couple underdogs maybe. So if you want to parlay what I threw out in the opening slate, the early slate, I like South Carolina to cover 5.5 against Oklahoma. Again, I just don't think John Mateer is very healthy because he threw 3 picks last week and he just had hand surgery. I do want John Mateer to ball out because I'm still holding out some hope for that 25-1 Heisman ticket. So we got South Carolina plus 5.5, minus 120. Let's go Duke on the money line, even at minus 152 against Georgia Tech. I like Duke today. And then let's go with Washington to cover the 5.5 against Michigan. You parlay those 3 together and your odds plus 480. There you go. Plus 480. I'm not going to do that myself, but again, the picks that I've given out so far, Washington plus 5.5 against Michigan, Duke on the money line against Georgia Tech, and I'm going to roll with the Fighting Lenora Sellerses and South Carolina plus 5.5. All right, let's move along here, see what we got on the board. We scroll down. We talk Baylor TCU. Again, I lean Baylor, didn't bet that game. You can't bet them all, unfortunately. Let's go to Toledo. They open up as a 22.5-point favorite. They're now up to 24.5 against Kent State, so Toledo takes some money, and so does the under. The opener was 52.5, down now to 49.5, minus 115 to the under. That would be my lean, but no play there for me. Buffalo opens up as a 17-point favorite. UMass takes a little bit of money, even though they're an 0-6 football team. They are at home. 15.5-point dogs now. The total opened at 45.5. A little bit of over money. We're now at 46.5, although the under's juice minus 112. Nothing there for me. Also at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Louisiana Monroe, now a 4.5-point dog. That's right where they opened against Troy. Total in the game opened at 46.5. Some over money comes in, so we're now at 47.5. Nothing there for me. This might be the trendy dog of the day, but give me Purdue. I bet it at 3.5. We're now at 3, minus 102, if you want to bet Purdue. Northwestern, fresh off their victory over Penn State, a 3-point favorite. Now, Northwestern has already done what I needed them to do this year. I bet them over 3.5 wins. Historically, if Northwestern has a stinker of a season, which they did last year, they bounce back and at least win 5 to 6 games the next year. It's science. Their defense is always top 25, top 30. And I liked, up until week 1, I liked the Preston Stone pickup in the portal. It didn't work out at SMU because they went to Jennings. I said that, and then he threw 3 picks in that opening game, but he's been playing decent football. That said, even at home, give me Purdue to cover the number today against Northwestern. Perfect letdown spot. I think Penn State quit on their coach, James Franklin, who has since been fired and bought out for $50 million. So I'll take Purdue to keep that game close. I just feel like they might be a little too trendy today. Coastal Carolina, a 10.5-point dog on the road against App State. App State at home laying 10.5. Total in the game opened at 48.5, and that's where we sit. Nothing there for me. Ohio opens as 11.5-point favorite. Northern Illinois takes a little bit of money, so they're down to a 10.5-point dog. The total has moved a little bit to the under. 43.5 was the open, minus 110. Now down to 42.5. The under juice, minus 112. Nothing there for me. I did bet Old Dominion today. I like them at 2.5. Was hoping to get to 3.5. I don't think we're going to get there against James Madison. James Madison opened as a 1.5-point favorite, so they've actually taken a little bit of money. I think that's the wrong side. I like Old Dominion on the road. Total 47.5, no play for me. Temple opens as a 12.5-point favorite. Charlotte takes a little bit of money. They're down, as I look right now, to 11.5. The total took a little bit of money to the over. It goes from 47.5 to the 48.5 right now. I have nothing in that game. Clemson, SMU. This game kind of flying under the radar because both teams have been disappointments this year in the ACC. Clemson on the way look ahead this summer was an 11.5-point favorite. That number's down to 4.5 because Clemson's been a huge letdown. That said, I still lean Clemson in this game. You could say a revenge game for SMU because they lost in the ACC championship to Clemson. I just don't trust their defense. Clemson has they've been playing better football. But again, I don't really trust Cade Klubnik. I picked them to win the ACC, and they're 3-3 on the season. So that would be my lean, though. Clemson at 4.5. I think that adjustment's a little too crazy. I think they win that game by at least a touchdown against SMU. Michigan State, they are right now a 27.5-point dog. Taking on Indiana. Indiana, with the win of the season maybe last week against Oregon, Fernando Mendoza, one of the favorites right now to win the Heisman. He was just the perfect fit to run that Indiana offense. He could do everything that Curtis Rourke could do last year, and I think he's obviously a better quarterback. He's going to be a first-round pick, one of the first quarterbacks selected, maybe the first quarterback selected. But him throwing those intermediate routes, man, he's just so damn good. I'm staying away from this one. Usually I would grab Michigan State at 27.5. If this was 28.5 and we were getting more than 4 touchdowns, maybe I would play Sparty here. I just don't know that Indiana has a letdown spot. Cignetti is a legit psychopath, a very good coach, and that's a good team. We always talk about their offense. I don't think we talk enough about the defense. That's why they won that game last week. I love what they do with their safeties. They confused the living hell out of Dante Moore. I would love to take Michigan State and say a little bit of a letdown spot for Indiana after they beat Oregon last week. But I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't think there is a letdown in Cignetti or that Indiana team, so I'm staying away. Texas State opens as a 5.5-point favorite. Marshall takes some money. That number is down to 3. I would have bet Marshall at 5.5, but at 3, I think the number's about right. Total opened at 65.5. Still sitting there right now at 65.5. Big total, but I actually kind of like the over. Love watching Texas State's offense. Akron, 1.5-point favorites on the road against Ball State. Total in the game opened at 43.5. No movement. I think everything's about right there. No play for me. Boise State laying 12.5 today against UNLV. Big game. UNLV a perfect 6-0 on the season. Boise State 4-2. They need this one if they want to make it back to the playoff, which I don't think that they're going to this year. But if they want to win the conference, I like Boise State today. I haven't bet this yet, but I actually will during the commercial break here. Rotation number 370. They opened as an 8.5-point favorite. They take a ton of money. You could say maybe it's gotten out of hand and I'm betting a bad number. Both are the case here, but I'll lay it with Boise State. I think they win that game by 2 scores against UNLV today. Total, no opinion, but I would agree with the under move. It opened at 62.5. We're down to 60.5 right now. North Texas opens as a 6.5-point favorite. UTSA takes a lot of money. I like UTSA in this game. I kind of like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150. So I would be safe though and take the points. I'll take UTSA plus 4. Total under money comes in. We open at 67.5, down now to 64.5. All right, my favorite bet of the afternoon slate. Let's go out to one of the bigger games, maybe the biggest game of the day, especially if you're a casual. I'm going to go with Georgia. So Georgia opens 9.5 on the look ahead. 7.5s were out there all week. Now you could get Georgia laying 7 minus 112 against Ole Miss. And this is what I wanted. I did not want a 7.5. I'll lay it with Georgia today. Money line's minus 270. If you think Ole Miss could do it again this year, and Lane could do it again this year, knock off Kirby, they're plus 220 on the money line. Best price if you like Ole Miss catching the touchdown, plus 7 minus 108. The total took some money to the over. Look ahead was 53.5. We're out to 57.5, although it is juice minus 115 to the under. I think Kirby is going to have Georgia extra motivated because he does not want to lose the Lane 2 years in a row. Lane's been great in the press conferences and at the podium all week long. Called Kirby fat. They were asking him, who moves around, who has more energy on the sidelines, who's burning more calories, I think was the question from the reporter. And he said, well, it doesn't look like Kirby's burning many calories. I saw his press conference today. So I think Kirby, not because of that comment, because of the loss last year, and also because Georgia needs this one, I think they're going to win this game by a touchdown. Georgia's defense has been really good against the run, but they've had big issues defending the pass. I talked last week and the week before about their pass rush. Right now, they're not getting natural pressure, which is crazy for a Georgia team because usually their defensive line is among the best in the country. Hell, their starting defensive line starts right now for the Eagles and won the Super Bowl last year. But it hasn't only been that they're not getting pressure unless they blitz. Also, their pass defense. Right now, 99th in the country, just 68th in PFF's coverage grade. They have the 5th lowest pressure rate in the Power 4. They're down there with like Marshall, and now they're going today against this Ole Miss passing attack and Trinidad Chambliss, and he's been awesome. Right now, his passing grade is 25th among all quarterbacks in college football. Ole Miss has the 16th best receiving grade in the nation. They got really good receivers, but I still think Georgia's defense is going to show up. I also want to see if they open up the playbook today for Gunnar Stockton. Right now, he's 77th among qualified passers in passing grade on balls thrown at least 10 air yards. He's got a 6.8 yard ADOT, meaning he's just dinking and dunking down the field. That's the 12th lowest mark. I think they're going to be able to run the ball. I think they'll be able to run the ball enough, even against a good Ole Miss defense, to take some shots down the field. So give me Georgia in a revenge game from last year. I think they win this game by at least a touchdown, hopefully by 8 points or more. Let's go with the Bulldogs in this one. All right, next game as we move on down, we got to get all of them in. That's the motto, 60 minutes every single game. 3:30 p.m. kickoff. I like Arkansas today, catching 7.5. Texas A&M, I'm hoping for a letdown spot here. They opened 8.5. I did bet some 8.5 with Arkansas. I still like anything over a touchdown. Right now, you could get Arkansas at home plus 7.5, minus 112. Total in the game, 58.5. The under does take some money. The open was 60.5. We're down to 58.5. Arkansas has actually played better football since firing Sam Pittman. I like Taylon Green. I think he makes enough plays today. And Texas A&M, they're due for a stinker here, man. 6-0, still some tough remaining games on that schedule. I like Arkansas at home. The only thing that scares me when I bet Arkansas is the defense. In their last 4 losses, they've given up 40 points per game. They're going to have to get some stops in this game. But I do like Arkansas to cover a big number, plus 7.5. I also like, and this is gross, this is a hold your nose special of the day. I liked Wisconsin. The open was 28.5. I bet this yesterday at 25.5. I still like the Badgers at 24.5. They're terrible. They're 2-4. If Luke Fickell loses this game by more than 4 touchdowns, they're going to be calling for his head in Madison. Now, Ohio State's the best team in the country. Their defense is awesome with Matt Patricia as the coordinator, and Caleb Downs is the best safety in America, and their offense is damn good. They have the best wide receivers in college football, and Julian Sayin looks awesome. He's living up to the 5-star hype. But 24.5, big number. I think this is a little bit of a sleepy spot. Wisconsin is at home at Camp Randall. It's gross. Give me the points with the Badgers. As bad as it's been, I don't know how they score. I'll take the 24.5 today against Ohio State. Rounding out the afternoon games, Air Force, a 4.5-point favorite over Wyoming, total 57.5. Nothing there for me. Memphis laying a big number. 21.5 was the open, still 21 against UAB. I have no dog in the fight, but I would only bet UAB at that number. Total in the game takes some under money. We go from 64.5 to 62.5. Play that I gave out on Monday on our show. I love Arizona State today. I bet them on the open at 11.5. Now we're down to 7, though. I still like them at 7. No Morton for Texas Tech. Texas Tech's going to go with the backup again. And then Sam Leavitt is in today for Arizona State. So no Jeff Sims. I like Arizona State to cover the number to get today against Texas Tech, even though I love this Texas Tech team, man. They went out and spent a ton of money, hit the portal. That's why they're 6-0. And that's why if the season ends today, they're going to the college football playoff. And I do think that they win the Big 12, but give me Arizona State in a desperation spot with 2 losses already to show up today. I liked it at 11.5. I still like it at 7, even though the 7s are minus 115. We'll go with Arizona State today. Last one, I don't have a play in this game, but I lean Florida. A lot of talk. If Napier doesn't show well today, he could be fired by Monday. I think they cover against Mississippi State. I like this Mississippi State team. They've been really competitive this year, 4-2, but I think the number's 9.5 for a reason. This one has not moved. Florida, 9.5-point favorites. Might talk myself into this before 4:15 today. Haven't bet it yet, but that's my lean. Florida in this one. Total takes some under money, which I agree with, 52.5 to 50.5, but no play for me. Last afternoon game before we get to the night slate, the primetime slate, Southern Miss, 3.5-point favorites against the Ragin' Cajuns. No movement. Actually, a little bit. Southern Miss opened as a 2.5-point favorite. Somebody bet Southern Miss. And then the total sitting there at 54.5. I have nothing in that game. So rounding out really quickly, the games that I bet so far in the afternoon, Washington plus 5.5 against Michigan, Duke on the money line against Georgia Tech, South Carolina to cover the 5.5 against Oklahoma, Old Dominion plus 2.5 against JMU, love Georgia today, laying 7 against Ole Miss, love Wisconsin today, I bet 25.5, still like it 24.5. I'm going to take the points with Arkansas at home against A&M at 7.5. I bet Arizona State at 11.5. Still do like it at 7. I think they keep that game close enough against Texas Tech. And that's what we got for the afternoon slate. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming up for the primetime slate. So we'll get to those after the commercial break. Again, a quick reminder, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. And that's what BetMGM has offered. So if you want to throw in some underdogs, some big favorites, go over to BetMGM, download the app today if you haven't done so. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we round out every single game and give all of our best bets for the day. It's the Tailgate Kickoff here on the BetMGM Network.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Off. Open up the BetMGM app and get ready for Ryan's college football best bets. Make it legendary.
All right, wrapping up today's show here on the Tailgate Kickoff. And a quick reminder with BetMGM, of course, download the app if you haven't done so, which you probably have, right? It's time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. I do use those all the time. I love those little things, man, those little bonus bets, especially if you're betting say you want to bet a favorite, and you want to get a better price, or if you want an underdog, you get a better price. Maybe you got an outright dog at plus 150, boom, get them plus 180, score a bigger payout. All right, let's get back to the games here. So far, and I actually pulled this up during the break because we used to keep track every single show, and that's how we would start off the show, but I've went away from that a little bit because I want to hit every single game in 60 minutes. So far this season, on the show, picks that we've given out, we are 29, 21, and 2, so winning over 56% of our bets with a return on investment of 5.72%. So a good little start for the show once again this year, meaning we're probably doomed today. So far, we've given out Washington plus 5.5 against Michigan. Duke is my favorite bet of the early slate. Love Duke. I did bet money line early, minus 130. That's minus 165. I would just lay the number with the Blue Devils. I like South Carolina today, plus 5.5 against Oklahoma. I like Old Dominion, plus 2.5 against JMU on the road. I love Georgia today as 7-point favorites against Ole Miss. I'll go against everybody and Lane Kiffin. I like Wisconsin. It's gross, but I like Wisconsin to cover today, 25.5. Now down to 24.5 against Ohio State, the best team in the country. What could go wrong with that Badger team? I like Arkansas to cover the 7.5 against A&M. I loved Arizona State at 11.5. I still like them at 7 against Texas Tech at home. And we'll get to the primetime games now. A couple injury reports that we got to get to, some news. Let's go over to Pete Thamel's Twitter account because he had a couple interesting little nuggets here the last couple hours. So Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik, who's been a major disappointment this year. He's got that ankle injury. He's questionable for the game against SMU. He started 34 straight games. We'll see. They're pessimistic, I guess, that he's going to be out there today. He's been a little bit of a disappointment anyway. We'll see if Cade Klubnik does play today. Moving on, Duke's linebacker position, which has been all beat up. They're going to get a little bit healthier today, which I love because I do love Duke today. Trey Freeman and Kendall Johnson are both expected to be game-time decisions against number 12 Georgia Tech, but there's optimism that they'll both be able to go. They're going to test it out today in warm-ups. Moving on, Desmond Reed is going to be a game-time decision, all-purpose running back for Pitt. Expected to warm up. There's optimism he'll be able to play. He did come back last week, but he's dealing with a lower body injury. Against Florida State, had 8 grabs for 155 yards, 2 touchdowns. Also ran 12 times for 45 yards. I'm a big Desmond Reed fan. Even if he's hurt and he's out there, that's a big get back for Pitt. And then Washington, who I bet against Michigan, they will get back 2 key defenders. They're going to get back Jacob Manu and Zach Durfee as well, who's been dealing with an upper body injury. That from Pete Thamel. So feeling pretty good about those get backs for Washington. And then for LSU, Whit Weeks, this comes 35 minutes ago. Somehow I missed this. I figured he was going to be out, but he was doubtful. Now he's officially out today against Vandy. I don't have a play in that game, but I still lean LSU in that spot. I just feel like Vandy is a little bit too trendy. All right, let's go back to the odds screen here. And we left off with Florida taking on Mississippi State. Didn't bet this game, but if I were to, I would bet Florida. I think Billy Napier is coaching for his job today. Moving on, 6:30 p.m. kickoff Eastern time. Virginia opened as a 19.5-point favorite. I like this Virginia team. I need 2 more wins for them to go over the win total, 6.5 that I bet before the year. They're now 16.5-point favorites against Washington State. Washington State takes some money. I disagree with that move. Give me Virginia. I'll bet this right now. Minus 16.5 at home against Washington State. Total in the game, 55.5. I do like Virginia. Oregon, looking for a bounce back game today. They open as a 16.5-point favorite. They take some money out to 17.5. Total in the game, take some money to the over, which I agree with. Washington. Rutgers offense is very efficient. So is Washington's. But they don't play a whole lot of defense. Oregon, I think, has a big bounce back today on the offensive side of the ball. I think Dante Moore is going to have a solid game against this Rutgers secondary. 17.5 is a big number. I would lean Oregon, but I'm going to stay away. If I were to do anything in this game, which I'm not going to, it would be a bet on the total. But I didn't get on the open at 59.5. I don't want to bet a bad number at 61.5. So nothing there for me. Georgia Southern opens as a 6-point favorite. They're out to 6.5. So they take a little bit of money today against Georgia State. Total in the game takes money to the over. We open at 58.5, minus 110. Now sitting everywhere, 60.5. Nothing there for me. Hawaii on the road tonight opens as a 1.5-point favorite on the look ahead. Solid season so far for Timmy Chang and Hawaii. They're 5-2 this year, but Colorado State takes money, and I agree with that move. Colorado State now a 2.5-point favorite. No bet for me. If I were to bet the game, I would bet Colorado State. I like Hawaii on the island, but not so much on the road here. Total takes some money to the over, 53.5 to 54.5. I actually kind of like the under, but did not bet it. UCLA, they're hot right now. Nico Imaliava playing much better ball. 2 straight wins. One of them over Penn State is 3 touchdown dogs. Today, though, they're 3-point favorites over Maryland. Maryland on the look ahead was a 1.5-point favorite. Now they're 3-point dogs. I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm staying away. I don't know that I want to fade this UCLA team right now. They're playing with house money and they're at home. Granted, nobody cares or will be there. Total in the game, 52.5. Penn State, it's gotten so bad for Penn State. They're 3-point dogs today against Iowa. No James Franklin, no Drew Aller. Kind of like Penn State, +3. I cannot bet them again, though, for the 3rd straight week. So no play for me. Total takes some money to the over, which I agree with. It goes from 38.5 to 40.5. I think they open up the offensive playbook today with their backup quarterback. Texas opens as a 13.5-point favorite. They're down to 12.5. I like Kentucky in this game, catching 12.5. The total in the game is 43.5. I was on Texas last week. It was one of my favorite bets against Oklahoma. But again, it was more of a fade against Oklahoma because John Mateer has a broken hand and just had hand surgery. Arch Manning, granted, played a little bit better. Still outside the top 100 in like every single passing metric. In fact, if you look right now, Arch is 91st in adjusted completion percentage. He has more turnover-worthy plays with 11 than he does with big-time throws with 10. Does have a 12-5 touchdown to interception ratio, but if you take away that blowout win over Sam Houston, who's the worst team in college football, Texas has only averaged 21.8 offensive points, even with all that talent. So I don't know that they score enough against this Kentucky defense to cover 2 touchdowns. So right now, even at 12.5, you could have had 13.5. I'll bet Kentucky. Moving down, we got Pittsburgh. I already talked about that game. They're 9.5-point favorites against Syracuse. No play for me. Syracuse actually took some money from 10.5 down to 9.5. Total sitting there right now at 54.5. Two of the games of the night we got to get to, maybe 3 of them. USC, they're a 10.5-point dog on the road now against Notre Dame. Man, I actually like the over in this game, 59.5. USC's pass defense has really struggled. I think CJ Carr is going to throw for about 250 to 300 yards in this game. And I think USC is going to be able to score some points here as well. Now that we're at 10.5, I think Notre Dame wins this game. But man, this is a big number. 10.5 with this USC team. Tempted to take it. Instead, I'm going to bet the over here actually at 59.5. Mekhi Lemon, I think he's the best receiver in college football. Jeremiah Smith's a stud, but right now, Mekhi Leonard, he has 682 receiving yards, leads the Power 4. He has 332 yards after the catch. He has 15 forced missed tackles. He is just insane. And you could say, okay, well, Notre Dame matches up well because they have Leonard Moore, the best corner in college football. He has a 90.3 coverage grade. The problem is, though, Moore plays primarily on the outside. And Notre Dame's slot corners are really struggling. Devontae Smith has only played in 3 games. He's got a right calf injury. And Golden and Hobbs have really struggled. Both of them have a coverage grade below 55. So I think USC scores enough points to maybe keep this game competitive, but I'm a Notre Dame fan, and I'm going to be selfish here and not bet against my team. Give me the over, though. It went from 61.5 down to 59.5. I think we get at least 60 points in this game, so I'll go over. Tennessee is a 9.5-point dog in this game. Maybe I'm on the public side here. I love this Alabama team. But, man, 4 straight top 20 wins. Ty Simpson's one of the best quarterbacks in the country, especially when he's protected, when he's kept clean. Tennessee has one of the best pass rushes in the nation, though. I think they get enough pressure to keep this game close. Meanwhile, for Tennessee, Joey Aguilar has been awesome from clean pockets. Alabama struggling to get pressure right now, outside the top 75. So I think he makes enough plays to keep this game competitive. I'll take the points today with Tennessee plus 9.5. And then in a game that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, I'll go with Auburn plus 1.5 against Missouri. Total in the game, 43.5. I think Auburn makes enough plays on the ground, even against a good Missouri run defense, to keep this game close and maybe even win it outright. Jackson Arnold has been a disaster in the pocket throwing the football. He's decent when he's making plays with his legs. But again, I think Auburn makes enough plays to pull off the upset, the slight upset today. And then Utah BYU, maybe the biggest holy war ever. I'm going under 49.5, and I'll bet BYU at home catching 3.5. I hate fading this Utah team, but they're not at home at Rice-Eccles. I'll roll with BYU. I've been really impressed. Even with Bachmeier being a true freshman quarterback, I think they keep this game within a field goal, but I love the under. That's my big bet here, under 49.5. So again, rounding out the plays today, under 49.5, Utah, BYU. I'm going with Auburn, plus 1.5 against Missouri at home. Big game. If they lose that, that's their 4th loss of the season. They spent a lot of money on that roster. I'm going to go with the over in Notre Dame USC, over 59. I'll take Tennessee to cover the 9.5 against Bama. Give me Kentucky to cover 12.5 against Texas. Give me Arizona State. I bet 11.5. Still like it at 7 against Texas Tech. Arkansas catching 7.5 against A&M. I will take the points with the Badgers. As gross as it is, 24.5 against Ohio State. Love Georgia today, laying 7 against Ole Miss. I like Old Dominion catching 2.5 on the road against JMU. I bet South Carolina plus 5.5 against Oklahoma. Love Duke on the money line, my favorite play, maybe of the day. And then Washington catching 5.5 against Michigan. We only got a couple minutes before we wrap up the show. David Dykstra, though, producing the show, he said during the commercial break, we're going H to H, head-to-head on some of these. Which ones do you disagree with? Which ones am I losing today? I got 13 bets, way too many.
Well, I'm against you on Ole Miss. I also like Texas Tech. They are one of 2 teams ranked in the top 10 in both offense and defense. So those are 2 of them. My favorite play of the weekend, though, I'm riding that UCLA train until it falls off the tracks. Minus 2.5, an East Coast team going to the West Coast. It just makes too much sense to take UCLA.
All right, so there you go. Double D's picks for the day. I would go again with, if you had to do best bets, what's your lock? Which people ask me that. No such thing as lock. Maybe if there were, I'd be living on a beach somewhere, not hosting a show in my bedroom at 9 a.m. Let's go with Duke on the money line. And then I love Georgia. I'll go against Lane Kiffin. I love them, but Duke and Georgia for me today. We're back next Saturday, tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
From kickoff to final whistle, your Saturday mornings belong to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
The Infinity Sports Network, the BetMGM Network, Alex Gold and Grant Paulson. Thursday night football almost never delivers the goods in the way that it did just 2 short days ago. Joe Flacco, days into his Bengals tenure, lights up the Pittsburgh Steelers, throws for 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. Outduels Aaron Rodgers on a day where Rodgers threw 4 tutties and was really good in the game, turned it over a couple of times. And the Bengals get a monster win over the Steelers for the moment to save their season. With each loss, it feels like, okay, the hole's getting too big to dig out of. This was one of those wins where you stop the bleeding a little bit and you could start dreaming, if you're a Bengals fan, on the possibilities of, okay, if you could look that competitive, if you can move the ball and score like that, if you could beat Pittsburgh. I don't know how much of that gold was Thursday Night Football quirkiness, and that's maybe the debate to have now. But all of a sudden, the season could be back on for them. They basically have to stay postseason wild card relevant long enough for the possibility of a Joe Burrow return in early to mid-December.
Right. No, they had to have that on Thursday, and it was a huge win. It keeps the door cracked open for them. And I think their goal is, can they get to at least 7 wins by December 14th, which is a game against the Ravens, and that's the thought of when Joe Burrow could come back if all continues to go well with his rehab from that serious turf toe surgery that he had. If they get to 7, then I think they would have 3 or 4 games left. And of course, they're hoping that Joe Burrow can lead them to 3 big wins down the stretch of the season. They had to have that one. I still watch them play and say, all right, Joe Flacco was awesome. And maybe he's capable of a couple more of those type of performances, get the ball to Jamar Chase. And I don't know what Pittsburgh was doing. But I still think their defense is problematic, Grant. And so while they have a chance to win a lot of their games coming up, you say, oh, yeah, they could win that game. They also, I could say, well, they could very easily lose it. So, for example, they have the Jets and Bears coming up. Look, we'll see what the Jets do against Carolina, but most people will think the Bengals will beat the Jets. Okay. But with the Bengals defense right now, like the Bears game is in the past with Joe Burrow, you would say, oh, they're going to beat Chicago. You still can't say that going in any of these games. Like, they have a chance to beat these teams, but they are not like some juggernaut against Chicago in 2 weeks or anything like that, because their defense still allowed 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers to put up, 30 points or 31 points on Thursday night, including a 58-yard touchdown with Pat Freiermuth late. I mean, Trey Hendrickson didn't play in that game, but they have no pass rush. So that would be my only hesitation. I think it says way more about Pittsburgh, Grant. I don't know where you're at. I mean, they're the favorites to win the AFC North, but to me, it is kind of same old Pittsburgh Steelers, going to make the playoffs, probably going to win the division. Rodgers did play well, other than the 2 mistakes that he made, but their defense is not the same. Their defense is a problem for them. I don't know what they were doing against Jamar Chase. As great as he is, there were plenty of times where you would have caught a few passes. Nobody was near him. So I don't know what's going on with that defense. It's a concern. They're going to be a 10 or 11 win team, and they're going to probably be a 4 seed. In my opinion, and they're going to lose their opening round game to whoever the 5 seed is. That's how I think this is all playing out again.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. It's a very average defense statistically, 18th in yards per play. They're actually 28th in yards per game allowed, which is kind of how the NFL does their rankings. I just think it's a flawed metric, but they're 19th against the run. They're 16th against the pass. They're 31st in how often they're giving up first downs, and meaning, they don't get off the field. Time of possession is a problem, and it's partially the defense's fault, not the offense's. So there's a lot of things they have to clean up. And I thought in that game specifically, they were bad defensively. As you said, with the Jamar Chase analysis, 20-plus targets and 16 catches. Like, what are you doing? At some point, let's jam him at the line of scrimmage. Let's double him and make somebody else beat you. And if T. Higgins ends up making some plays, so be it. But they were willing, it seemed like, to just pick the poison that was the best player on the field. I don't really know what that philosophy was from Tomlin and company. But yeah, I viewed that game more as an indictment of Pittsburgh and their flaws and their limitations than an endorsement of the Bengals. Now, I will also say this. I find Thursday night games to be somewhat fluky. I find Thursday night games to also not be overly revealing. We have had I don't remember 2 weeks ago who it was, but we've had 3 straight upsets that are significant upsets on Thursday night football, including the Patriots and the Bills, now the Bengals and the Steelers. Like this quick turnaround, everybody's banged up. You're not getting any practice time. Strange things happen on Thursday night. And I'm at a point now where I don't know if I'm going to even bet these games for a couple of weeks. I need to take a couple Thursday nights off because whatever should happen doesn't seem to. Having said that, when I looked at the Bengals number after this game to win the division at plus 450, I thought that was insane. They're 3-4. They've won once in their last 5 games. Their quarterback is Joe Flacco. They've got a bad defense, and Trey Hendrickson's not healthy. Plus 450, I thought it should be twice as long as that. But really what I got to thinking about and what I realized as I looked at it more, this is just an indictment on the other teams. The Ravens have been terrible. They are bad defensively. They're 1-5. I think Baltimore is actually going to get right here. If you look at how soft their schedule is, pull up their schedule. They're about to rip off some wins, I think. They get Lamar Jackson back here soon. And so at plus 135, they could be back in the mix, as crazy as that sounds. Now, they have no margin for error, but at 1-5, they're going to have to roll some wins. And then the Steelers, who are the team with the resume, they should be the favorites at about even money right now at plus 120. They are 4-2. They've got the cushion. But what a blown opportunity. And as we just said, it's not like their defense is great. They've got an old injury-prone quarterback. What happens if Rodgers misses time? They've got a receiver who makes plays in DK Metcalf. I don't know, man. There's not a team in this division that's impressive to me. So that's how the Bengals aren't left for dead yet, because the Steelers and the Ravens are both really, really flawed.
Right, and it feels like 10 wins gets this thing done. And so if you're saying the division winner, or at least I'm saying the division winner is a 10-win team, well then, yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to be eliminated all that early on in the season. If we think you only got to get to 10, you're going to be mathematically alive really up until maybe the final week, I think you're right. It was a missed opportunity because Pittsburgh would have had a 4-game lead on Cincinnati, or 4-game lead, on Baltimore. They would have had a 3.5-game lead or something like that on Cincinnati. I mean, the division would have been over. It would have been over. But instead, this is now going to be something the Steelers are going to have to grind out. I think you're right about their weapons offensively. They have to go find another receiver at the deadline to go with DK Metcalf to help out a little bit. I did think there were some positives offensively for them. They started to utilize the tight ends more. To me, that's with Arthur Smith what they have to do, not just Freiermuth, who's their top tight end, but you saw Darnell Washington get some more work. The Thursday night thing with Pittsburgh, yeah, I don't want to overact like they all stink, but at the same time, Mike Tomlin just has an issue on Thursday nights. I don't know what it is. As great of a head coach as he is, this is not just like a short-term trend. Going in, it was something that people in the betting world were talking about with Cincinnati being 5.5-point underdogs. Mike Tomlin, not only as a favorite of 4 or more points, is 13-26-1, but he hadn't won a road Thursday night game since 2016. He just, I don't know if they're not prepared. I don't know what it is. Road Thursday games, the Steelers struggling. Whether it's Aaron Rodgers, whether it's Justin Fields or Mason Rudolph, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that trend certainly continued. I'm just looking at their receiver position. So DK has a team high in targets and catches, as you'd expect. But really for him, the big deal is the explosive plays, right? He's got 22 catches. Kenneth Gainwell out of the backfield has 21. Jonnu Smith has 20. And yet it's DK who's got, over 200 more yards than anybody else, averaging 18.5 per catch. He had the 80-yard catch and run that helps those numbers against Minnesota and London. But he's also scored a team high 4 touchdowns. Nobody else has more than 2. But if you look at it, otherwise it's backs and tight ends. Jonnu Smith, 26 targets. Kenneth Gainwell, 24 targets. Jalen Warren, a running back, 19 targets. Pat Freiermuth, a tight end, 17 targets. And as great a game as he had the big 68-yard touchdown to take the lead in the final minute and a half or so. I mean, he is very much a limited kind of catch and fall tight end, right? He's a blocking, what you see is what you get. Where he catches the ball is about where he's getting tackled. This is not a weapon. So, if you're looking for that, I guess it'd be more of a Jonnu Smith thing. But if you're looking for another wide receiver doing anything for them, Calvin Austin's 10 catches through 4 games, 139 yards, hadn't even played all their games and been fully healthy. or Roman Wilson, who stepped up a little bit with a couple catches the other night. He's got 5 targets all year. Those are their second and third receivers. I mean, the fall off from Metcalf to everybody else might be the biggest of any receiver room in the league.
I think so. There'll be plenty of names as we get close to the November 2nd, I think it is, trade deadline. So we're not that far off. Jacoby Myers is a name that everybody's keeping an eye on with the Raiders, who basically is not showing up anymore. He's questionable for their game against Kansas City tomorrow. So Jacoby Myers will be a name that comes up quite a bit, and then we'll have to see what other names are available. I think they'll need to go out and make a trade. The AFC North, we got the odds up if you're watching on Twitch. And you mentioned over at BetMGM the Steelers plus 120, Ravens plus 135, and you think the Ravens maybe could get going. I agree. I think they will improve. What's fascinating about the conversation is I don't know if the Ravens are going to get to the win total that's necessary to make the playoffs, but I'll say this still, they are the biggest threat if they get there, right? Like the Steelers, to me, are not a Super Bowl threat. I don't care if they win the division. They're not a Super Bowl threat. They're not. They're not in the same grouping of a team like Buffalo with Josh Allen, Kansas City with Mahomes, heck, maybe even the Colts with Daniel Jones. But the say it out loud test, I'm talking about names like Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, when I'm also thinking about Josh Allen, Mahomes, and still maybe Lamar getting there. Like, to me, we can have the conversation about getting the postseason, but actual AFC threats, Super Bowl contenders, I think we're in the same grouping as we've had for a few years, minus Lamar if he doesn't get there. To me, it's an Allen and Mahomes deal. I just can't say it out loud and make sense to say, Daniel Jones and the Colts, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, they're heading to an AFC title game. No, they're not.
Yeah, I like the idea of the say it out loud test. I had not heard that, and that's cool phraseology. I mean, it works probably about 80% of the time. There are years where the say it out loud test on Trent Dilfer, a Rex Grossman-led Bears team that got to a Super Bowl, didn't happen, right? So you got to leave that 20-25% open for possibilities or whatever. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's going to be different now. Where we've always kind of viewed football a little bit differently is, it's not a swimming match between Patrick Mahomes and Daniel Jones, right? The Colts are a pretty damn good operation. They've got a good defense. They've got a good running game. It's not like Daniel Jones has to take on 53 guys by himself with a lightsaber. So, Indianapolis could absolutely beat Kansas City on the right day in the postseason if they're playing like they are right now.
Yeah, they played a couple weeks.
Yeah, exactly. It should be a good football game. I'm sure the betting line will be pretty comparable. Where's that game at?
It's in Kansas City, yeah.
Yeah. So, that'll be telling. That'll be interesting. But regardless, I guess my point would be, I look at that North, and Baltimore is intriguing because of the upcoming schedule, but they have made it so hard on themselves. I mean, it's not, even 2-4, which would be a terrible start to the year, the math would be so much easier. You would have a little bit of margin for error. You could go 8-3 the rest of the way and get to 10 wins. They have to rip off a 9-2 stretch to get to 10-7. And then you're just hoping that 10-7 is enough and Pittsburgh doesn't get to 11 wins or something like that with a 4-2 start. But yeah, looking at the Ravens just quickly, they get Lamar back, presumably coming out of a bye. They don't play this weekend, much well-timed, needed. So then you've got the Bears, which is a tough game. You could lose that game. But let's say they find a way to beat the Bears out of a bye, extra rest at home, which should be very doable. I think they'll be probably slight underdogs or even, could be favored with an extra week to prepare. I don't know, in that game. Then you're at Miami. They should win that game. At Minnesota is difficult, but for the sake of the conversation, let's say McCarthy's back. They find a way to win. Now you've ripped off 3 in a row. Then you've got a really soft portion of the schedule here with Cleveland, the Jets, and the Bengals. I mean, if they go 5-1 in that stretch, now I've got them back to 6-6 for a stretch run, head-to-head with Pittsburgh multiple times. Another game against the Bengals, not sure if Burrow's back or not. New England and Green Bay is difficult. I have a hard time saying they're only going to lose 2 games, especially with the worst defense in the league. I would say they're not going to. But at least you can see what I mean, where the schedule coming out of the bye, if they can get their act together on offense with Lamar, they could start to put some wins in the bank and at least make things interesting come the end of November.
Yeah, the last part is what it is. I think they will make it interesting. I don't think they got enough to ultimately get there because you said it. The defense, this is more than just Lamar being hurt. This is a bad defense. It's a liability defensively. I would hope during the bye week they also, from a coaching staff perspective, recognize how much more they have to lean on Derrick Henry. Even though Lamar is sensational, a 2-time MVP award winner, they have to lean on Derrick Henry more. I was looking at BetMGM odds to make the playoffs. Yes, plus 105, so basically even money to get in the dance. No is minus 125. I know we look at a minus 125 bet. It's not one we want to make. I would still make that. It's not even juiced enough to where I would shy away. I still think at minus 125, I'm getting some pretty good value, because if they go and rattle off a couple here in a row, let's say they win 4 in a row, all of a sudden no is going to be minus 200 or minus 250, and I won't even be able to bet on it. I still don't think they get there. I think they're like a 9-win team when it's all said and done.
Which is still a pretty incredible accomplishment after their start to the season. You're talking about an 8-3 finish to the year. I think that's probably most realistic. And that's with keeping Lamar healthy, him playing better ball because he wasn't playing that well, and their defense improving. I mean, a lot still has to happen even to get to that marker, probably. But yeah, it's not like they started 0-2 or 0-3. I mean, 1-5 does you in almost every single year. The reason why mathematically it's almost impossible to make the playoffs. All right, we'll get you some quick baseball bets next. We'll get back into the college slate as well on Countdown 2.
BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold. Back in just a moment.
and counting down to college football. We're about an hour and 20 minutes away from the kickoff of the first of 3 pretty epic SEC games today in a triple header in the conference that could be huge in determining some positioning for the college football playoff. If you like good SEC matchups, today's your day. Running through them, number 5 Ole Miss, number 9 Georgia, 3:30 East time on ABC. Last year, Georgia muscled up in a SEC title winning season. They got to go through Ole Miss today as a number 9 seed now, or number 9 ranked team against a 5th ranked Ole Miss club that's coming off of a win that for a couple of quarters it looked like they weren't going to get. Number 11 Tennessee, number 6 Alabama tonight, 7:30 East time. Another outstanding game in the SEC, and wins over Georgia and Missouri. Alabama's post-game win expectancy was under 30% in those games. And then you've got LSU and Vanderbilt to kick things off at noon. We almost never get a game like this in the SEC, right in the 12 o'clock window, Gold. But the Tigers with that great defense, Vanderbilt, number 17 in the country, noon on ABC. LSU's defense has been outstanding. Their offense has struggled. If you look at it, Vanderbilt, in their last 6 games now on their schedule, they're projected right now in look-ahead lines to have 5 lines within 6 points. So they're going to be playing these types of really close games where they're favored by just a couple of points today, down the stretch over and over again. But if you like the SEC, today's your day.
Great slate. Yeah, my favorite game we can get to in a little bit, that Tennessee-Alabama game. I'm so excited for that a little bit later on in the evening window. But you're right, we get a great one to kick us off there in Nashville with Vandy. And I think Diego Pavia is going to outduel Garrett Nussmeier. I'm about to say Gardner Minshew. Garrett Nussmeier, who's not healthy. We know we've had a couple guests on the last few weeks talking about this basic core muscle injury of some sort that they haven't fully disclosed. He's, of course, someone that could end up being one of the top picks in the draft, but he's not 100% right here. They are going to have to lean on that defense. I'll go with the home team in this spot. If I have to make a bet, it's not my favorite college football bet of the day, although I think this could be a very close game. I like Vandy minus 1.5 in this spot at home. I think overall, to me, they have been tested this year as well. They've had to go on the road and play Alabama. I know they did not win, but they've gone on the road. This is not like the first big game of the year for Vandy against a top 10 team or top 15 team. So I like Diego Pavia to actually be the better quarterback today in Nashville.
Yeah, Vandy won its first 5 games by an average of 32 points. You go back to that Alabama game where things got sideways on them. They just killed themselves in the red zone, man. I mean, they moved the football, but they had major red zone problems. Diego Pavia is a special piece. There's no doubt the offense moves with him, and he's going to run the football. He's going to make some big-time throws. Running backs are talented. They average 7.5 yards per carry with Cedric Alexander and a cavalcade of backs that they'll give the ball to. He leads the way. But the problem for them is going to be this LSU defense. It's funny, Brian Kelly has had a great offense and a bad defense pretty much since he showed up on campus. And this year, he has an exceptional defense. They've allowed more than 10 points just one time. Pass coverage is rated among the best in football. Run defense is right at the top. And they have a bad offense. It's like they can't quite figure out how to have both at the same time. It's the inverse. I hope and think for them that as Nussmeier maybe gets a little healthier and figures it out, that this offense will improve, because I came into the season thinking, that's a first-round pick. That's a pro quarterback. He's going to go in the first half of the first round, could be a top 10, top 12 guy. He just has not played at that level. And I do happen to think a lot of it is health, but it doesn't really matter how we got here. He's just not making big enough plays. And so I'm with you. You go into a game like this, and if the quarterback play is going to determine it, you got more confidence in Pavia, the dual threat, making the plays.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'll lean with Vandy here. Huge game, of course, in the SEC. I don't know if you agree with me that the second game that I'm really excited about, it's another, top 10 matchup, Ole Miss at Georgia. That one gets going at 3:30 Eastern this afternoon. And I think Ole Miss can hang here against the Bulldogs. I don't know if they got enough to go down to Athens and pull off the upset. But offensively, we know what a Lane Kiffin offense is capable of. We've talked about Trinidad Chambliss a few times on this show. He's been inconsistent, I think is a fair way to describe his play. He also has flashed, though, and looked really great in some spots. I like them to cover in this game. I don't think they can pull out an outright win here. But this will be a game in which Ole Miss in the fourth quarter is right there. I think, down 7, down 10, and you're kind of in that spot trying to see if they can't make a little push there. I don't think Georgia has the offense to run away from an Ole Miss offense that could put up some points. You see that high total over at BetMGM, 57.5. The expectation is that Ole Miss and Georgia are going to be able to put up some points in this particular spot.
Yeah, last time these two teams played, you remember, it was with Georgia winning the SEC a year ago. Ole Miss got the better of them, and it kind of came easier than it should have. It was an 18-point win. It was the Dogs' worst loss since 2019. Georgia started really slow in the game, and it never really got its footing. I like Ole Miss catching points. I actually don't necessarily think the line makes a lot of sense today. So if you're looking at it, number 5 Ole Miss is +7. The total's 57.5. You can get Georgia on the money line at -275 or Ole Miss on the money line with more value at +220. If you like them to pull off an upset, Gold, you're getting exceptional value today. I think the play is probably to throw them +7 on a parlay with another game or two. But I do with you. I think Ole Miss keeps this game close. What I'm really interested in is, when Georgia has the football, if you look at their run game, they are 79th offensively in kind of running the football. Ole Miss is 106th. They have had some problems against some really good defenses. I don't know if Ole Miss's defense is good enough to just shove it on them and stop the run. Yards per dropback, Ole Miss defensively ranks 36th, much better against the pass. Georgia offense is 59th. Where Georgia's got a strength, clearly, is defensively. They're going to do some really good things. They're number 6 at stopping the run, yards per carry. Ole Miss is 63rd at running the ball. So I think Ole Miss is going to have to spread them out, throw the football. They're number 5 in the nation, yards per dropback, against a number 64 defense from Georgia. That's where they're going to have to open things up. Throw to set up the run, make some big plays in the passing game.
For Georgia, their defense has found another gear in the second half of games. So this is, it's cliche. We always say, it's important for them to get off to a good start if you're Ole Miss. You're the underdog on the road. Like, no kidding. But I really think it matters in this spot because Georgia against Alabama and Auburn, they've been able to have shutout second half performances. So Ole Miss, you got to get going early in this game is what I'm saying. Like, it's more likely that Georgia defensively is going to get better during the game, not worse. At least that's the trend of this 2025 season. What I do like about a Lane Kiffin coach team this year, on one hand, you can say, I don't like they're in a lot of one-score games. Their wins are all one score. I actually kind of like that going into this spot. This is a team that's used to playing in tight games. Maybe they're not going to pull off the outright win at +220, but to be a 7-point dog here, they're used to playing in one-possession games. They actually won most of their games by one possession. So I think this will be a good one. I think Ole Miss can hang. But I'll give the win if we're doing that as a pick 'em over to the Bulldogs. But I wouldn't be betting -275. I'll tell you that.
No, I certainly wouldn't either. All right, let's go to the third of the SEC matchups today that are catching everybody's attention, and this is a fun one. So 2 top 11 teams. Number 6 Alabama's laying 9.5 points at home against Tennessee, the 11th ranked team in the country. Total in the game is 58.5. You can get Tennessee on the money line if you like an upset at +260 in this game. I don't necessarily, but I think they could hang and maybe, with that many points, keep this game close. It's interesting. I was reading a piece by ESPN's data group this week, and the Crimson Tide lose the explosiveness battle against Georgia handily. Less efficient and less explosive than Missouri as well. And yet they win both of those games. As I mentioned, when you plug in all the numbers, they had a win expectancy of sub 30% of both of those games. But it's been kind of clutch plays and, in the right moment, they've come up with the big play. That's not necessarily sustainable. But I do like what you're getting out of Ty Simpson right now, the way he's playing the quarterback position. It's never really sexy with numbers, 23 completions, couple hundred yards, 4 sacks for him when they played Missouri. But he makes big-time throws and big-time plays. They got the ball and they're driving and trying to put a game away with, a minute left, and he's getting to the first down marker. Big-time passes on 3rd and 4th and long in each of their last couple of games as well. So I like Alabama to win. I don't feel great about a cover. My play in this game actually might be, oddly enough, the over 58.5. I think this thing's going to open wide up.
the key for Alabama, can they continue to force turnovers? They don't get after the quarterback. That was the difference in their win at Mizzou last week. They were able to turn over Missouri a couple times in some crucial spots. And yes, Ty Simpson, I've moved my chips to the center of the table on the Ty Simpson Heisman conversation, Grant. He's got the second best odds to win it. To me, if they beat Tennessee, Ty Simpson will be in New York for the Heisman ceremony. Wow. I don't know if he'll win it, but if they beat, I'm all in. I invest in sports cards and stuff. I've bought up a couple more Ty Simpson cards in the last week or two as some investment pieces if he gets to New York. So I'm all in. I got a plenty invested in Ty Simpson. I think he is going to end up being a late first-round draft pick when this thing is all said and done as well. Because you're right, he makes the clutch throws. He's very smart in how he operates in offense. I like what I'm seeing. Their question is, if Aguilar doesn't turn the ball over for Tennessee today, this game's a lot closer. If they turn it over, then 8.5's in play. I don't like the 8.5 either for Alabama because that is a big number. If Aguilar protects the football, I think Tennessee can hang at least within covering this game at 8.5. But I'm a big fan of Ty Simpson, and I think Alabama gets past Tennessee. They got a bunch of other tough games, but they'll have the wiggle room where Alabama, to me, will end up in the college football playoff if they beat Tennessee.
Yeah, and the line has moved to 9.5 this morning. Looking at it right now live at BetMGM. Even harder for you to deal with, I'm sure. Tennessee, by the way, just really quickly, disappointing to see what's happened with that defense. They were so good last year. They're 78th in points allowed per drive this year. Now, their offense is better, so some of it is stylistic, where you add some, you got to subtract in another place maybe with how they're operating. So perhaps in the end, they're going to be just fine. They're 5-1. They're favored in every game after this, so I would say they still have a pretty strong playoff resume, regardless of what happens with Alabama today. It's Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network, Gold and Paulson. We'll give you a few baseball bets as we look ahead to the World Series. We'll get back to the NFL as we continue next with our second hour of 2.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
MGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network. Welcome back. Alongside Alex Gold, I'm Grant Paulson. So we've been doing this show together for a few years. I've only really ever been around Gold in person for a matter of minutes on Radio Row, I think one time. But that changes next weekend when I fly to Kansas City for my first ever Arrowhead Stadium experience
There we
for Monday
go.
Night Football. The Commanders and the Chiefs, and we kick it in Kansas City and eat barbecue. I hope you are preparing to wine and dine me with some of the city's finest barbecue.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I love this. This is going to be great. I'm excited for you to come to Kansas City. Yeah, barbecue, of course. That's a given. And you and your co-hosts that are coming out, barbecue for sure. For every meal, I think actually is what you guys told me you want. Every single meal. So we'll make that happen. And yeah, Arrowhead, you got to go. You got to go to Arrowhead. It's also a primetime game, which I think is perfect. There's something special, of course, about primetime games. You guys know that, no matter really where you're at in the NFL. And it's also a pretty good time of the year for you guys to come. I think it's going to be a nice classic fall football night in KC.
Now, I will say, I think a Sunday day game would have hit the spot a little more for the authentic tailgating Arrowhead experience.
True.
I wanted to walk the
True.
parking lot and smell the meats. I mean, we're going to be working right up until like driving over just in time for kickoff probably. So the whole work thing's going to get in the way of a little bit of fun for your pal. But yeah, you can't beat under the lights, prime time, getting to watch you guys all do the tomahawk chop that nobody has an issue with for some reason, while my team.
I can't see. This is why I can't wait for you to come to town, because I know we're going to get into it when you're on my show or I'm on your show on Monday. I know we're going to have a whole back and forth about this. Jealousy that now exists with what Kansas City is allowed to do. I can't wait for that conversation. This has been a 2-year conversation in the making, 3-year conversation in the making.
Just be glad that your owner wasn't a jackass, and nobody seems to care about the hypocrisy and the nonsense of everything. But, hey, let's talk some baseball for a moment. We told you earlier today that last night's Shohei Ohtani performance was perhaps the greatest in the history of the sport, and maybe one of the greatest individual athletic achievements in sports history. Kenny Ducey joins us now from the Action Network, covers Major League Baseball, to talk about some of the odds moving forward and some of the bets that might make some sense in Major League Baseball down the stretch of the postseason. Kenny, you're on Countdown 2. Thanks for a few minutes. How are you? Doing well. First off, what'd you make of Ohtani last night? He goes one hit ball into the 6th. He pitches into the 7th. He punches out 10. He hits not 1 or 2, but 3 home runs. It was the talk of the sports world all evening, all morning long.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have the greatest player in the sport go out and win a game all by himself, that's what's going to happen. I mean, it was obviously an achievement that I really don't think anyone can say enough about. I'm sure a lot of people have already said plenty, and the only player that we could dream of doing that, accomplishing a feat like that, the only thing I'll say to throw cold water on the achievement is that the Dodgers were up 3-0, and there was essentially zero pressure on LA to win this game at home and zero pressure on Shohei Ohtani. But, you know, it doesn't matter. It still came in the playoffs. But I would say that's what ultimately gives me pause before I'm like, this is the greatest performance in sports history, because there was really no need for Ohtani to do that last night. But that's what rubs salt in the wound for the Milwaukee Brewers even worse. They get to go home with their heads hung low because they really put together a terrible showing here in the NLCS.
Kenny, NLCS MVP, obviously, Shohei Ohtani. World Series MVP odds, no secret, no surprise or anything like that. We all know Shohei is the favorite to win the World Series MVP at plus 175. I actually wanted to start on that market because we don't know, of course, who the Dodgers are going to face yet. We'll talk about the Mariners and Blue Jays series in a second. But outside of Ohtani on the Dodgers, because we know they're in it, would there be a bet that's intriguing to you? Because I see a Freddie Freeman at 9-1, and I still think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't have the odds up because I haven't looked yet, considering we don't have the other team in the World Series yet.
Sure.
I obviously know so you can get some better value on if you wanted to go crazy and take someone on the Blue Jays to win World Series MVP, whatever. But I would say the guy I'm looking at is Tommy Edman. He had a big hit last night for the Dodgers. And again, I know I just said the whole thing about they're up 3-0. It's hard to read into that game, but a guy that's just going to be coming up with runners on base. He's a guy that puts the ball in play and is very good at cashing in runs. He cashed in a big run from third base to start building that lead for the Dodgers last night. And a guy who was incredibly valuable in this team last year in the postseason and also at the beginning of this season before he ultimately got hurt and missed some time. A guy that just is, not as good as Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. And, I would certainly say is going to be a justified long shot or longer shot to win the award. But I do think that he finds himself up in enough situations. I could also see maybe going with Blake Snell in this market as well, because he certainly could come out at the beginning of the World Series, throw a great game one, and then close it out later in the series. And I think really what we're seeing with the Dodgers during this postseason run is that starting pitching has been so huge, because the Dodgers bullpen, it's been well documented, but run into the ground at this point in the season. And Blake Snell going 8 innings at the beginning of this series. Shohei Ohtani last night. So there's a lot that we can love about these Dodgers starting pitchers and the performances they're putting on, because they really are making the jobs of the rest of the team quite easy, and the job of the bullpen especially.
I love the Snell idea. He's likely to pitch twice, and as you said, could get both slices of bread here, the front and the back end games of this series. So it'd be very much a recency effect thing and a narrative award. But if he comes out and throws like he did in game one of the league championship series, where he faced the minimum through 8, or, it's not going to be to that extent, but dominates over 7 or 8 innings, it's going to be the talk of the early part of this series. Edman, by the way, is 10 for 35 at the plate, hitting about 290, has a couple home runs in these playoffs, has been very good. The 30-year-old second baseman was the NLCS MVP for the Dodgers a year ago, if you remember. Tougher for me to envision that, only because everyone wants to vote the big stars and write down the names in a lineup with Freddie and Mookie and Shohei. But hey, in the NLCS a year ago, he pulled it off. We're looking ahead to what still lies ahead in Major League Baseball on Countdown 2. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, joined by Kenny Ducey today to talk about the big leagues. So we've got a Game 6 coming up with the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Series shifts back to Rogers Center in Toronto. 8:03 East time start tomorrow. And then if necessary, a Game 7 would be played the following day on Monday. Looking at series pricing in the American League right now, Mariners up a game at -325. Blue Jays are +260. How much of a chance do you give Toronto? George Springer got banged up, has a knee contusion, hasn't been ruled out. His manager, Schneider, after the game saying, hey, it's going to take a lot to keep him out of the game. He's going to have to be really, really hurt. But, man, going back home to try to win 2 in a row is a tall order. Mariners have all the momentum. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. You've got the Blue Jays putting their faith in Trey Savage here, which to me is interesting because we've hardly seen him pitch. We saw him pitch 3 times in the regular season, twice here in the playoffs, and obviously the 11 strikeouts against the Yankees were something special. He did not do quite as well against the Mariners in this series, losing Game 2. But I think ultimately that's what gives me pause with the Blue Jays in this series. I know they're going back home. I know the Mariners on the road are significantly worse. Their pitchers get significantly worse on the road. Bryce Miller, maybe we see him in this game. He has an ERA over 5 on the road. So I think that maybe the best way you play it is you play the over. The total is still relatively low. I mean, it's kind of relatively high for the postseason, but still relatively low. And again, this is a rookie pitcher that the Blue Jays is going to go to. I don't know how long he's going to stay in the game. I do know that these Mariners' arms away from home are worse, and the Blue Jays probably have something to say offensively. They've been getting the bats going so much over the last 3 games, so. There's a very good offense. I think we're probably going to see Game 7. I don't know if the Blue Jays are going to be able to pull off this series win, but I also don't know, what we're going to see out of a rookie tonight. I think maybe Savage goes 1 time through the order and they try to turn it over in an ideal scenario. So we'll see what they end up doing. But I think not all hope is lost, at least tonight for the Blue Jays, although it is kind of scary going with the rookie. But I think in the series it could be a little bit more difficult.
How do you think each of these teams would match up, against the Dodgers? I understand that the Mariners are just one win away from clinching, and so when you look from a betting perspective, the Blue Jays are plus 850. But let's just say, ignore the odds for a second here. Who do you think has a better chance of competing and maybe winning a series against the Dodgers?
I mean, I honestly think it might be the Mariners, which it sounds crazy for me to say because I don't actually think the Mariners are like that great of a baseball team, but what they do have is an equalizer in their home ballpark, and I do believe that they might have I actually haven't really thought about it, but I think they might have the home field advantage over the Dodgers, regardless of what it is. You're still getting minimum 3 games if in a best of 7 or maximum 3 games. It's 3 or 4 games, depending on if it goes 7 games. But Seattle's ballpark is a great equalizer here because it does kill the fly ball. The Dodgers obviously play a little bit smaller of a park. They do rely a little bit more on the home run. And obviously no team has really been able to throw the pitching at the Dodgers that this great Mariners staff can. I mean, the Brewers didn't really have a lot of pitching all season long, which I think really did hurt them ultimately in the NLCS. They just did not have starting pitching. You have to have starting pitching, and the Seattle Mariners certainly have starting pitching. Whether or not, I fall head over heels for their pitchers is a different story, but I think they could certainly throw out a great, really competitive starting pitching plan against the Los Angeles Dodgers, way better than the Blue Jays could, and certainly better than the Brewers could.
Yeah, and what about the lineup part of it? Toronto versus Seattle, trying to get to this Dodgers pitching staff. I mean, the Brewers are incredible offensively. They grind at bats. They get to bullpens. They were number 3 in runs scored. I think they took some heat before the series for not having enough power, and oftentimes you slug to win in the playoffs. But they couldn't even really do Brewers ball stuff because the Dodgers pitching, which just came off of a September where they had the best average against in the history of the sport, 175, I think, for an entire month as a staff. They've been that good. And then they throw Snell, who was great. Yamamoto goes the distance. Glasnow was very solid. And then Shohei did the incredible thing last night. Like, which of those lineups do you think has a better chance to actually dent the scoreboard? How do you get to this Dodgers staff? Since they got everybody healthy, nobody scored on them.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't know. You'd think the Blue Jays on paper, but, I mean, you saw the Blue Jays get mowed down by Logan Gilbert in this series, and I think ultimately, we're at a point in the season, and, these pitchers do turn it on. I'm not quite sure anybody will be able to touch the Yamamoto, Snell, Glasnow, Ohtani, front end look for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But, I mean, you'd have to think maybe the Blue Jays, just because they have a lot of variety in their lineup, lefties and righties. But, plenty of competent right-handed bats. I mean, Alejandro Kirk has been pretty good. I mean, Springer, we'll see if he's healthy. But, they do have a lot of ways to hurt you. Ernie Clement as well has been unbelievable this postseason. So, I mean, I definitely like their lineup better than the Mariners, but the question is, does it really matter? I don't know if it matters with the arms that the Dodgers are going to be able to throw, and also you've seen twice in this series, or 3 times, I should say, the Blue Jays lineup get quieted down by a Seattle Mariners pitching staff that's been really good. So I don't know what to make of that, but I would certainly say the Blue Jays have a better lineup than the Mariners. I think that's pretty undisputed.
Kenny, we appreciate you. Thank you for the time. We will catch up hopefully shortly after the World Series at some point. Be good.
Hey, great talking ball with you. Have a good one.
You got it. There's Kenny Ducey, betting expert for the Action Network on Major League Baseball. Again, the World Series odds right now. Dodgers minus 210, Mariners plus 225, and the Blue Jays, if you think they're going to come back with back-to-back wins in the ALCS, win in 7, all of a sudden, now you got great odds on them at 8.5 to 1 going into the World Series with that lineup. But I think he's on to something. I just don't see anybody getting to this Dodgers rotation consistently enough. I mean, it feels like they are inevitable at this point. Nobody's gone back-to-back, by the way, since the Yankees at the turn of the millennium. The Dodgers sure are threatening that right now.
No doubt. And we'll be able to officially, once we know the opponent, bet on, as you said, exact series result and things like that. And I'll be curious to see what the odds are. Dodgers to win in 5. Even if it's the Mariners or something like that. And obviously, as a sports fan, I would love to see a 6-game or 7-game World Series, but I'm kind of with you. Just the way the Dodgers rotation is going to line up, and I understand and respect the viewpoint from Kenny on the Mariners ballpark and how maybe that can temper down the Dodgers offense a little bit. But man, I just think, unfortunately, this is going to be a series to me. If it's against the Mariners or the Blue Jays for that matter, it's probably a Dodgers in 5.
And now you got Shohei Ohtani going, who was hitting 130 going into yesterday, and he hit the 3 home runs. Playoff struggles are over. By the way, Dodgers starting pitchers in their last 32 games, over 180 innings. So basically, talking about like a season's worth of baseball. A 1.45 ERA, a .8 WHIP, 232 strikeouts, and a 417 OPS allowed. They're a Cy Young Award winner as a rotation over the last 30-plus starts that they've made. Countdown to Golden Paulson. Let's talk MVP in the NFL next.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, back in just a moment. legendary.
That's right. We're counting down to more football. College slate today in 40 minutes at noon. We got a great SEC matchup kicking off with LSU and Vanderbilt. And the NFL will be underway this time tomorrow. We've got a rare, excellent matchup in London in the morning. Eggs and bacon and pigskin. How about exporting a real-life quality football game, Gold? We don't normally do this. 4-2 LA, the Rams. 4-2 Jacksonville, the Jaguars. Now, Puka Nacua didn't practice this week, won't play. And I was talking to somebody about this yesterday who covers the league, and it was funny. They said, well, don't count your chickens before they hatch. We've sent over some decent matchups before, and bad football broke out. Like, sometimes it just happens in London, but there's a chance that Rams-Jaguars showcases a pretty quality brand of pigskin for the people in London. We don't normally do that.
No, we all saw last week. We all saw last week in a 13-11 game or whatever the final score was, and negative yards passing and Jets football and all of that. And so this is quite the step up, I would agree, even though it stinks that Puka got injured last week, because he, as we all know, has just been sensational. But this should be a really good game. The Jags are comfortable playing in London. You know, if you're looking for like the travel edge and things like that, we know that the Jags are used to this thing by now. It's a home away from home for them. They're coming off a tough loss to Seattle, and I still have some serious questions about the Jags' bigger picture offensively. You know, they had the huge win against Kansas City, and then they have that performance against Seattle, which I think was really disappointing for a lot of people. And it spoke once again to more about some of the self-inflicted stuff on that Monday night game, I think, on the Chiefs-Jags game. But I like the Rams in this spot as long as Stafford stays healthy. I mean, you and I have talked a lot about this. If Stafford stays healthy, the Rams are one of the top 3 teams in the NFC, top 4 teams in the NFC at least, and a fringe top 5 to 7 team in the NFL. And Stafford's healthy still. So I'll stick with that for now.
I like the Rams to win the game. I'm not going to bet this game. Rams are -3, by the way. Total's 44.5. You could get the Rams on the money line at -155 if you like that. The travel part of this is kind of a mess for LA. And I'm just a big believer, I think more than most people, in days of rest and travel and that being a real factor in the National Football League. You know, if somebody played on a Thursday the previous week or is coming off a bye or, short week. I'm covering a game this week where the Commanders are going to Dallas with some injuries after playing Monday night. Now they're traveling into a Sunday. I think the Monday night game into a travel game is an under talked about thing in the NFL that I would bet you bears out in betting markets that oftentimes you're going to be worse off that week. And I just think, maybe I weight some of that more than just like who's good and who's not or who's better on paper. That having been said, the Rams should find a way to win the football game. But if I had to play, I might take Jacksonville +3, even though I like the Rams more.
Yeah, I'll say to the point about overseas, for those that like trends, to keep an eye on trends, Sean McVay has played internationally twice, or coached internationally twice, I should say. His teams are 2-0 straight up, 2-0 against the spread. They've won by a combined margin of 57-10. Now, this was a game where Jared Goff was playing. Now this is Matthew Stafford. So ironically enough, it's the first time he's got overseas with Stafford, who's been very, very good, to say the least. But just for some numbers, to put some numbers behind the international travel.
That's like a different era altogether. You're going back almost 5 years, and
for sure,
I don't know who they were playing those days. I mean, they might have been playing an 0-5 team or something. This is a pretty good Jacksonville team that turns you over 3 times a game to start the season for a month. But yeah, that's interesting to know that they've handled it well coming from California to play in London. But I actually wanted to start before we get into all of the NFL games, and we'll do that before the end of the hour, with the MVP odds and leaderboard. Suddenly, Patrick Mahomes has surged to the top of the board once again at +200. He had, I thought, an uneasy start to the year, but he was kind of a one-man wrecking crew for a bad Chiefs offense for a few weeks where he was their leading rusher. He was kind of willing them in a couple of games. I didn't think he was playing all that well as a passer, but a lot of that was dependent. Well, now you look up, the Chiefs have gotten their act together. They're surging. They get Rashee Rice back. They're back alive, not only in the West, but in the mix offensively to get back to doing some of the things that they've done at a high level. And Mahomes is right where he wants to be. Also, don't look now, but how about Drake May climbing the MVP board a little bit as well?
Yeah, look, I think it's probably a 3-horse race. I know Drake May is kind of the flavor of the month right now, and I'm pretty bullish on Drake May as well, and ultimately where he's going to be. You and I have talked a ton about Mike Vrabel and the Patriots, and they've got the easiest schedule remaining in football, so there's a great opportunity. I just find it hard to believe that Drake May is going to surpass both Baker, Josh Allen, and Mahomes. Like, it's one thing if one of those guys gets hurt, if one of them just doesn't play as well. You're telling me all three of those guys are? I just don't think Drake May can surpass all three of them. Now, maybe the odds get shorter. He's 10-1 now, and there's a chance a month from now he's 5-1. But let's just say Mahomes minus 180 is Josh Allen, plus 115 at that point, is Baker plus 200. Like, I just don't know if he can get past all three of those guys. But Drake May has been pretty darn good, to say the least. And, I'll let you interrupt there before I talk about Mahomes and Baker.
Yeah, he goes down, just to give people an idea of the board who aren't watching on Twitch right now on our video stream. So the current MVP odds in the board right now, Mahomes is 2-1, your leader after this past week. Josh Allen has fallen after back-to-back losses and a bad loss to the Falcons in primetime to plus 275. But you've got Baker Mayfield at plus 350, 3.5-1 right there as well. I actually think, frankly, he should be the front runner. Now, you're taking into account, we overuse the word narrative, but I think people know what we're talking about. Like, it's human beings voting on this thing. The back of the football card matters. Your superstardom matters. So there's a better chance, don't get me wrong, that Mahomes wins this award than Baker Mayfield. But Mayfield, a former 1-1 pick, is having this culminating incredible season. Third year with a different coordinator in a row, different play caller. And the Bucs have lost once. They've been better than the Chiefs in terms of, finishing games. And Baker's been there at the end of all of these games making plays. But that's the odds right now. It's Mahomes 2-1, Allen about 2.25-1. Baker Mayfield is plus 350. And then you've got the longer down the board, Drake May, Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, Jordan Love, all in that 15 to 18-1 range.
So I think if the award had to be voted on this weekend and it was done, Baker Mayfield would be my vote even right now for MVP. He's the MVP of the first 6 weeks, heading in now week 7 of the NFL season. But as you pointed out, this is also a season-long award. And the thought is, maybe from some, that by the end of the year, who will ultimately rise, and that's all that matters. If Baker Mayfield keeps some of these stats up, he keeps winning close games, they're also an offense that doesn't have Bucky Irving, and he's still putting up great numbers. They don't have Mike Evans, who maybe could get back here soon. They obviously now have the rookie Egbuka, who is banged up. We can go on and on and on, injury after injury, an offensive line that has been shuffled around about 6 times in 6 games. So Baker's my MVP currently. But the odds market for MVP doesn't work that way this early on in the season, and that's why Mahomes is the favorite. His last 4 games, Mahomes, 98 of 145, 1,069 yards passing, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception. And the one thing that I'll be interested to see if people keep an eye on, not only is it, do they start winning some more games? They're a 500 team right now. They've got primetime games. They got Buffalo. They got the Commanders coming up. So they're on these big stages, which, as we all know, can help or hurt you in a big way, just how quick people react to what you do in a nationally televised primetime contest, kind of how you mentioned Josh Allen, who, by the way, is plenty alive in the MVP conversation still, even though he fell off a little bit. It's by no means this thing over for Josh Allen. But I want to see, will people factor in the rushing numbers? I think, you brought it up as the beginning of the year. There's no doubt it's not how they want to run this offense in Kansas City with Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes leading the team in rushing on a weekly basis is not usually a good thing. In fact, they've lost every week, I believe, that he's led the team in rushing. So that's not what they want. But the counting stats, rushing-wise, that was so much part of the formula for Josh Allen, obviously so much part of the formula for Lamar Jackson. And so I'll be curious where the pacing is by the end of the year. But it's not just going to be about passing numbers for Mahomes for the first time. Some of these rushing numbers and rushing touchdowns, I hope people actually take a look at those as well later on in the season if he keeps it up. Because if we factor that in for Josh Allen, and it needs to be factored in for Patrick Mahomes, this is not just a passing number thing for him at this point in time. And
well, certainly,
see where this
I don't think
continues to go.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the front runner for MVP if people weren't factoring in his rushing exploits. Because like early in the season, I thought he was kind of substandard as a passer. Now, it's not his fault, by the way. I mean, he was throwing to me and you, and it wasn't going well. But like when I watched them, where I was impressed was the incredible play he'd make, like running around and diving for a first down. And like, so I would come out of those games going, damn, it's the Patrick Mahomes show. Like, he's all they got. But it wasn't because of him as a passer at all. It was because of, it was like very high school football. It was like that guy's willing his team into a game, and sometimes they won and sometimes they didn't. But that's why he's the front. It's not because of his passing numbers that he's, the front runner right now.
I would push back a little. Yeah, we can move. I know we don't go back and forth. I mean, last 4 weeks, I just gave you the numbers. I mean, I would say it is because of his passing. Like you're referencing the first 2 games of the year. I would agree with you. The last 4 weeks, though, I mean, the numbers are the numbers. I mean, he's thrown for over 1,011 touchdowns and 1 pick. So I think it is passing now, actually, for him.
Yeah. But you're taking offense to something that I'm not saying. I'm saying he's
not
getting
offense,
credit.
I'm just pointing. Just because I disagree doesn't always mean I'm offended by something.
Well, every time I say anything about the Chiefs, you get a little bit salty. That's all. But Patrick Mahomes, well, you're a Chiefs guy. I expect you to. But Patrick Mahomes' first 2 games, the credit given to him, I think, and the reason, like at that time, I had him as an MVP candidate, even though he wasn't putting up numbers, was that he was still dragging that team into the fight. That's all I'm saying. I'm being positive about Patrick Mahomes. So, for me, if it wasn't for those 2 games, I don't know that I'd have him in that conversation over Josh Allen right now or over Baker Mayfield. But because through 2 games when they weren't throwing the ball well, they were still borderline winning football games because he was like running around against the Chargers and doing some pretty impressive things. Like, I would say that was pretty impressive that he was able to pull that off with no weapons in the passing game. But yeah, I'm not suggesting he's not having a good year as a passer. He's put together numbers now. He's got 11 touchdowns, 2 picks, and 1,500 yards. I mean, he's right there with some of the better statistical QBs in the league throwing the football. Real quick on Drake May. What do you expect moving forward from him and New England? Is this a flavor of the month, kind of everything's going well for them, overreaction, which I kind of think is where we are right now? Or, like, they're going to win a lot of football games. They're favored in a lot of games. Look at their schedule. They constantly play bad teams. Is he actually going to be here in the end? Like, if we did a Heisman thing, you said something interesting earlier in the show where you're like, I think Simpson goes to New York. If we viewed it that way, where like 3 guys get to New York, would he be a bet for you to get there? Or do you think this is kind of like the ceiling of the Drake May MVP conversation?
Yeah, if 4 people are allowed, if 4 people are allowed to show up there, then yes. If it's down to 3, I think we know who the 3 are, not just because I think the odds are correct. I mean, I think Mahomes, Mayfield, and Allen will be there at the end as the quote-unquote final 3. But if you're allowed to do a final 4, I think Drake May can get there because, one, there is the narrative aspect, but also they have the easiest schedule in football. So with that, I would expect some of the numbers to continue to look pretty favorable for Drake May. My question with them will be, can they continue to get a little more explosive in the passing game? They still lack that to a certain extent. But I think that can expand as the season goes on. Josh McDaniel gets criticized as a head coach, but let's not forget, this guy has been one of the better offensive coordinators, and I think we're starting to see him and Drake May get a little more on the same page.
Well, here's the other question, too. We've talked about this a lot over the years. Can they win that division? Like, can they be better than Buffalo? If they're, 10-7, you're not an MVP candidate. If you're 12-5, whether you win the division or not, maybe you are. Like right now, this moment, because the Buffalo Bills have lost a couple games in a row and New England's got the tiebreaker, they're an AFC East leader. Can they win the division? I would say no to that. I'm just not buying them to that extent. I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Buffalo's still the better team, even though they lost head-to-head just a couple Sunday nights ago. And I still expect Buffalo in the division. You're right. We've gone through the trends of the last 15 years or so. And to win the MVP, you got to win your division. Now, we're just saying, can he be in the conversation? That's where I think he can be. I think Buffalo probably still gets to 12 wins, maybe 13. New England feels like a 10 to 11 win team, probably 11, honestly, because of the schedule. So if they get to 11 and Josh Allen wins 13 with the Bills, they're a division winner. But I think Drake May would still have, the 4th or 5th best odds for this conversation. But I want to see what happens, for Drake May in games where, like, for example, they're going to play Vrabel's old team, the Titans, coming up. Then they get the Browns, who's a very good defense. Can he put up some really impressive numbers against even a Browns defense that a lot of the top-tier quarterbacks have struggled with?
I don't think they're going to keep winning all the games they should. Like, they're going to stub their toe. But their schedule is insane. I mean, you and I talked about it before the season. The reason I had them making the playoffs as a wild card, I think their projected win total was like 7.5 or something like that. But they were favored, remember, in 11 games, I think it was, before the year started.
Yeah.
Like when you look ahead lines. And you look every week, it's like, oh, this week it's the Titans, then it's the Browns. If they just harvest their nuts, I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything in the playoffs, but if they win all the games they're supposed to win, they should get there. Like, it's pretty crazy.
I mean, other than playing the Bills one more time, the Bucks. I mean, that's that's it. Maybe the Ravens are a better team in Week 16, but like it's the Bucks and the Bills. Other than that, you're kind of like, all right, yeah, not really impressed with the schedule there.
All right, we're going to go game by game, rapid fire, go through some of the NFL matchups that catch our attention, go through some betting lines, and then we're going to give you some best bets before we get out of here as well on Countdown 2. We're getting ready for college football in 25 minutes. We got the NFL on Sunday as well. Alex Gold, Grant Paulson with you. We do it every single Saturday for 2 hours leading up to kickoff in the college slate. You're listening to BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. Your weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
State head coaching gig that's vacant. Our buddy behind the scenes, David, is a big Penn State guy who's in Chicago, Bears guy. And I had said that I'd heard rumblings that maybe Matt Eberflus was a candidate. I wanted to see his face, but then I realized I can't see his face anyway because he's down the line, so there's no visual. But hopefully he's on meet there for a second.
I'm fascinated to see. Oh, he says the Falcons guy. Okay. All right. Look, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Penn State gig. I still think, James Franklin, I understand why they moved on from him. Losses to Northwestern, UCLA in back-to-back weeks. But they were in the national semifinal a year ago, and now I wonder, all right, the coach you're getting, it could be like Nebraska firing Bo Pelini all over again, where like you would kill to be a 10-win program every year again. You got to be very careful if you're Penn State. I think a lot of people expect Matt Rule, if they offer it to him, to take it. He's a Penn State alum. He's doing a nice job at Nebraska getting them. He's a program builder, though. To me, he's not a coach that takes you over the top. That'd be my question with Matt Rule. And then we were mentioning James Franklin in Florida. If it's not Lane Kiffin, would make a lot of sense. Florida, NIL, top 50 program ranking according to 24/7 Sports. They still put them fourth in the country, Florida, even though that program hasn't been all. Now, this is just one site's article. Top 50 programs ranked by NIL efforts. Number 4, Florida. Number 3, Texas. Number 2, Texas A&M. And then number 1, of course, Oregon Ducks and all that Nike money.
I know that Penn State currently as a program, thanks to Franklin's work, is far ahead of where Florida has been. And it's been a long time since we've seen Florida as the peak of the powers, Steve Spurrier, old ball coach stuff. But that would kind of feel like failing up in a sense then, to some extent, if James Franklin just hops over to Florida and the SEC with top 5 money to spend. And by the way, that buyout, that basically that you were explaining to me how the buyout works is like whatever money he's getting from his next gig just gets deducted from all the money that Penn State owes him. But you're double dipping big time at that point. Like, it's good to be James Franklin, I guess.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, pay me $80 million to go away. We have no, you'll never hear or see from me ever again. I mean, I will say that the coolest part about this week, not that James Franklin, he did lose his job, right? Nobody, it still is a big move for his family.
And I want to say that too. He's like assistant coaches don't all get to travel with them. They don't get that buyout. Like, that's the real thing. There's dozens and dozens of families affected. So as we're making light of it, I do want to acknowledge that.
No question. Yeah, I mean, you are uprooting families. I was going to say the coolest trickle-down effect, though, has been for Indiana, I think, and Cignetti. Not only is he kicking ass there right now, but within days, Indiana, props to them, they get a new deal done with him to pay him over $11 million a year. Does this mean that he'll never leave Indiana? Of course not. We've all seen this play out before. It doesn't mean he's going to stay there forever. I know he said he's going to retire a Hoosier, and that's fine, and I'm sure right this second he believes he will. But it's cool just because that's a program that you wouldn't expect could retain a coach, but they're putting the financial backing behind that program that is as good as anybody in college football as it currently sits in the year 2025, and all this momentum, like a legit national title contending Indiana team. It's a football school now. It's not a basketball school. They haven't been relevant in basketball in a very long time. I know it's the Hoosier State and basketball and all that, but I think it's pretty cool, though, that they got a hell of a coach. And for the time being, at least it seems like I'll say at least another 3 years, he's not going anywhere. I know the contract he signed is 2033. But for him not to jump over to Penn State or someplace like that is pretty cool.
Completely agree. Yeah, they worked pretty quickly after that James Franklin firing to make sure that happened, too. Pretty interesting. But I love Cignetti. I'm from Virginia and D.C. area. My wife went to James Madison University, where he was before he went to Indiana, and we're JMU Dukes fans and go to some of their games. So this is a guy that we've been big proponents of since before Indiana. But I tweeted something during the Oregon game. What's that?
Yeah. No, you're good. Now it's poorly timed. I was going to say, so you never had to Google him. You just knew who he was.
Exactly right. Yes. Google me. I win. And people were so bothered by that comment. I thought it was funny.
Awesome. It was awesome.
By the way, it was the kind of mentality that like they needed to bring to that program, right? That's not really even who Kurt Cignetti is. If you look up his background, he's not that kind of guy. But I think he realized like there's not enough acting as if around here. He kind of always knows what buttons to push. But anyway, I tweeted something along the lines of, I love Dan Lanning at Oregon. I think he's one of the best coaches in America. Cignetti's right there. And to me, those are two of the guys on the short list on one hand that you could say are the best coaches in America. And I couldn't believe the blowback I got from people in the business and college football people that know more than me. Like Cignetti's not on that list. And I'm like, maybe it's too soon. I don't know. But I mean, what are we talking? We're not talking about his resume then. What are we basing this on? Just that he hadn't won national championships, that he hasn't been in the college football
Because he's at
playoff enough times. Like this guy, everywhere he's been turns them into a juggernaut. What JMU did shouldn't have been possible at that program. What Indiana's doing shouldn't be possible with that program. So I don't know. Like to me, I'm surprised that there's like pushback on him being one of the best 3 or 4 or 5 coaches in America right now.
It's because he's at Indiana, and people still can't, fathom where Indiana is at as a football program. They were in the college football playoff a year ago. They're going to be in it again this year, and they have a real chance to make some noise in the college football playoff. They got a Heisman favorite, or at least right up there, depending on where you look in Mendoza. I mean, they're the real deal. Is it sustainable? We're going to find out. Right now, it sure feels like it based off of the momentum that Cignetti has and everything. But I think it's just, Paul Feinbaum had the comments this week, right? Like he was saying that it's because he's not in the SEC. If Cignetti was in the SEC and doing this with Mississippi State, oh my gosh, he'd be the best coach that's ever lived. This is a lot of this is an Indiana versus SEC, and Indiana is not viewed, historically, of course, as a top tier football program. Right now, in the year 2025, they are.
Yeah, it's a good point. All right, let's run through some NFL games really quickly, some of the big games of the weekend, rapid fire here. Bears-Saints is interesting to me. So this game's in Chicago. The Bears have now ripped off 3 straight wins with a bye week, kind of sandwiched in between there. They're over 500. This is a game they got to have against New Orleans. They're 4.5-point home favorites. If they could get to 4-2, Ben Johnson's got something cooking in Chicago here.
He definitely does. I know you saw the Bears up close and personal there against the Commanders, the team you cover. And obviously the late fumble set things up there for Caleb Williams and company. But I'm a little nervous on the spread here. I think Chicago wins. This is not a game I'm betting. It's not my best bet or anything like that. I kind of think the Saints can hang with the Bears, though, a little bit. I think they're getting things going. I'm still not impressed overall with the full operation yet, to where I think they should just be winning games comfortably, they being the Chicago Bears. So I could see the Saints covering in this spot. My question for Ben Johnson is, will they finally utilize Luther Burden more? And that's where I don't know if they're willing to. They need to use him more. That to me is a guy that can take them over the top a little bit.
Let's go Dateline, Kansas City. The Chiefs have gotten right on offense. They're 3-3 hosting the Raiders. -12 favorites. You and I over the last couple of years have talked about them as big favorites. That line worries me in terms of them covering that big of a number.
Yeah, it's too big of a number. I'm not betting them -12. I do think, though, you're avoiding a letdown spot at least, because you get Rashee Rice back, and that's all they've talked about for the whole 2 off seasons is having Brown, Rice, Worthy on the field for the first time. I think the team internally is very, very excited and motivated because of that. So it's not a letdown spot because they're taking on a bad football team, but at 12 points is just too many.
Eagles are 4-2. Vikings coming off a bye, 3-2. They were in London last time out, getting a win. Eagles are laying 2 points here on the road. Total's 44. Philly doesn't have anything to really hang its hat on. They've been outscored on the season. They've been outgained in the majority of their games. They got to win this football game to kind of feel like everything's okay there. They'd be 5-2 and clear front runners in the division. If they lose and they're 4-3, there's a chance they wouldn't even be in first place come the start of next week.
Yeah, Carson Wentz is going to start for the Vikings here in this spot, and it's been a mixed bag for Wentz. That was kind of the question with J.J. McCarthy. Is he healthy? Is not going to be available? The fact that Carson Wentz is starting again, I don't know if it's pure health or it's also still some of the questions that people have about J.J. McCarthy. It's getting a little weird there for me in Minnesota. Not one of the games that I love to bet here, but I'll side with Philly if I had to.
The Indianapolis Colts are 5-1, one of the great stories of the young season in the NFL. They are in LA to take on a banged-up Chargers team at 4-4. The Chargers, I don't really get this line, so I'm staying away from this, are actually the favorites, -1.5 in this football game. I'll say this about the Colts. Everyone's talking about Daniel Jones and how good he is, and he's played his butt off, MVP candidate. Their defense is rounding into form. They're 12th against the pass. They're 8th at picking off passes. They need to do a little better job sacking the quarterback. They're 16th in that area, but they're starting to pick it up on defense prior to that Cardinals game. I still like where they are on that side of the ball.
So I like the Chargers in this game. Some of this is the continued fade the public and popular tickets where everybody says, the Colts how are they underdogs? I like the Chargers. This is just a game I think they end up winning. I don't have a ton of data to back it up, although there was some reports this week, about getting closer to getting Joe Alt back and Khalil Mack back. Quentin Johnston is going to be, it sounds like, available for this game. I just think the Chargers find a way to win this. And it's kind of, as you said, the smell test a little bit. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, them being favorites here, but I'm going to fade the Colts.
I'll roll with the Colts. The only reason I would pick the Chargers is the betting line doesn't make sense, and generally they know something more than we do. All right, lastly, one more game to highlight here. I want to go Bucs-Lions, the first of two on Monday night. Tampa Bay's 5-1, Detroit's 4-2, coming off of a really bad loss, a tough loss, I should say. The Chiefs kind of manhandled them. But Detroit suddenly trying to get right. They're 5.5-point home favorites. Tampa Bay's so injured right now. I actually like the Lions in this game, and I think they might even cover just because the Bucs are so banged up.
I'm with you. I think it's a bounce back spot for Detroit. The Lions are going to be just fine. They did not look good against Kansas City. They did get beat up there, but they still have their full complement of offensive weapons. At some point, the injuries are going to get to Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. And to me, you're playing a very, very good opponent. The only question will be the secondary of the Lions is also still a little iffy in terms of the injury front. As long as, there's no Brian Branch, as we all know, because he got suspended for the post-game stuff. So I'm kind of with you, though. I would lean towards the Detroit Lions -5.5. My favorite bet, though, real quick, you're going to think it's sick. But how about the Jets get their first win of 2025? They're 1.5-point dogs against Carolina. Give me the Jets.
Ooh. Is that a Goldie lock, or is that just a little bit of a...
It is one of my Goldilocks. It is one of my Goldilocks for the week.
Yeah, you got stones over there, Gold. Alex Gold, Grant Paulson, thanking you for checking us out on Countdown 2. We'll be back next Saturday. Enjoy the college football afternoon.
You've been listening to Countdown 2. Coming up next on the BetMGM network is Inside the Betting Lines. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Games are live, the lines are moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that, hook 'em.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
God, am I going to do it again with Temple? Probably, because I hate myself.
This is a get in, get out, take care of business sort of deal. Do I have to watch Dabo cry because they win by 1 at the end of this game?
There aren't going to be many of them that want to come back to the well and bet the Dolphins again.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser and Rob Brown here on Week 8 college football. Paul is off today, so we got our guy, Rob Brown, filling in. Should be another awesome day of college football and another awesome show here of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. There we are. I'm PJ. That is Rob. We're with you for the next 4 hours up until 4 p.m. Eastern time, talking today's slate in college football, talking tomorrow's slate in the NFL, maybe mix in a little Major League Baseball as well, Rob, because Shohei Ohtani keeps doing Shohei Ohtani things. The Mariners and Blue Jays look like that will be a 7-game series, so maybe we'll dive into that as well. A lot to get to on the show today. 3 great guests. Shannon Farron going to join us to talk some Chargers in 20 minutes. They got a big game against the Colts coming up tomorrow in L.A. Our guy Denton Day will join us at the bottom of the hour, 12:40, to talk Commanders, Cowboys, and also today's college football slate. And then Johnny Cogden will join us to wrap up the show at 3:40 for the third Saturday in October between Alabama and Tennessee. So a lot of great coming up on this show. 3 great guests, NFL, college football. Rob, since we do have 2 guests coming up here in the first hour, let's get into our favorite plays in this early window, because we have some terrific games headlined by Vanderbilt being a favorite over LSU. Vandy, 1.5-point favorite at BetMGM. The total is 48.5. Rob, you often don't see Vandy as a favorite, let alone a favorite against LSU. So I ask you, do you agree that Vandy should be favored in the game, and do you like them to win the game today in Nashville?
First off, PJ Glasser, dude, it's so good to be back on the broadcast airwaves with you, my guy. It's been way too long. Second off, who in the hell works Saturdays from noon to 4? What kind of psychopath time slot is Saturdays noon to 4? I can't believe anybody would give up like 4 years of their life to do this, but it's good to be back. You say you don't see Vandy very often as a favorite, Peach. It has been 129 Southeastern Conference games since the last time that Vanderbilt was a favorite in the conference. And here's the thing, it's the right line. I said going into the Ole Miss game, I think LSU's a bit overrated. Honestly, I put right now Garrett Nussmeier. Maybe it was the injury. We'll find out. Maybe it was the upper body torso injury that he was dealing with. But I think you can sincerely say Garrett Nussmeier deserves to be in that Cade Klubnik group of quarterbacks that just has not lived up to the billing, right? Like, this was a dude that was being looked at as potentially the number 1 overall draft pick in next year's NFL draft. And now he's not. Now he's not. Not only is he not, not only did LSU lose to Ole Miss, PJ Glasser, I made the argument that South Carolina could have absolutely beat LSU last week, but they shot themselves in their own various body parts over and over throughout that contest. I don't think LSU's there. I think you got 2 things working for you on the other hand. What's the one thing that's killed LSU so far? Mobile quarterbacks. Trinidad Chambliss did so. And even though they were getting to Lenora Sellers, he was still able to use his legs-arm combo to swirl around a little bit and keep South Carolina in the game. What's he looking against today? Diego Pavia and Clark Lee, who Mike Shula is a terrible play caller for South Carolina. I'm standing on that 10 toes in the ground with my full chest. On the flip side, Clark Lee and the boys at Vandy know how to operate the controls with Diego Pavia, and doesn't this feel like one of those Diego Pavia games? Like, he didn't get Alabama like they wanted. This feels like one of those Diego the dog kind of games. I am all over Vandy minus 1.5. Now, if you want it, because I saw it this morning hovering around minus 105, I might walk it down to the money line and take it like plus 125, 130, just give myself that one little point, by that 1.5 back. But I really do. I love Vandy because LSU has struggled with mobile quarterbacks, especially with Will Weeks out with the injury, that star linebacker. I absolutely think Vandy can get it done at the crib. I might feel a little different if this was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but it's not. Give me the Doors. Clark Lee's my favorite coach in college football, Peach, because of games like this.
Clark Lee's awesome, Rob. Vandy's got an awesome team. To your point, they hung tough with Bama. If they don't have those 2 red zone turnovers, there's a great chance that they win that game. And we kind of know what LSU is at this point, Rob, right? Like, they've played in a bunch of games against good teams. The Clemson game was 17-10, South Carolina 2010, Florida 2010. Like, that offense just is not elite. Their defense is good. But I think when you get at a game like this, where it's going to be maybe the 1st to 20, 1st to 24, it's going to be slowly played. Vandy's going to want to run the ball, chew clock. I mean, that's the kind of game that they want to play. They're coming off a bye week, Rob, which should certainly help them. So I'm with you, man. I haven't bet the game yet because I do think it's a great game to bet live. I would rather get one of these teams at a better number. I'm hoping we get like a 7.5 with one of these teams at some point, and I'd like that better than trying to pick a winner because it truly is a coin flip game, but I would lean your side as well, and I would take the Doors today at home against LSU. What about Georgia Tech, Rob? They're on the road today in Durham taking on Duke, and Duke just continues to get bet. They are now a 3.5-point favorite. One of these games where you get the unranked team favored over the ranked team. Total is 60.5. Rob, we already had some chaos last night in the ACC with Louisville shocking Miami. Do you think we get some more today with Duke against Georgia Tech? Has that number gotten to a point now where maybe you would look at Georgia Tech, or you still like Duke?
I got to tell you, I've been looking at Georgia Tech all week long. In fact, I had the illustrious Denton Day on my local show yesterday, in which I told him 2 things. Number 1, Louisville plus 13.5 because Jeff Brom, Miller Moss, I needed 250 and 2 tutties. He went 248 and 2 touchdowns. And then the other thing I said was, I'm going to need somebody to explain to me. I like Darian Mensah. I like this Duke team. It's a good team. Have y'all not been watching Georgia Tech? Have we not had eyeballs on Haynes King? Have we not seen what Brent Key is doing with this offense? Have we not seen the fact that a good, solid offensive and defensive line is the difference in the Atlantic Coast Conference right now? And have we not established that Georgia Tech, for all the talk about Haynes King and Jamal Haynes and all these stars on the outside, the fact that Brent Key, a Georgia Tech offensive lineman in his heyday, has built this team from the inside out. They're better across the O-line and D-line than they are at the quarterback spot, and nobody talks about that. And I think that this is a reactionary number for a couple of reasons. So I was looking at it at 1.5, and I'm going to keep it a buck, Peach. Like, I grabbed it Georgia Tech plus 1.5. In fact, I went ahead and grabbed Georgia Tech on the money line because I think they're winning this game. If you've been hesitant about it, grab it at the 3.5. Play the field goal, because even if Duke gets the win, I don't think it's a blowout. I think it's a field goal. It's a short 1-possession game. I didn't understand this number at Duke minus 1.5. I damn sure don't understand it at Duke minus 3.5. And I got to go look and see where the numbers are coming in this morning on BetMGM. If you're giving me Georgia Tech plus 3.5 and it's a public fade spot because everybody's been enchanted by Mensah, the $3 million NIL man, I'm going to feel great about it, buddy. Like, I am all over the Rambling Wreck today. It is my 5-star lock of the day, of the week, of the month, of the century, pal. Who have y'all not been watching the Wreck?
This number has gotten to a point now where I can't bet Duke. I was leaning towards Duke, Rob, because, I do like Brent Key better as a coach than Manny Diaz, but this Duke team, I mean, they easily could be undefeated. The Tulane loss and the Illinois loss, I mean, turnovers just killed them. And they're going up against a Georgia Tech team that, when they have struggled this season, the close win against Colorado, or they've been sloppy in a couple games, it has been because of turnovers. So, turnovers is going to decide this game. It's pretty plain and simple. I mean, these are 2 teams that are prone to turn the ball over a little bit. The line at 3.5 now, I think, has just gotten to a point where it would have to be Georgia Tech now. At Duke at 1.5, 2.5, fine. Now that you're past the field goal, Brent Key's terrific as an underdog. I would probably look at Georgia Tech, but makes me nervous, man. I think Duke is the right side of that game. The fact it's gone through the field goal, they're almost daring you now to take Georgia Tech at this number. Might be walking into a trap. So, Rob, not a game that I've bet. I'll be rooting for you for Georgia Tech. But that line is very, very stinky. Washington, a 4-point dog today in Ann Arbor taking on Michigan. Wolverines looking to bounce back after the loss to USC. Rob, we know these spots in the Big Ten, man, when you got to travel through multiple time zones, have not been kind to the road team. Do you see another one of those type of games today? Would you fade Washington, or do you like them today against Michigan?
I got to tell you, I'm kind of in this spot, in the spot that you're in with Georgia Tech Duke. Like it's a wishy-washy spot for me. I like Bryce Underwood. I think we've seen some spots where he looks like the dude. I've seen a bunch of analysts saying they like Washington on the outright money line at like plus 164. And I get it, but this is a spot where it feels like, to me, if I'm Michigan, do we kind of take the muzzle off Bryce Underwood a little bit here, right? Like, do we kind of take the leash off a little bit and be like, we saw, especially earlier in the year before Michigan was really clicking, how many times they kind of leaned back on him and allowed that athleticism to take over games. I think you go back to that here. I think you just out-athlete Washington. I like where the Huskies are, but I think Michigan's just a more athletic football team. I would like to see them go a little bit more unmuzzled. If they do, I think I could see a one-possession Michigan win, but that plus 5.5 scared me a little bit. I didn't take that. I've seen some people saying they like the Washington money line outright. I'm just not there yet. I don't think this Michigan's team is anywhere close to bad. And as much as I like where Washington is, I don't think they're in the same ballpark. I think it's a take the leash off of Bryce Underwood, let him go out athlete everybody. And if he does that, I can see Michigan going up a tutty. I can also see Sherrone Moore saying, now, we want to run a traditional offense with Bryce Underwood and let his athleticism kind of be supplemental to that, not the star of the show, which is what, say, South Carolina is doing with Lenora Sellers, and it's the reason Sellers isn't working right now for South Carolina outside of a couple of spots. I would like to see them go the opposite way, but because of the fact that I don't know that they will, Peach, I can't touch this one.
Yeah, I didn't end up betting it either, Rob. If this was a neutral site game, I'd be all over Washington because I think they're the better team. I like their quarterback, Damon Williams, better. I like their head coach, Jed Fish, better. I think Washington is the better team than Michigan. The problem is under Jed Fish, Rob, they just have not been a good road team. And again, we've seen all these trends, man, with these teams, these West Coast teams that have to go East Coast or vice versa. They just have not been good at all against the spread. So the Huskies are taking money. They were at 5.5 for a bunch of the week. They're closing right now at +4 against BetMGM. Would probably tell you that they're the right side in the game. I can't do it, Rob. I'm staying away. Michigan, they do have talent. These are the kind of games, though, when they go up against talented teams where they tend to struggle. So another nice kind of litmus test game for Michigan to see what they're at. But a game that I did not end up betting. One of my favorite bets of the day, Rob, that just kicked off. I love Central Michigan today, +3.5 against Bowling Green. Eddie George is the coach of Bowling Green. Yes, that Eddie George. And they're coming off the biggest win of the season. They upset Toledo as an 11-point dog, and they're facing a Central Michigan team who's off of a bye week. And the last time we saw them, Rob, they lost to Akron, who's one of the worst teams in college football. So it's just one of these spots where you have a Bowling Green team off of a crazy high and a big upset versus Central Michigan team that laid a dud in their last performance. Bowling Green was only a 3.5-point favorite today. So I like Central Michigan in the game plus the points. I like them outright as well. So fire up chips, baby. Let's hope they get the win today in this early window. Rob, you got about 2 minutes left. Any other games in this early window that you're on today?
Yeah, I got to tell you, if you can grab it last second, if we're in a spot where, and I know that Cade Klubnik has been going into the day for Clemson as a question mark, I am not stating this as a report. Let me be very clear. I am not saying this is factual. But the folks I have talked to in Clemson say they believe it is less likely that Cade Klubnik plays than that he does today against SMU. This feels like a spot where, with Christopher Vizina, the backup quarterback for Clemson, stepping in, I don't know if Vizina is going to work out for Dabo and fix the he forgot how to recruit or develop quarterbacks narrative that's been building. We've seen it a few times. He's like thrown 14 passes this year. The Clemson passing offense was already struggling until they played BC and UNC, two of the worst football teams in the United States. I would definitely take SMU plus the points if you can grab it. There's a part of me that is very much flirting with the SMU upset money line. But I would tell you, depending on what you get the team total at for Clemson right now, I might take the under on that because SMU's pass defense is bad. But Chris Vizina is not there as a passer to take advantage of that yet. I'm definitely going SMU on the spread if Kate Klubnik can't go. I would flirt with the money line upset on the road at Clemson as well.
Yeah, it looks like Clemson's team total today is about 30.5. They're now a 3.5-point favorite against SMU. So we will see what happens. Rob likes the under there in that game. Two guests coming up here in the next couple segments. Shannon Farron going to join us next to talk Chargers, and then Denton Day coming up in 25 minutes to talk college football. Stick with us. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we are underway. Saturday slate, week 8 here in college football. Already week 8, crazy. Vanderbilt with a great kick return out to their own 43-yard line as they are trailing LSU right now 3-0. LSU, who was a 1.5-point dog pregame, they are now a 1.5-point favorite currently in Nashville. Duke and Georgia Tech underway 4 minutes into that game. We're still scoreless in Durham. Duke, a 3.5-point favorite right now. Michigan and Washington also scoreless right now in Ann Arbor. Michigan, a 3.5-point favorite in that game. UConn just scored a touchdown to take a 7-3 lead on Boston College. They actually closed the favorite in that game today. BC had a couple of offensive linemen that were ruled out of that game. Arizona and Houston, we might be in for a shootout today in that game. Wildcats up 14-7, and the live total right now, 64.5. They're midway through the first quarter. Baylor and TCU scoreless right now. Army Tulane scoreless. Bowling Green up 3-0 on Central Michigan, and Miami, Ohio up 7-0 on Eastern Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on those games. Rob, one of the early games we did not talk about, which kicks off in about 20 minutes in your neck of the woods, number 14 Oklahoma at South Carolina. I took the Gamecocks today plus 5.5. I just think this is going to be ugly. It's going to be low scoring. If you're giving me that many points with a good defense at home, I'm going to take it. And also, how can you not want to fade John Mateer after what you saw last week? Rob, I think Brett Venables and OU screwed up big time trying to rush him back for Red River. Not only do you lose the game, Rob, but it kind of feels like we all would have given Oklahoma a pass had they would have lost and he didn't play, right? I mean, that's what we love to do in this era where, the starting quarterback wasn't in, so we didn't get to see Oklahoma at full strength. Well, we did see them with their starting quarterback. He looked terrible. They didn't look any good. And, I mean, with this schedule that Oklahoma has coming up, they still have to play Bama. They still have to play LSU. I mean, they got a bunch of big games still to come up. I thought that was a bad decision. And, Rob, it might multiply today. I think the Sooners are on upset alert. So I do like South Carolina plus the points, and I definitely think they're alive in the game today. What are your thoughts?
It's obviously a team. I'm here in Greenville, South Carolina. It's a team, South Carolina, that I cover extensively. It is also a team whose fan base I married into. And I've got to keep it a buck with you here, Peach, if I may borrow a phrase from the iconic Cam Ward. To keep it a buck, I am suffering from the worst case of paralysis by analysis in my betting history right now. Because John Mateer, and everything you said about John Mateer is correct. Everything. Down to, I agree they shouldn't have rushed him back. I think Oklahoma would have gotten a pass for the L had they lost, even the way that they lost, if John Mateer didn't play. And I do wonder if it gets down to where Oklahoma drops another game, and they are one of 7 or 8 SEC teams that have 2 losses at the end of the year, and all are kind of jockeying for that playoff spot. How many SEC teams were in that mix for those 11 and 12 spots last year? South Carolina was one of them. There were a few of them there. So did John Mateer stink? Did John Mateer not have the full grip strength back from that hand surgery? Because that's a thing that can happen. And then if the answer to that is yes, did he get it back this week? Was another week of practice, another week of using one of those hand squeezy exercisey thingies that you use, stress balls in the weight room? I don't know. Was another week of that enough to get that hand strength back? Or was Oklahoma just overrated? Were they just not as good as we thought that they were? I don't know. On the flip side, Lonnie Teasley, the offensive line coach at South Carolina, got fired because, as I said in the last segment, I think South Carolina had that game against LSU in the bag, but their offensive line was just an absolute dumpster fire inside of a slightly larger dumpster fire last week. Shane Beamer fired Lonnie Teasley before they went to bed Saturday night after the game, and they add Sean Elliott into the role as O-line coach for this. Now, Sean Elliott was at Georgia Southern. Sean Elliott is an absolute psychopath of a human being. If you want to entertain yourself for a minute, go to YouTube and look up videos of Sean Elliott coaching Georgia Southern. He's like Vrabel. He's that guy that's like headbutting his players while they're wearing helmets to hype them up before a game. The man's a lunatic. And so my question is, does South Carolina's offensive line look better because of that? Are they more aggressive? Are they firing off the ball? LSU killed the South Carolina offensive line. Here's what the LSU did, and this is why I am worried about this game for South Carolina, Peach. They put the blueprint on Lenora Sellers. You bring blitzers on the left side only. You pen Lenora Sellers in. Do not let him run to the right. If you're going to let him run to the left where he's got to stop, reverse the body to throw back across the field. It threw him off the game. Never let him go to the right. If South Carolina can prevent that and can own the right side of the line of scrimmage, now the field's open up for Lenora Sellers, and I believe in South Carolina. On the flip side, it's just not a very talented offensive line. Sometimes it doesn't matter how much heart you got. The guy on the other side of the ball is just going to whip your ass when it comes on to one-on-one matchups, and I'm worried that that might be the case here. So, Paige, like I'm not going to try to talk you off of that because this is 1,000% a paralysis by analysis game for me because I don't know what happens with South Carolina's offensive line with Sean Elliott running it, and I don't know what's up with John Mateer's hand, and they're never going to tell us the truth. This is a game that I'm going to watch the first quarter. I'm going to see the first drive or two out of Oklahoma, see how John Mateer looks zipping the football. If he's got some heat on it out of the gate, I'll grab an OU line in game. If he comes out and it's kind of noodle arming out there and he's running more than he's passing because he's not confident in the arm, then I will grab the South Carolina line. But I want to see a drive or two out of the Sooners before I'm ready to do anything with this because the injury is the unknown variable to me.
I mean, Rob, listen to this schedule that Oklahoma's got coming up, okay? So at South Carolina today, home against Ole Miss next week, at Tennessee the week after, bye week at Bama, home against Missouri, and home against LSU. All 5 of those teams are currently ranked inside the top 16. So have fun with that OU. You got a banged-up quarterback, and you can't really score many points. You better win today's game because – you know what's funny, Rob? Oklahoma is looking at today's game as one they have to get because of how tough their schedule is. But also, we both know the gauntlet that South Carolina has coming up. So they feel like this is one of those games that they can get and they need to have with Bama upcoming and Texas. I mean, their schedule is ridiculous, too. So both of these teams, brutal schedules, both need a win. I'll take the Gamecocks today plus the points. Rob, another game in the MAC today that I really like. I laid a big number today with Toledo minus 24.5 against Kent State. Kent State is one of the worst teams in college football, Rob, and they got their only win of the season last week against UMass. They were a 2.5-point favorite in that game. They ended up winning 42-6, okay? Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the MAC in Toledo, who's coming off of that loss to Bowling Green that we were talking about in the first hour. So if I got a Toledo team that's ticked off because they lost the game as a big favorite last week, and I got a Kent State team that's feeling good because they won probably the only game that they won all year, I think this is a smash spot. I think Toledo wins by 40. So I laid the number with the Rockets today against Kent State. That game coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So that's what we got in that early window. Games going on right now. Again, that Oklahoma-South Carolina game starts in 15 minutes. Kent State-Toledo at 2 o'clock if that game interests you as well. Then, Rob, we start looking at some of the 3:30 games, and we got another good 3:30 slate today. Game of the day in Athens, top 10 matchup, Ole Miss and Georgia. Georgia favored by 7. Total is 56.5. Rob, did you do anything in Georgia-Ole Miss today?
I did. I'm actually taking Georgia here. I do not think that Ole Miss is a fraud, as I have heard a few people describe them as this week. I also don't think Ole Miss is as good as the ranking indicates, to be honest with you. Like, I like the guy we talked about early, Trinidad Chambliss, that they found. At the same time, I think much like Lenora Sellers did last year, I think he just took some folks by surprise because there wasn't any film on him. He kind of gets thrown in there in week 2 or 3, whenever it was. And when you go up against a quarterback that has a very unique skill set, and like he's not as big of a guy as Lenora Sellers, right? So he looked like he ran with a lot more power early. He's a very good runner, but he's not like a big, powerful guy like Sellers. He's a little bit more shifty. Now there's some tape on the guy. And if there's one thing you've got to credit Kirby Smart for, like, they know their tape, right? Like they play defense well. Sometimes they get beat, but they play well. Alabama went out there and beat Georgia. Because I'm relatively sure that like Nick Saban buried some sort of voodoo doll at midfield in Athens, and that power just hadn't run out yet, and Bama owns that stadium. But also, Bama went out there, and Ty Simpson right now, if he isn't the shock surprise quarterback of the season, I don't know who the hell is. And I think you got a lot out of that. You beat Georgia by being able to throw a lot of dink and dunk underneath stuff, get them over aggressive and take the shot. I don't think Ole Miss has got that in the bag. On top of that, Peach, what might be the push over the limit spot for me, Lane Kiffin called Kirby Smart fat in a press conference this week. I love Lane Kiffin. I love Joey Freshwater. All right. He's the most interesting man in college football. But it felt to me the last week and a half, Lane's kind of starting to feel a little comfortable, right? Starting to feel pretty cocky, feeling pretty good about where he is. And I'm starting to regress, to watch him, PJ Glasser, I think, regress into old Lane Kiffin. And old Lane Kiffin, a little more relaxed, I think made a lot more mistakes than this kind of new, okay, I'm coaching for my career here kind of Lane Kiffin. And while I don't think it bothers Kirby, because I know him and Kirby are buddy-buddy, I got no doubt Kirby Smart wants to go out there and put a little hurting on Lane Kiffin just to kind of put him back in his place a little bit. I like Georgia, and I like Georgia big.
I do too. I laid it with Georgia, Rob. I think the books have kind of been right on Georgia so far this season. You know, they were a short road favorite at Tennessee. They didn't cover. They should have lost that game. They were a short road favorite at Auburn last week. If Arnold doesn't fumble, Auburn probably wins that game. They were only a 1-point favorite at home against Bama. They lose that game outright. But now here we are, Rob, top 10 matchup, undefeated Ole Miss, and Georgia's laying 7, right? And I think most people look at this line. You get an undefeated team, number 5 in the country. You're getting the key number of 7. It just kind of feels too easy. But you're right. I mean, this is just a spot where you trust Kirby. He's going to have his team ready. And, Rob, keep this in mind, too. As good as Trinidad Chambliss has been, this is going to be his first career road start, right? Because Austin Simmons started the game in Kentucky earlier in the year. So, I mean, you're talking about going on the road in a top 10 matchup, game days there. You got to play in between the hedges. Like, good luck with that. So, Ole Miss, they also lost a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball, and I think this is the game where you see that show up. So, Rob, I'm with you, sir. I also like Georgia. I also laid it with them, and I think they rolled today against Ole Miss. What about A&M? Do you think A&M is on upset alert today against Arkansas? They played 3 straight road games. They've taken care of business. They had that great win against Notre Dame. But Taylon Green's a terrific quarterback. The Hogs can put up some points, Rob. Do you worry about A&M maybe having a little tricky spot today in Fayetteville?
I don't. Unlike Ole Miss, I actually do believe in Texas A&M. And that is saying something. Because I believe Texas A&M is a cult, and I believe they have the weirdest fans in college football, and there's nothing more I love than watching sad, weird yell leaders in their dumb little overalls, in their World War II cosplay, looking sad on the sidelines. It's my favorite thing. Stop with the weird stuff, A&M. Nobody likes you. And also having to pay Jimbo Fisher like $9 million a year to this day for all of those championships that he won. Am I right, 12s? Yeah, thought so. However, I like Mike Elko a lot, man. I like Mike Elko a lot. Got a chance to talk to him a couple of times when he was at Duke at ACC Media Days. He's just a football guy, man. There's no off switch with Mike Elko. A lot of the coaches, when you go talk and you meet with them, you find out that they may love football and they're football coaches, but you talk to them away from football and they're just like regular dudes. Mike Elko's not a regular dude. Like Brent Key at Georgia Tech, he's a football dude and he's never not thinking about football. I'm relatively sure he dreams about football. He wakes up in the morning and he eats cereal, I assume, shaped like little footballs. Then he goes to work doing football. I think this team is for real. And I think more importantly, they can take the pressure off of Marcel Reed and kind of evolve back into a run team when they need to. And I think that they are a spot here. I like A&M at the crib. I like the cover. In fact, I like it enough. I might even tease and give a point back to kind of bump that line even better. I think A&M is going to be just fine today.
See, I'm not as confident as you, Rob. The thing about A&M is when we all start buying in and we all start feeling like they're legit, that's when they kind of let us down a little bit. They've played 3 straight games at home. They're going up against an Arkansas team that has nothing to lose. They fired Pittman, and they look good against Tennessee. I mean, that game came down to the wire. So I think A&M could be in a little bit of trouble today. I do like Arkansas. I did make a small wager on them plus the points and sprinkle a little money line as well. All right, when we come back, we will update you on scores going on right now in college football. And our guy, Denton Day, will join us to talk Week 8 here on this Saturday. This is Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, let's update you on some scores going on right now in college football. Vanderbilt 7-3 lead over LSU right now in Nashville. How can you not root for Vanderbilt, Rob? I mean, what a great story. What a fun little team. I mean, they're favored today over LSU. I don't know if any of us ever thought we'd see that in our lifetimes. They're off to a nice start against the Tigers. Georgia Tech, Rob, off to a 7-0 start against Duke. We had a massive play in that game. Duke was on the doorstep. They had the ball at the Georgia Tech 98-yard scoop and score. Yellow Jackets lead 7-0 over Duke. Michigan and Washington still scoreless right now in Ann Arbor with the Wolverines as a 3.5-point favorite. Arizona up 14-7 on Houston. Baylor 7-0 over TCU. Bowling Green still up 3-0 on Central Michigan, and we're getting ready to start Oklahoma and South Carolina kickoff here in about 2 minutes. So let's continue talking some college football, maybe talk a little Commanders, Cowboys as well with our guy Denton Day. Give him a follow on X at the Denton Day. Hosts College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College. Hosts the Commanders pre and post game on 106.7 The Fan and Team 980 as well, and does a great job as producer on the Daily Tip right here on the BetMGM Network. Double D, what games you sweating here in the early window, my friend? Anything that you bet here in these early games?
Well, I'm sweating this Duke game out here. I laid that number. I didn't love it. It moved a ton this morning, fellas, as I'm sure you know. So I kind of did a little bit of a middle here, but I put a large wager on Duke at 2. So I would like them to cover the 2. And then if by some, happenstance, Georgia Tech then covers the 3.5 that it was at 10 minutes before kickoff, your boy would hit a middle perfectly. But this Duke game is the one that I'm paying the most attention to.
Denton Day, you handsome, glorious son of a gun. 2 times in the same week. I must be a lucky boy and did something right. I know, by the way. Louisville, Georgia Tech. You're welcome, Denton Day. I tried to tell you, brother. I tried to tell you, but I'm glad you're here anyway, pal. We got a couple of different spots, and I do want to get your thoughts now that we learned something a second ago. Cade Klubnik is out for the Clemson Tigers. Christopher Vezina will get the go, and Klubnik is out, meaning if Vezina stinks, they don't have an emergency backup plan of, well, let's send Cade out there on one wheel and just hope he can throw us a couple of Hail Marys up. That line took a dive down to Clemson minus 3.5. I don't think Vezina is that good. I'm not just going to put a decent one on SMU plus 3.5 while it's hitting at that field goal mark for the next 60 seconds, Denton Day. I'm going to put a little sprinkle on an SMU money line upset too.
I think you should. With no Cade Klubnik, there's no reason not to. Clemson struggled to run the football, and we have no reason to believe that the backup, who, as you aptly told me yesterday, has thrown 14 total passes in his college football career, we have no reason to believe that he's going to go out there and shred the defense. I know SMU hasn't been a great passing defense this year, but it's unrealistic to think that a guy that has played literally no college football is going to go out there and beat up on a Power 4 team. So I think SMU's the play.
Denton, we got 2 big SEC games coming up later today. Top 10 matchup, Georgia touchdown favorite over Ole Miss, and then Bama 8.5-point favorite at home tonight against Tennessee. If you had to take one of the dogs to keep it close today, would you take Ole Miss or would you take Tennessee?
I'm taking Ole Miss because I do think that last week was more of a look-ahead game than anything. So I think that they'll be much better today. And really, I don't trust Gunnar Stockton a ton. When you're looking at the other game, Ty Simpson is at worst the 3rd best quarterback in the nation. You could argue that he's 1 or 2. He's been awesome this year outside of that Florida State game, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. I think Georgia's going to make a couple of mistakes this afternoon that's going to leave the door at the very least open for Ole Miss, and I think we'll see a much better version of that Ole Miss offense to where they look more competent, they look more complete, they look more awake, and whatever other synonym you want to use for that disaster, the inverse of that disaster that was last week. So I've actually played Ole Miss to at least cover the number, but if you want to take a money line upset, that's a nice number that you're going to be getting in return. I definitely like Ole Miss between the 2 of them.
I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Denton Day, but this is a different show, so I'm going to ask you about the same game, and that is the game that is going now. Now, I'm kind of hanging off on Oklahoma, South Carolina. I saw that line go as far as Oklahoma minus 5.5. Right now it's sitting around 4.5. My thought is, give me one, maybe two drives to watch John Mateer to see if it was a hand injury, the surgery, and he didn't get the grip strength back, or if Oklahoma just maybe wasn't who we thought they were early in the season. This feels like a Brent Venables coaching for his life spot, but it also feels like South Carolina playing for any level of postseason. I think if they lose this game, bowl eligibility pretty much gets flushed for this Gamecock team. They made their offensive line coaching change, etc. This is a live bet game for me, and it is not even going to be who scores first and moves the line. It's going to be, does John Mateer look like a better quarterback able to throw the ball this week? Did you end up doing anything with that game, or are you even interested in it as a live movement?
No, I was scared. I saw that line move a little bit. So you saw it at 5.5. I saw it at 4.5 right before the game kicked, which is when I was making my late time wagers. So I hadn't played it earlier this week, and I got a little too scared because I'm with you. I need to see Mateer's hand. So it's a great live betting situation, as you mentioned. It's going to be a great live betting situation for me, Rob, after the third drive. The first two drives could end up being whatever. After the third drive, I feel like you'll have a pretty good idea of what Mateer is going to look like for the rest of the game, and then you can make a decision on how you want to play that, assuming that you still like the number that it's available at. Now, I will say, if they go out and he scores immediately, then maybe you just bet it as soon as possible because that means he is fully there. But if he doesn't in the first two drives, you wait till that third drive, and then you make a decision on it.
We're talking with Denton Day here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. Give Denton a follow on X at the Denton Day. Double D, with Miami going down last night, I think most people would agree Ohio State's the best team in the country. Who do you think's the second best?
Indiana. And I would actually argue that there's a conversation to be had on Indiana potentially being the best team. I think they're better at quarterback than Ohio State. Now, they're not nearly as good at wide receiver because Ohio State's wide receivers are insane, and they're insane, it feels like, every single year. But I love what Indiana has on the defensive front. And I think Ohio State is in that their defense and their defensive front with Patricia has been fantastic as well. But I think Indiana is a lot closer to Ohio State than people seem to think, and that anyone would have believed if you said this, 6-7 weeks ago. But I really like this Indiana team. I think they're the real deal.
I'm in the same boat. I love this team. I think last year the only thing they lacked was a quarterback. Fernando Mendoza, an absolute dog. Speaking of quarterbacks, since Trinidad Chambliss took over at Ole Miss, they kind of looked a little different. At the same time, my bet today, Denton Day, was Georgia at the crib, and I'm even going to lay the touchdown and the hook, which feels like a trap number to me, but I like it. They've got the film. This is a Kirby Smart game. They want to go back and defend the house after Alabama broke the home streak a couple of games ago. I am all over Georgia in this game. I love Lane Kiffin, but it kind of feels like he's regressing back to that old Lane that got a little carried away, and I think it's cost him some games in his past, Denton Day. You doing anything with Ole Miss, Georgia, the SEC game of the day?
So you and I are on opposite sides because I did play Ole Miss in this one because I really like Chambliss. I think we'll see a much better version of him today. Now, what you mentioned does scare me, in that Lane Kiffin is regressing to the mean of his antics, right? Like, I didn't know, while it was funny and I made good content out of it, I don't know that calling Kirby Smart fat was necessary and saying that he doesn't burn calories was necessary. That feels like old Lane Kiffin, where he's trying to just be too much of a troll. We didn't really see that in the week leading up to LSU, and I don't think it's a surprise that they played arguably one of the best games of his tenure there from a complete game standpoint and beat a really good LSU and beat a really good LSU defense. So I would like to see Lane do a little less of the trolling stuff and just focus on being a great football coach, but I do think Ole Miss is a good team, and I like Chambliss a lot. So I think a backdoor cover is probably the best bet there for Ole Miss. I don't know that I see them, fully pulling the upset, although, God, it would be amazing if they did, because that would put Georgia with their back against the wall the rest of the way. But I'm definitely on Ole Miss. I got it 8.5 rather than 7.5, so I feel a lot better about that number, but I'm on Ole Miss.
Wow. Georgia Tech just blocked Duke's field goal attempt, so they have a 98-yard scoop and score, and then they just blocked the field. This is why I couldn't bet Duke, Rob, because this is what a Manny Diaz team does. Denton, I know you were on them today, so not a good start for the Blue Devils. We got a couple minutes. We got a couple minutes left, Denton. 2 rivalry games left I want to talk to you about. Notre Dame is out to a 10.5-point favorite now against USC. And then we got the Holy War tonight between BYU and Utah, which should be a really good one. In 2 minutes, either of those games, do you like anything?
I didn't lay Notre Dame, and that's just a fading USC, fading Lincoln Riley play. Let's not forget that they're literally 2 weeks removed from Lincoln Riley putting out on social media, hey, please come to our games. We don't have enough people here. So I know that game's not at USC, but I feel like this Notre Dame team is significantly better than USC in a lot of different areas. I think the physicality of Notre Dame is going to wear on USC a little bit, and I'm not fully on board. I just can't trust Lincoln Riley. Like how you feel, PJ, about Manny Diaz, I kind of feel that way about Lincoln Riley, where he always finds ways to squander games. So I got Notre Dame laying that. I got it at 9.5, so I got it before it jumped up to 10.5, but I got Notre Dame laying the number.
And then real quick, Dan, anything in the Holy War, BYU, Utah?
I have not played that one yet. I think I need to see how I do the rest of the day before I start putting some money on that one. I would not encourage chasing, but I might have to chase a little bit.
Love it. Denton Day, give him a follow on X at the Denton Day. Host of College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College. Host of Commanders pre and post game 106.7 The Fan, and producer on the Daily Tip BetMGM Network as well. Dan, we actually got 30 seconds left. Do the Commanders win in Dallas tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. The defense is not good, and I don't know who Jaden's going to be throwing the football to. I think he'll be good. I think they'll keep it close, but I don't know that they'll win. Take the over.
All right, there you go. Denton Day. Den, enjoy the rest of your Saturday, pal. I'll talk to you again soon.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
Love you, Denton.
Denton Day, the man, the myth, the legend, dropping some knowledge on college football. Rob, how are we feeling about the Yellow Jackets? They are buzzing right now in the first quarter. I couldn't resist.
Oh, I see what you did there, Peach. I like that.
You like that?
I see what you did there.
You like
that's dad joke level 9.5, and I dig it. I'm good, man. Listen, I think right now you're seeing exactly what I thought you were going to see. Georgia Tech controlling the line of scrimmage, even on special teams. That was my key. It's I think where they win the game today. I'm feeling pretty good. Same with Vandy LSU right now, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, LSU scored a touchdown while we were talking to Denton, so they're up 10-7 in that matchup against Vandy. We'll update you on the rest of the college football slate when we start hour 2. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hour 2 Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown here with you on the BetMGM Network. LSU up 10-7 right now on Vanderbilt. Vandy is driving, though, right now inside the 5-yard line. Georgia Tech is still up 7-0 on Duke. However, the Blue Devils also on the move there in the second quarter. Michigan is taking a 7-0 lead over Washington. UConn up 14-13 on Boston College. Arizona 14-7 on Houston. Baylor TCU tied up at 7. Central Michigan with a 7-3 lead over Bowling Green. Miami, Ohio 14-0 over Eastern Michigan. And Oklahoma drove right down the field on their opening possession to take a 7-0 lead on South Carolina. So the Gamecocks trying to respond there in the first quarter. A lot going on here in college football. And Rob, let's continue talking about some of these games that we have upcoming on the slate today. Wisconsin and Ohio State. Rob, what number would you need to take Wisconsin against the Buckeyes today? Because right now the number they're giving you is 25.5. Would you bet it if I gave you 40.5?
I might.
Okay.
I might. Like that. I mean, that might be it. Okay. I might. It's Wisconsin is now what Nebraska was in like 2012, 13, just absolutely and entirely irrelevant. And maybe are again after last night, Matt Rule. What the hell are you doing? But we'll come back to that later. It's just an irrelevant football team right now. And Bama did it to them. I think Ohio State can do the same thing. The only question I would have is this a game where Ohio State maybe late in the game kind of starts to slow up, maybe just start working on some other stuff, maybe start looking ahead a little bit? I don't know is the answer. They don't really have much that they've got to worry about now that Penn State is Penn State. It's basically Michigan left for them. So, like, I think 40 is around the number. I was going to say like 38. So maybe I would take plus 40 in this spot. But at that point, I think I'm really just betting Ohio State's looking at it and going, hey, as long as we stay healthy, we're going to the Big Ten championship game. And that might be the way that I have to play that. I don't like to bet on intangibles like that, PJ, but to say that they're irrelevant is also not correct. So, yeah, I'd say ballpark 40 is around where you would start getting me to think about it.
That's fair. I am not betting that game today. Wisconsin is such train wreck, Rob. Their team totals at 7.5, and if you want to take the under, it's juice. So that kind of tells you what they think about that offense against that defense. So that should be interesting. Any worry about an Indiana letdown today after that big win against Oregon? They're laying 4 touchdowns against Sparty. Do you think Michigan State can keep it close, or do you think the Cignetti train just keeps on rolling?
I am all in on Curt Cignetti. There are 3 coaches in college football that I'm obsessed with. We've talked about 2 of them already.
Can I try and guess?
Brent Key at Georgia
Can I try and guess?
is one of them.
Oh, okay.
Clark Lee at Vanderbilt is one of them. I love these 2 dudes. Brent Key because he's a football guy. Clark Lee because he's an absolute psychopath. Take a few minutes to go watch some Clark Lee halftime speeches and tell me you're not ready to juggernaut your way through a brick wall after listening to him. And the third is Curt Cignetti. How could you not be? You add on to the fact that Curt Cignetti just picked up his 8-year, $93 million contract from Indiana. By the way, PJ, I would like to get your thoughts at some point during this show on where we're going in college football, because if you would have told me, I was going to say 3 years ago, hell, maybe if you told me 3 weeks ago that the Indiana Hoosiers were going to come off damn near $100 million for a football head coach, I'd have called you a psychopath. But here we are. So I gotta think, Curt Cignetti wants to go out and prove that. There are a few teams, and again, Brent Key is one. This is why that game against Wake Forest that Georgia Tech got into a shootout. They did gut out a win, but that game kind of blew my mind a little bit. There are some teams that I do not think a head coach would let them have a letdown game, and Curt Cignetti sitting on a $93 million contract feels like one of those coaches. On top of that, Fernando Mendoza, much like Diego Pavia, he just got that dog in him, right? Like, it doesn't feel like there's going to be a spot where he's like, all right, let's go coast this offense. It feels to me like I'm not saying he's on a mission to win the Heisman Trophy, but he's on a mission now as the shortest odds to be the number 1 overall draft pick, I think, to stay in that spot. I love Indiana. That feels like a big number, but Sparty's bad. I agree with Denton Day. I think we need to be considering getting ready to have a conversation about the Indiana Hoosiers being the best football team in the country. I am totally bought into that with Denton Day.
So I think Indiana is good enough to win the national championship. I do think they're one of the better teams in the country. I just think Ohio State's on another level right now, Rob. I really do. I was never buying Oregon as one of like the top teams that everybody else was because, I mean, Rob, now you look at their schedule right after losing to Indiana, like what's their best win? Northwestern right now? Penn State's fallen off a cliff. They've beaten an FCS school. They've beaten Oregon State, who hasn't won a game yet. Oregon really hasn't beaten anybody. Now they're talented, but I don't think they're a top 3, not even a top 5 team in the country. So, look, it was a great win for Indiana. I do think they're one of the top teams. I think they're good enough to win the national title, but I wouldn't put them on the same level as Ohio State right now. I think for somebody to beat Ohio State, Rob, they would need to play their A game and the Buckeyes would need to play their C game. It would need to be similar to what Miami-Louisville was last night, where you'd have to win the turnover battle by like 3 or 4 against Ohio State if you want to try and beat them. So, look, it's crazy that we're talking about Indiana as a national title contender in college football, but they absolutely are. They have one of the best coaches. They have an NFL quarterback. They're so well coached. They're great on defense. They don't beat themselves. So they are the real deal, Rob Brown. And I agree with you, man. I would not step in front of that train today. I know some people might look to fade them off of that big win. Not with Indiana. They only know how to play one way. Cignetti's very much like Saban, where you really don't have to worry about letdowns with Indiana. They just roll out the same product every single week. Rob, another kind of mid-major game that I really like today, I'm going to take Old Dominion plus 2.5 against James Madison. That's one of my favorite games on the board today just to watch because these are 2 terrific teams out of the Sun Belt. JMU's undefeated right now. ODU's only got 1 loss, and it was last week where they turned the ball over 6 times. I think ODU's the better team. I think the line's telling you the better team, and the fact that we're getting them off a performance where they turned the ball over 6 times and they lost as like a 20-point favorite to Marshall, I think they're going to bounce back in a big way. So, yeah, for any of you sickos out there that kind of want to watch some of these other teams, put that ODU JMU game on because that's going to be a really good one. So I do like Old Dominion today against James Madison. We also got Florida and Mississippi State today, Rob. All these rumors about Billy Napier right now that are swirling about he might not be the coach of Florida after this game, regardless of what happens. And they're a 9.5-point favorite today against Mississippi State. Did you have any plays in that game?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm back and forth on this one because I don't know what that's going to look like. And you can give me all day, well, we're here to tune out the noise, but I got to imagine if you are Billy Napier and you're hearing this, that the decision has already been made. They're just going to let this one happen and then they'll drop the axe because they didn't want to do it on a short leash. Like, I imagine that's got to get to you a little bit. And I would love to be able to say I'm in a spot where that makes me run to the Florida Gators. The question mark that I have is, this has been a coach who, dating back to midway through last year, has been on the hot seat. And it doesn't feel like there's been a point since then that, like, Florida's come together to win one for the Gipper, right? Like, it doesn't feel like they've gelled around, let's go defend our head coach. I think there's a lot of guys that Billy Napier brought up from Louisiana when he got the job. Some guys left over and some new guys since then. But, like, it doesn't feel like this is a team that is gelled. However, I also go back and look at that game where Texas came to the crib, and that was the best Florida's looked in a couple of years. And Mississippi State is obviously a very interesting team. I thought that Jeff Lebby was going to be one of the dudes most likely to be on the chopping block when the year started up for the Southeastern Conference. As excited as everybody was when he got there, but back-to-back losses against Tennessee and Texas A&M. They weren't even in the game with A&M. They put up a couple of points late to keep it close with Tennessee. I just don't think Mississippi State is very good. I think the Arizona State win earlier in the year was because Sam Leavitt and his wide receivers hadn't developed the chemistry that I thought they would have early in the season. I'm very tempted to put something on the Gators here, but that feels like way too big of a number for me.
I agree. I like Mississippi State. I got it at 10.5 earlier in the week, Rob. My worry about Florida is that they've played 4 straight top 10 teams, okay? They've played Miami, they've played LSU, Texas, and A&M. And at the time they played those teams, they were all ranked in the top 10. So just like put yourself in the mind of like a Florida player, right? You've been getting up for these big games every single week. You've been playing the top teams in the country every single week. And now you're a favorite at home by 2 scores against the Mississippi State team who's coming off of a bye week and has been very competitive so far this season. They upset Arizona State. They were hanging right with Tennessee. That game went to overtime. They were hanging with A&M for 3 quarters. So this Mississippi State team can play, and I think they're going to keep that game close. So I do like Mississippi State today, plus the points. And again, even if they are just rumors and it doesn't mean anything, I mean, those are distractions with that reporting that's coming out about Napier and what could be happening. So I really don't want anything to do with Florida. This is a team I'm looking to fade, and I like Mississippi State today, plus the points against the Gators. What about Texas Tech and Arizona State, Rob? We got the Red Raiders as a 7-point favorite on the road today. Total in the game is 52.5. And we got some injury news in this game. Barron, the quarterback for Texas Tech, not going to play. But Sam Leavitt, the quarterback for Arizona State, is going to play. I like the under, Rob. Texas Tech is the best team that nobody's talking about, and they have the best defense that nobody is talking about. They are terrific. They haven't given up more than 17 points per game. They haven't given up more than 17 points in a game this season. So their defense is great. It travels. And with a backup quarterback, they're going to want to run the football, obviously, which is their bread and butter. ASU's got a top 30 run defense. So I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I think this could be like a 1-24 kind of game wins. I think 52.5 is too high. I like under Texas Tech, ASU. Anything that you like?
Having a quarterback changes is not ideal for a team in Texas Tech that obviously is winning by ripping offenses wide open. Here's what I did find interesting. I was looking up and down some of the prop lines here. Texas Tech has 2 running backs in Dickey and Williams right now. The over-under rushing yards for those 2 quarterbacks independently of each other, PJ Glasser, 88.5 rushing yards for Dickey, 54.5. Now, I'm real bad at math, but 80 and 50 would be 130. And then we add a little bit more. They are expecting over 140 rushing yards between those 2 guys, and that's not counting whatever the Red Raiders go with through the air. So it still feels like, and we just talked about Arizona State with that loss to Mississippi State, with Leavitt kind of having been banged up the last couple of weeks. If they've slowed down just a little bit, if Texas Tech is going to have to lean on the run more than they've liked, I'm going to say I'm with you on the under in this game. I did see it at 52.5 earlier in the day. I've seen a couple of books that have moved it down to as low as 50.5. If you can find it closer to the 52.5, maybe the 51.5, I like the under in that spot. 50.5, I start to toy with it. I'd probably still play the under in that spot, but I've also seen the value of that number dropping a little bit as well, down to like a minus 110, 115 instead of the even money that it was last night. So I'm probably not going to pick a side because I just don't know what Texas Tech does if they've got to make some personnel changes. But if they are expected to go north of $140 on the ground, that means that Sam Leavitt's spending a significant amount of time on the bench, Peach. And if Leavitt's on the bench and Texas Tech is grinding it out and can do so with a very good offensive line, remember how much NIL money they put into their O-line this year. It was shocking. I think the under is a more confident play than the spread for me here.
All right, fair enough. We got those games coming up later on today. When we come back, we'll dive into some of the late games that we have tonight, including Texas, Kentucky, Penn State's first game without James Franklin. They're on the road at UCLA, who's been on a heater the last couple of weeks. They're taking on Maryland today. And then you got USC, Notre Dame, Bama, Tennessee, and BYU and Utah. Also have Missouri and Auburn. Getting some of those coming up later on today. We'll also dive in to the MLB postseason. The Dodgers going back to the World Series. Who are they going to face, the Mariners or the Blue Jays? Rob and I will talk about that later on in this hour, and then we'll look over to the NFL Week 7 Sunday slate tomorrow. Rob and I will give out some of our favorite plays in the National Football League. Stick with us. Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown, don't go anywhere.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we're approaching halftime in a lot of these early games right now. College football week 8. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown. This is Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Vanderbilt on top of LSU 14-10, which has been an entertaining game so far. Both teams going back and forth. Duke and Georgia Tech. Hopefully you had the under in that game because Georgia Tech is up 7-0 right now on Duke. Michigan a 7-0 lead on Washington. UConn up 17-13 right now on Boston College. Houston and Arizona tied up at 14. TCU 14-10 lead over Baylor. Central Michigan is up 17-3 on Bowling Green. Oklahoma with the 7-0 lead on South Carolina, and that's what we got going on right now in these early games. Rob and I are going to look at some of the games we have upcoming for tonight's slate. Rob, we'll talk Texas and Kentucky here to start. I like Kentucky plus the points. I don't think they're going to win the game, but since Sark's been in Austin, Rob, he is 0-4 against the spread the game following Red River, and I don't think that's by accident. I don't think that's a fluke. I think that his teams just they don't really get up after the Oklahoma game. They're maybe not as prepared as they should be. And we've seen this team go on the road, and we've seen what that offenses look like at Ohio State, at Florida. I get those teams are better, but against a Kentucky team that wants to muck it up, wants to keep it ugly, I think this is a good team for them to do it against. So I do like Kentucky here, plus the 12.5. Rob, did you take anything in that game?
Yeah, you mentioned the 0-4, and that is absolutely a trend, but I got another one for you, which is the Kentucky Wildcats in 17 games, in their last 17 games, 4-13 coming off of the bye week against the spread. So, you've got a good sizable number there for Sark teams, but I would say the opposite is true for Kentucky, and 4-13 is a trend that I've got to buy into to some degree. If you whittle that down to just SEC games, Stoops and his team in the last 15 games coming off the bye have covered just twice, and they've covered only once as an underdog following a bye week, which was that upset win over Louisville back in 2014. Here's where I've bought in. As much as they are an unranked team, and as much as they do not have the back half of the schedule that, say, Oklahoma does, that, say, South Carolina does, PJ, I don't know that Texas is necessarily out as maybe an at-large 11-12 seed playoff team. If they can ride that Oklahoma win and they can win out, I think they can get back in there. But it's not because of Arch Manning in the offense. Texas is one of the best defenses in college football that nobody talks about. I mean, they are good, and you saw what they do at their best last week. And I will trust a defense that comes ready to play off of a game like that more than off of a non-rivalry game or coming off the bye week. The Longhorns are top 10 in just about every statistical metric on defense that measures. On the flip side, Kentucky defense stinks, man. It's just bad. It's statistically bad. It's empirically bad. It's eye test bad. The problem that Oklahoma had, I think, last week was giving up chunk plays to Texas, right? Nobody in the SEC gives up more chunk plays than the Kentucky Wildcats right now. So, listen, I'm down for a few more fade Texas spots where they pop up. This Kentucky team is bad. It's the worst Mark Stoops team since he's been there. And even when Mark Stoops has had better Kentucky teams, they've been notoriously bad coming off the bye as they are this week. So with all of that being said, I'm on the opposite side from you here. I'm here on Texas. In fact, I'm going the team under on Kentucky. I'm not going to go the team over on Texas. I might even play the under in the game. I haven't decided on that one yet, but I don't think there's a metric at all anywhere that tells me I trust the Kentucky Wildcats to cover a number here.
Yeah, and you mentioned Texas, maybe winning out and trying to get to the college football playoff. They're certainly talented enough to do it. Their biggest problem is that they got to go on the road at Georgia, and then they got to play Texas A&M at home. So probably going to have to win both of those games because right now they just don't have a marquee win, Rob. I mean, the Oklahoma win right now looks really good, but we talked about earlier in the show about the rest of their schedule, and the potential maybe of what Oklahoma's record could be at the end of the season. So they're probably going to need to win both of those games against Georgia and A&M if you're Texas. But again, they're a 12.5-point favorite today in Lexington. Iowa and Penn State tonight, Rob. First game for the Nittany Lions since James Franklin got fired. Iowa laying 3 at home. Did you bet this game? Do you like Penn State now that Franklin is gone? Are you going to continue to fade this team? What's your play as an Iowa-Penn State?
You know, there's always the question about the interim coach boost, right? Like, are we going to see, and I know that one is really interesting in the NFL tomorrow with Tennessee moving on from Callahan and having the interim coach. Yep. But on the flip side, obviously, is Mike Vrabel with a revenge game opportunity there. Is there an interim coach game for Penn State available? Here's the problem, man. Like we talked earlier about, you and I did, about Cade Klubnik, and you know, you said you've never been a Cade Klubnik guy. I was optimistic and hopeful for Cade Klubnik, but I put him on my list of prove it before I spend any money on you quarterbacks. And, you know, first handful of weeks of the season, he was bad. He got right against UNC and Boston College, but neither one of those teams has a friggin' pulse. So, like, I'm not over the moon about it. We'll see when he comes back. Now officially, obviously, out today for Clemson. I don't think Drew Aller's that good. I don't. And I think, unfortunately, because he isn't, what's happened is what we thought was going to be the strength, or I thought was going to be the strength of this team, which was you were going to have a run game that would be able to pop off because you had to protect from Drew Aller. Nobody's having to worry about that right now. You can kind of aggressively attack the run. The line moving since the James Franklin news last week, that there's nothing about this line that I like. And on top of that, if I go interim coach and I don't trust Drew Aller, and the run game hasn't been able to really get off the ground like I hoped it would outside of a couple of spots against bad teams, there's nothing I like about Penn State, but I also don't have a Penn State number that we expected earlier in the year. So this is kind of a stay-away game for me.
I would lean Penn State +3. That'd be the only thing that I would bet. Rob, I think they are going to look like a different team today without Franklin. They just... You know, if they continue going with him this season, I don't know if they would have won another game. But with him being gone, you know, I think it's a wake-up call. This is still a super talented team. But again, I mean, motivation definitely is a factor, right? This was a team that was preseason number 2, national championship aspirations, and now your season's over. I mean, you're playing to get into, like, the Pop-Tart Bowl, right? And we all love the Pop-Tart Bowl, but it's certainly not what they thought they were going to be in at the beginning of the season. So I would play Penn State. It's certainly not one of my favorite plays of the day. I wouldn't go crazy on it, but that's the way that I would lean in the game. Penn State +3 against Iowa. Tennessee and Alabama. Bama's getting bet back up again, Rob. They're a 9.5-point favorite tonight at home in Tuscaloosa. Total in the game is 59.5. Rob, any thoughts on Tennessee and Bama? Do you have any wagers?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the only thing that keeps me from being ready to slam Bama, because I do love Alabama. I think Tennessee is a team, and this is not necessarily unusual, nor is it bad. But Tennessee is a team that is going to kind of live and die by the big chunk play, by the explosive down the field play. And what we've seen since the loss to Florida State, my theory, PJ Glasser, tell me if you disagree. Alabama, I think, looked at Florida State back in week 1. And went, oh, that's a 2-10 team. They stink. We'll just roll the crimson helmet out there, and Florida State's going to lay down. On the flip side, Florida State with Thomas Castellanos, who obviously was in his first year after transferring from Boston College, nobody really knew what to expect. Juice Robinson popped off. Squirrel White, the Tennessee transfer, popped off. I think Alabama kind of got caught by surprise. And what you've seen since then, because that was a game that kind of fired up the will Kalen DeBoer make it another year in Tuscaloosa conversation, I think that team kind of shifted gears a little bit. And I think you saw that in the win over Texas. I think you saw that in the fact that they've dropped 50s and 60s on people. I really like Alabama. I like the cover in this game. I'd feel a lot better about it if we had if we knew Jam Miller was 100% and Alabama had the run game to back up Ty Simpson. But I'm with Denton Day and what he said earlier, which is Ty Simpson is no worse than the second or third best quarterback in college football right now. And I'm totally comfortable making the argument he's number 2 in the quarterback carousel right now. I'm in on Alabama. I think this is going to be a close line. I think it's going to be all over that line, but I trust the Alabama DBs enough to prevent Tennessee from getting more than one or two explosive plays. And I think if you take that away from the Vols, they kind of find themselves a little bit of trouble, like not a great run game. So I'm going to play Bama in this, but it's going to be one of the Rob Brown beer money bets. This is not going to be a big play out of me. It's going to be a one unit kind of bet.
I took some Tennessee just because I think it's too many points. I think Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in the country. I think their offense is one of the best in the country. I don't think this defense is championship caliber, Rob, and I think Tennessee is going to be able to score some points. I mean, look at Bama's last 3 games, right? This is going to be their 4th straight ranked opponent that they have played. They beat Georgia by a field goal. The Vandy game was close all the way out. If Vandy doesn't have 2 red zone turnovers, they might lose that game. The Missouri game was a 3-point game. So Bama has been winning these games, Rob, but they've been close. So I do think they're going to win today again, but I just think 9.5 is too many points. So I like Tennessee tonight to cover. I do think Bama ends up winning the game. But, Rob, I will tell you this, my friend. If Bama does win today, I will be all over South Carolina next week against Alabama because it is such a DeBoer spot that it hurts, right? When is the time that you want to fade Alabama? It's when they go on the road as a big favorite. We saw it against Florida State in week 1. We saw it against Oklahoma last year. We saw it against Vandy last year. We saw it in against Michigan in the bowl game. When they are not home, if it's neutral site on the road, they're a big favorite. That's when you want to fade them. And, I mean, Rob, like, isn't it just so college football, right? They play 4 straight ranked games. They win them all, and then they go on the road against a South Carolina team that's reeling, not any good. People are down on Beamer. They're down on Sellers. And then South Carolina gets their big win. So if Bama wins today, I will be all over South Carolina next week. I can already tell you. That'll be one of my bets in that game. USC and Notre Dame, Rob, 10.5. Is that too many points? Do you like the Trojans?
Yes. Can I throw one more stat? Sorry, Peach. I'm gonna go in reverse for just a minute because I just got a stat put in front of me that blew my mind. Tennessee has allowed 23 trips by opponents into the red zone. They've given up 18 touchdowns. 23 trips into the red zone, 18 of those have turned into touchdowns. Alabama's got a cat by the name of Isaiah Horton. We came into this year and everybody was dialed in on Ryan Williams, and we should have been, right? He's a Heisman Trophy potential non-quarterback. He's got his image on the cover of the EA Sports College Sports video game. And Ryan Williams has been effectively invisible. And a lot of that's because he draws double and triple teams down the field. Isaiah Horton has taken advantage of this. The kid's 6'4". He's a nightmare in the open field. He becomes an absolute liability. And Tennessee's got one of the worst red zone defenses in football. That is why I am rolling on with Alabama as well. USC, Notre Dame, I've gone back and forth. Dude, like, I really want to be locked in on the Irish, but I just keep going back to those first 2 games. And they're in close games with Miami. Turns out Miami's a pretty good team despite the loss last night. They're in a close game with A&M. I very much believe Texas A&M is a SEC championship caliber team, maybe a national championship caliber team. So I don't want to write that off. But man, if you can grab that line at a touchdown and a half at the or at the 9.5 marker that I've seen it at so far this morning, this feels like the best Lincoln Riley team he's had since he showed up at USC, and it seems like it is beginning to develop. They took that loss a couple of weeks ago that knocked them back out of the top 25. That would have been a spot that, if it was the last few years, I think Lincoln Riley's team would have collapsed and kind of hit the skids. They've gotten better. They've improved since then. So I'm on a slight lean to SC plus 9.5. I don't know that I would take it any closer than that, PJ. If it was to bump to 8.5, I'd probably stay away from it. 9.5 feels like a good number. I'd really love to see if we can get some late Notre Dame money to push it to 10. But I'm comfortable with 9.5. Not over the moon confident, but good enough for me right now.
I like the Notre Dame team total over at 35.5. I would probably lay it if I had to as well. But, Rob, I kind of think this game goes one of 2 ways. I think Notre Dame wins like a 42-24 kind of game, or they lose like a 41-40 type game like they did to A&M. But the common theme is that I think Notre Dame gets their points regardless of what happens. It's just whether or not their defense gets some stops or their defense gets shredded like we saw in that A&M game. So I do like Notre Dame over team total tonight, 35.5. CJ Carr is a terrific young quarterback. He's going to be an NFL pro. They got the two great backs with Love and Price. Their offense is fabulous. So I do like that Notre Dame team total over in that game tonight against USC. All right, a couple more games to talk about. Auburn, Missouri, and BYU, Utah, which we will talk about to kick off the next segment. Then we'll dive into a little Major League Baseball. Is anybody beating the Dodgers, and who's the team that's going to face them in the World Series, Mariners or Blue Jays? Rob and I will discuss that next.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. And neither do we.
Like as a
Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, we're talking NFL during commercial break. We're going to talk NFL hour number 3. Shannon Farron going to join us in 20 minutes to talk Chargers, Colts, and then Rob and I will break down the Week 7 NFL slate and give out all our favorite plays. But real quick, wrapping up the rest of the slate today in college football, talking a little baseball as well. Rob, Missouri and Auburn, I think is maybe the most fascinating game of the day and maybe one of the most fascinating games of the year from a betting standpoint because it is the first road game for Missouri this season. I've had it circled. I've wanted to fade them. We all know Jordan Hare is a tough place to go win a game. It's a tough place to play. The problem is with the way that Auburn game went against Georgia, where they're up 10-0, they're rolling. Hugh Freeze, everything he's dialing up's working. They're on the doorstep getting ready to go up 17-0. And then for those of you that watched the game, you know that Arnold, it looked like he scored, but they ruled it a fumble as he was crossing the pylon and the ball got knocked out of his hands. Too inconclusive to overturn it. Georgia takes over. They go 98 yards, score a touchdown, Rob, and they score 20 unanswered and win the game 20-10. And if Penn State has showed us anything this season, it's that when you have a demoralizing loss, it can just totally unravel your season. And Rob, I got the vibe that Auburn-Georgia game might have been what the Penn State-Oregon game was to Penn State. So I'm terrified to bet Auburn again this season until the Iron Bowl because we know they'll get up for that game against Bama. But Hugh Freeze right now feels like he's a dead man walking, feels like he's kind of reached maybe the end of his time. And Auburn, I don't know if they have anything left after that Georgia game. So as much as I wanted to fade Missouri because it's their first road game of the season and it's October 18th, I cannot bet Auburn in this game. So I do like Missouri on the money line to get a win today, sir. What are your thoughts?
I fully understand where you're coming from. I want to start with Mizzou. I like this team. Eli Drinkwitz, who I think was another guy that was being potentially discussed as maybe on the hot seat at the beginning of the year, I think has done a very good job this year. And most importantly, they got a cat out of the backfield by the name of Ahmad Hardy, who, if you're not watching this dude run, he's a treat to watch play football out of the backfield. Ahmad Hardy is the reason that Mizzou was able to put away South Carolina. He's the reason Mizzou's had a couple of the wins that Mizzou has had. Here's the thing I'm bumping into with Auburn. I think Auburn had the Oklahoma game in the bag. I think Auburn in that game as well. And I do my best, despite being a New Orleans Saints fan and still having that 2019 NFC Championship game always replaying in the back of my head. Screw Bill Vinovich will be the epitaph on my tombstone when I am finally dead and gone. I do my best not to be a blame games on a ref kind of guy. Auburn got screwed a couple of calls late in that Oklahoma game on the road, a game they lost by a touchdown. They outright lost to Texas A&M, but it was by 6 on the road to a team that I think is maybe the best team in the SEC and a national championship contender. And I think Auburn got absolutely screwed in the Georgia game as well, as you just mentioned a moment ago. I think Auburn is a better team than their 3-3 record indicates. And I know Bill Parcells said you are what your record says you are, but I think if you watch the Oklahoma game and you watch the Georgia game, you will think that Auburn got shafted to some degree. I think they're a better team. The only thing that makes me hesitant to bet this, because I got to tell you, like everything I've looked at, I think Auburn is probably 3 whistles away from being a 6-1 football team right now. 5-1 football team. The question mark I have to have is, what kind of toll does that take on a football team, right? Like if you are in that same boat, and I know you want to say like, hey, winners don't worry about the whistles and you just get up and get it. But like, that's not how reality works. We all know how reality works when it feels like the world is kicking your ass and out to get you. Sometimes you roll over. Sometimes it's just human nature. And it happens to teams too. If I'm Auburn, and I know a bunch of Auburn fans, and they are, I'm demoralized right now because it felt like we should have won the Oklahoma game. It felt like we should have won the Georgia game. The only team we've truly, genuinely lost to is Texas A&M, and that's a national championship contender. If I believed in my heart, PJ Glasser, that this Auburn team had the mentality of let's go out there and right the wrongs. Let's go out there and prove that we can win top 25 games. Let's go out there and prove that, we're better than the 3-3 record says. I honestly would love to be able to take Auburn in this spot right now. I genuinely think they're a better team than Missouri. The problem is I'm in a spot where I know I would be demoralized, and I know Auburn fans are demoralized. And if that is the same mentality that's in that locker room today, then Ahmad Hardy's going to go for a $110 and a couple of rushing touchdowns, and that will be the ball game there. So I am going to tell you, if I was going to make a bet on this game, it would be an Auburn cover, because I do think they're that good, and I think they are, like I said, 3 whistles away from being 5-1. But it's a mental game, and I question Auburn's in this spot. Now, if they come out and they beat Mizzou, I may very well bet Auburn every game the rest of the season, because I think my theory will be correct. But I can't touch this one. I like Missouri. I like Ahmad Hardy. I like Eli Drinkfitz. I think Auburn's a better football team. It's just a question of the mental state of this football team after the last 3 weeks in a row.
I totally agree, and it's going to be a interesting game tonight. Again, Missouri -115 on the road, Auburn -105. It's pretty much a pick'em today down on the Plains. We got the Holy War tonight in Provo, Utah, BYU. The Utes now a 4-point favorite at BetMGM. The total is 49.5. Rob, I like the under. I think this game's going to be low scoring. I think it's going to be physical, hard hitting. You got 2 teams with mobile quarterbacks that want to run the ball, want to grind possessions, go on 7, 8-minute drives, 12, 13 plays, lean on their defense. So I'll take under 49.5. And I would actually lean Utah. Earlier in the week, I was going BYU plus the points. But, man, now that they're giving you 4 at home, it just feels too easy with BYU. So I don't know if I'll end up betting the side, but I would lean towards Utah minus the points here on the road. Did you have any bets in that game?
I'm actually I'm butting heads with you again here, because I'm taking BYU plus 3.5 in this game for a couple of reasons. I think BYU at the house makes me feel pretty good. They've beaten Utah each of the last 2 times they faced off. I do think that a little bit of this line is a bit of an overreaction to Utah's win over Arizona State. And I think it's a good Arizona State team, but I don't think they're the powerhouse that I hoped that they were going to be behind Sam Leavitt. So I'm worried on that. But then there's the one thing that does scare me, and this is a spot that I look for. It's not just this game. It's any time that a team has not had to go play a big road test and they're playing their first one, and this is it, right? And the last time that BYU had to go on, that Utah had to go on the road and play a good offense, they allowed 34 to Texas Tech. Their run defense ranked 67th in the country. They're allowing almost 150 rushing yards per game. And the problem you bump into is that BYU is a good run team. They've got a bunch of Cam Scadaboos out there, dude, just absolute psychopath, hard running, brutal up front dudes. They went for 258 on 51 against Arizona. I think you're going to see the same thing. And also, I always want to bet on a quarterback named Bear who wears a number in the 40s. I am going BYU plus the 3.5. Honestly, I thought this would have been a plus 1.5, maybe a pick 'em kind of game. You're giving me the field goal plus. I'm going to take that for a team that I think can grind this down. I will ride with you on the under, though, for that exact same reason.
I love it. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Let's shift over to baseball now, Rob, and tell you about a promo that we have from our friends at BetMGM. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. So make sure you take advantage of that. Dodgers with the sweep in the NLCS, so they are back in the World Series for the 2nd straight year. Mariners looking to get to the World Series for the first time in team history, and the Blue Jays looking to get back for the first time since the 90s. Seattle wins yesterday behind the grand slam of Eugenio Suarez. They're up 3-2, so they just need one win in Toronto. Blue Jays needing a win in Game 6 and Game 7. Rob, let's start with Game 6. Who do you think you're going to take in tomorrow's game between Seattle and the Blue Jays? Do you think we get a Game 7?
I'm actually going. I'm going Seattle. Seattle was my World Series pick out of the AL, representative out of the AL, and I've got 2 bets down for World Series winner. One of them is on Seattle. One of them is on Los Angeles. Los Angeles, I put the bet down because my thought was, are we going to get the team that we expected to win 105 games this year? Will we get that in the playoffs? And the fun part about this is, and this is why LA right now feels like the right pick, Peach, they're not going out and winning games 14-10, 14-9, 10-5. They're winning 2-1. They're winning 3-2. And it's Blake Snell, it's Yamamoto, it's Sasaki coming out of the pen. Like, this pitching for the Dodgers has become aces. I mean, they're nails right now. And if they can go out, and if I told you going into this postseason, there would be any games where the Dodgers only scored 2 or 3 runs, I'd assume it was a disappointing postseason for LA, but they're winning those games now. And against good teams, they're winning those games against Philadelphia. They're winning those games against Milwaukee. On the AL side, Seattle was my pick from the beginning because, as our dear friend, an absolute stud, Jay Kassan, has described them for 2 years, the Mariners have always been a team that shows what happens when you have God-tier pitching with an elementary school caliber offense. Well, they fixed that. They went and got Eugenio Suarez. They went and got Naylor. They went and they got guys to protect Cal Raleigh in the lineup and make you pitch to the dumper. They had the 2 letdown games in 3 and 4 at the crib. But I also think those were the 2 best games Toronto has played in the postseason, and that includes against the New York Yankees in the divisional series. I think Toronto's thrown everything they had in the tank to climb back into this series. I think Seattle was slow, but I think Seattle kept a little bit left. I like Seattle to go on the road in Game 6, and let's put this thing away. Let's not worry about a Game 7. Give me the Mariners and the Dodgers in the World Series.
So we're going to go head-to-head in Game 6, Rob. I'm actually going to take the Blue Jays in that game. I am a firm believer that in sports, when you're trying to accomplish something for the first time, that it's never easy, right? It never is. And there's no way the Mariners aren't going to make this a Game 7 and just torture their fans, right? They're up 2-0, win both games in Toronto, come back home. You think they're going to make it easy and sweep? No, they lose the first 2. Then yesterday was a tight game to the end. Blue Jays are going to win tomorrow, and then I think Seattle's going to win it in Game 7. So I really feel good about that. I'm going to bet Toronto big tomorrow. I'm going to take Seattle big in Game 7. I'm with you, Mariners-Dodgers World Series, but I think we're going to get a Monday night doubleheader. And Rob, think about it. Seahawks play Monday night against Houston, right? So it's just setting up for an all-time night in Seattle with Seahawks-Texans, Game 7 Monday night. So there we go. Major League Baseball. Shannon Farron going to join us next. Talk Chargers, Colts.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. Hour 3 here of Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser and Rob Brown here with you. We're getting ready to talk with Shannon Farron here in a little bit and preview tomorrow's Chargers-Colts game, which should be a good one from Los Angeles. Real quick, though, to update everybody on some scores right now in college football. Vanderbilt up 17-13 on LSU at halftime. Georgia Tech and Duke all tied up at 7 as they just started the third quarter. Washington and Michigan also tied up at 7 as they're getting ready to start the third. UConn up 24-20 on Boston College. Houston 21-14 on Arizona. TCU with a 21-10 lead on Baylor. And Oklahoma up 14 on South Carolina. The Gamecocks do have a goal, however, as they're getting ready to reach the 2-minute warning. So they're trying to cut in to that lead. So, of course, we'll keep you posted on everything going on in college football. But let's talk a little NFL. And to do that, we welcome on Shannon Farron. Give her a follow on X at Shannon Farron, host to Gary and Shannon, and also sideline reporter for the LA Chargers as well. Shannon, really appreciate the time. Excited for this game tomorrow. Colts and the Chargers. Indy's been one of the best surprises so far in the NFL. They're 5-1. When you kind of look at this matchup, like what sticks out to you most tomorrow? What are you most excited to see kind of play out in the game?
What's going on with Daniel Jones and his resurgence, with Jonathan Taylor and what he's been able to do leading the league in rushing. It's going to be a challenge, but it is an opportunity for the Chargers to have a statement win here. With the Colts coming to town at 5-1, sure, there are the people who have said, well, who have the Colts really played? There are some teams that they have played that have not had great records. I'm trying to be very gentle with language here when it comes to who the Colts have played, but it would just be a really nice feather in the Chargers' cap. They will struggle when you think about Jonathan Taylor. You're looking at a Chargers run defense that has allowed back-to-back 100-yard rushers, so definitely a tall order for this weekend here at SoFi in LA.
Shannon, I obviously we would have to talk about the injuries for San Diego or for LA. It's only been like 10 years, Rob. Get it right, for God's sake. You got to talk about the injuries. Joe Alt listed it as doubtful. We talked about Denzel Perryman, Khalil Mack. It's a laundry list. And it's not just a laundry list. Like, it's a laundry list of dudes, specifically on the defensive side of the football, which you were just talking about. What is the plan to work around these injuries? Obviously it's always next man up mentality, but are there the next men up to be the men up that we can rely on to slow down Jonathan Taylor?
You know, Jim Harbaugh said it in the locker room speech post-game in Miami. He said, this has been your finest hour. And you're thinking, what? You just beat the Dolphins? It's your finest hour? Yeah. When you look at what they were able to do with how little they were able to do it, injuries have affected every single room with the LA Chargers right now. And sure, you can make that argument. It's week 6, week 7. Everybody's playing with something around the league, but really decimated. 2 all-pro offensive linemen gone within the first couple of weeks of the season. It has been a next man up mentality for this team, but you know what? They're used to it. The Chargers have been kind of hit with the injury bug every year. So this is nothing new for this team. But what they were able to do with so little, like I said, was a big plus. Now, when you had Khalil Mack go down after losing Joey Bosa to Buffalo this year, they could not set the edge against the Commanders when they came to town a couple weeks ago at SoFi. So they went out and they got Baltimore's edge guy, Odafe Oweh, who came in and immediately fit into this offense. He's been He's been playing the same one for 4 years there in Baltimore. It was seamless. He came in, they were able to set the edge. The problem's going to be that run defense. Without Khalil Mack, he may be back. He practiced this week. All signs point to yes, so that'll be great to have Khalil, and I don't know how Oweh is going to fit in with that, but it'll be wonderful to have those edges set. And then we had Denzel Perryman out at linebacker. He was on IR, so he's supposed to come back as well. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, has said this has been a focus all week long of every man to the ball. Don't just let one guy out there try to bring down Jonathan Taylor. Every guy's got to be out there on that ball.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff. They certainly are beaten up. I want to look at the offensive side of the ball too, Shannon, because we were talking a little bit off air about the running back room, right? And we knew it was kind of going to be Haskins and Vidal last week. Vidal ends up having the better game of the two. Do you think Harbaugh and Greg Roman, are they going to ride the hot hand in this game against Indy, or do you think Vidal did enough in that game last week against Miami where you would expect him to kind of be in that Hampton role where he's the featured guy this week?
You know, Greg Roman, offensive coordinator, said it when we had Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton both in the backfield. He said this is not going to be a featured back kind of offense. The days of a featured back, one guy carrying the load is dinosaur times, essentially, is what he said. At least for this team, it was going to be running by committee. And that's what you'll see again. You know, Haskins doesn't get a lot of credit for what he did last week in Miami, but he was a hell of a blocker. And yeah, Vidal looked great. Kamani with, I think, 124 yards, something like that, and a dual threat on the receiving end as well. Second career receiving touchdown for Kamani last week. You're going to see it. Of course, you'd love to see Omarion Hampton get back out there. You know, he has been impressive his rookie season. When he breaks free, he really puts on a highlight reel. So that'll be interesting to see. But yes, they will go with the hot hand. You will see Vidal probably get most of the carries tomorrow.
I wanted to ask you about Omarion Hampton. I know he's on injured reserve, going to miss the minimum of 4. Omarion Hampton was my sneaky good pick of the draft. I really like this kid out of North Carolina. I got to watch him play in person a couple of times here in the Carolinas. Really liked what he brings as an NFL-ready running back. But to have he and really a number of running backs that have been either on the IR, off and on of it, Najee as well, when Harbaugh showed up, one of the first things he said was, we are going to be a running team. Like, we are going to run the ball to open it up for Justin Herbert. Is the ability still there with the backs you're working with? And what do you think will be the evolution of the run game when Najee comes back, when Omarion Hampton comes back? Is it going to be big committee? Are we going to see primary guys stepping back into roles? How do you think the run game is going to evolve for the rest of the year for this team? Or are we just committed to letting Justin Herbert go out there and sling the thing?
It's a great question, you know, and when you look at Indianapolis and they've got that all-pro guard with Quentin Nelson and how he opens things up for Jonathan Taylor, not to take anything away from Jonathan Taylor, but, you know, the health of the offensive line is really going to dictate the health of the run game, as you know. Omarion Hampton is fantastic at not even touching the tackles. He is fantastic at keeping his, have you guys seen his legs? Oh my goodness, they're massive. They're like Khalil Mack's arms. Anyway, he keeps them moving. He's a running back that breaks tackles. You think the play is dead. Omarion Hampton's legs are still moving underneath that scrum of guys. So he's exciting to watch. He's got the power. You know this about a Jim Harbaugh team, a Greg Roman team. They like their running backs to run with violence. This kid does it. He doesn't take no. He doesn't take a down. So it'll be great to see him when he's back and with the full health of that offensive line down the stretch.
We're talking with Shannon Farron here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Chargers and Colts tomorrow in L.A. Shannon, you know, the receiving core has been much talked about for the Chargers the last couple of years. They've been waiting for Quentin Johnson to take that next step. He's had a very good season, very good start to the season. McConkey's been a little quiet. He was great in that Dolphins game last Sunday. Who would you kind of expect to be the featured receiver this week? Do you think this is just kind of how it's going to be? 1 week it's Quentin, 1 week it's Ladd, maybe another guy steps up. Do you think maybe there was a turning point where McConkey's going to be the guy that he was much of last season? How do you see kind of that receiving production for the rest of the season from the Chargers?
What's great for Justin Herbert and the Chargers is not so great if you're playing fantasy and trying to figure out who's going to pop off every week with this team. Everybody eats. Sometimes you think it's going to be a Ladd McConkey game and it's a tight end game. You just don't know. Part of that's Greg Roman keeping it interesting. Most of that's Justin Herbert making things happen. And making things happen that he didn't intend to happen. You've seen him extend plays. You've seen him do the unthinkable, like last week with McConkey and that 42-yard pass where, you know, you thought that play was dead. We all thought that play was dead. Justin Herbert didn't. Ladd McConkey didn't. Ladd McConkey, after catching that ball, by the way, this video was posted and then quickly taken down. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about it, but you could hear Ladd McConkey mic'd up say, saying when he caught that, "That's what I do. Give me the effing ball." So McConkey definitely wants more action. You can tell. He was so productive last season for the Chargers, and you're gonna have a Lad McConkey game, and it's gonna be quickly. It's gonna be soon. If that's this week, how good is Q 100%? I don't know. I know it killed him to be on the sideline last week. Keenan Allen was pretty quiet last week as well. They've used him sparingly. Third down, they go to the captain, Keenan Allen. But yeah, it looks like it could be a good Lad McConkey game. I haven't looked at the matchups there in the secondary for Indianapolis at this point. But yeah, if Q's back, it's tough. It's not going to be one guy. I'll tell you that. Justin spreads it around.
Let's talk about the longevity of this division. Kansas City, obviously at 3-3, but they've looked dramatically better the last couple of weeks. Denver hasn't really blown me away, but they are 4-2 with a win over the Eagles. Obviously, the Raiders, not where they wanted to be, but LA sitting on top of this division, also at 4-2 with the Broncos. Is this team, with everybody being a plus money bet to win the division as of today, is LA a team that has it in them to make a run through the season, especially considering while the schedule's kind of middle of the road difficulty, but you do have those injuries we talked about? Is a Chargers bet to win this division a safe one right now?
I mean, this league is on drugs. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, look at Atlanta. I mean, look at what's happened from week to week. I'm like, what? I have no idea who's going to win. Coming into this season, I thought the Chargers had a great spot, a great place to take this division. Finally, you've got that Denver defense. I love that. Bo Nix finding his way. Denver's legit. The Raiders are a mess. They're going to be a mess for a while. You know, the Chiefs are going to do what the Chiefs do, which is look dead for the first half of the season, and then, or the first quarter of the season ish, and then start to come alive. And they're going to do what they do, where, you know, Travis Kelce just floats around out there and Mahomes will find him. And as soon as you count the Chiefs out, they count themselves in, and everybody's wrong about them. We've seen this time and time again. We've seen this in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. So I never count the Chiefs out. I never count out Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I just don't. But the way things are going with the health of the Chargers and them getting guys back at the right time, if you had to ask me when to get injured, I'd say let's get injured quickly. Let's get injured quickly. Let's get it out of the way, and let's have the health of the season down the stretch. And that's what it looks like. Who knows what's gonna happen with Denver? I haven't really looked at their schedule moving forward, but that defense is good. It's legit. They already got one against them though. So I mean, of course I'm betting on the Chargers to take this division. It would be wonderful. It would feel good. It would just feel good to beat the Chiefs. You know, I think everyone feels that way. Yeah. But who knows? It's been a mess out there.
Yeah, I mean, those three teams at the top, we thought it would be, you know, kind of musical chairs with them, and so far it has been. Shannon, we got a couple of minutes left. What about, like, big picture in the AFC? I think we kind of all agree at this point the Chiefs are probably the top team. The Bills have lost a couple straight. You mentioned, obviously, the Broncos, the Chargers. The Ravens are still super talented, but they've kind of dug themselves in a hole at 1-5. Like, right now, who do you think is the second best team in the AFC behind Kansas City? Is it Buffalo or would it be somebody else?
See, I get chills when you start talking this way, because I am like every other Charger fan that feels the hope, the great hope every year. And when I look at the AFC and the possibilities, and the possibility of the Chargers taking this win from the Colts tomorrow at SoFi, the Bills being exposed by Atlanta in prime time, I think was huge. I don't think the Chiefs are the team that they were 3-5 last year even. I think that this is a conference that the Chargers could take. I think that they could make their way to the very top. When you look at who Buffalo has beaten, when you look at who the Colts have beaten, it's not as impressive. You know, yeah, it was a big shock when the Chargers went to New York and lost to the Giants, but that was a Giants team that struck lightning. Lightning struck it, I guess I should say. You know, they have found their identity, and they found it on that Sunday. They found it on that Sunday with that running back and Jackson Dart. And they're a legit team. So it's like, oh, they lost to the Giants. Well, yeah, they lost to the Giants. The Giants are legit. So I look at the AFC and I think it's wide open for the Chargers to move to the top. You know, Josh Allen and the Bills, they're fun to talk about, just like Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. But as you can see, there's some places where you can pick those teams apart. They're not infallible.
No, they certainly aren't. Tomorrow, massive game again. I mean, for the tiebreaker and what that could mean for the AFC standings, going to be a big one. Shannon Farron, give her a follow on X at Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter and host of Gary and Shannon as well. Shannon, really appreciate the time. Enjoy the game tomorrow, and we hope to catch up again with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. Great stuff there from Shannon. Rob and I will talk about Chargers Colts when we come back and preview the rest of the NFL Week 7 slate.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, we got a good one in Nashville. Vanderbilt up 24-21 on LSU. Garrett Nussmeier makes a heck of a play, just trying to get out of traffic. He throws it to his receiver, Aaron Anderson, and he takes it for over 50 yards for a touchdown. So, Rob, while we were talking with Shannon, we're always betting on this show. We're always looking for opportunities to make money. I had talked about it earlier on in the program. If we ever got one of these teams north of 7, I was going to bet it. Vandy went up 24-13. LSU was plus 8.5 on BetMGM, and I bet that bad boy. And now we're at Vandy minus 3.5, plus 110. So feeling good about my LSU plus 8.5 ticket, but I still do think Vandy ends up winning this game. It's going to come right down to the wire, though. But Vandy right now up by 3. Duke is up Georgia Tech 10-7. Yellow Jackets right now in a very low-scoring game. Washington and Michigan tied up at 7 right now. The Huskies have the ball, and I believe they have a 4th down right now at the Michigan at own 25-yard line, and they're going for it, and they just picked it up. So, man, Jed Fish rolling the dice there. Arizona trailing Houston 28-14. TCU up 28-18 on Baylor. Central Michigan, my only bet of this early window. They're up 27-6 on Bowling Green, so we absolutely love that. Oklahoma up 14-7 on South Carolina, and Toledo ain't looking great, Rob. Toledo, I laid 24.5 with them today. They're already down 10-0 to Kent State, and can I tell you, Kent State looks like the better team. So Toledo, right now, they got some big-time issues, so I might be staying away from them, but that is not off to a good start. So that's what we got going on right now. Let's turn our attention to the National Football League. Rob, we have another London game tomorrow between the Rams and the Jags. Puka is out tomorrow for the Rams. They're laying 3 against the Jags. Total is 44.5. Rob, what do you like in that game?
I'm riding on Jacksonville, dude. I think you got a couple of things. I don't know how much this is going to play into it because it is a new coach. It is a new team. But if anybody's going to be comfortable playing international games, it's Jacksonville, right? Like they're doing 2 of them every year, have been for a while. I am still of the believer, even though they got a deal done with Jacksonville to stay in that stadium for another handful of years, I'm still of the belief that Jacksonville will be the first team, unless the NFL is going to go full expansion mode. I believe Jacksonville's the team moving abroad, which is why Shad Khan has volunteered this team to play 2 games in Europe every year. So I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable. You saw last week with Denver and the Jets just how bad some of these games can be with teams having to travel internationally. And I know, like I had somebody say on my show, the flight from Jacksonville to New York or Jacksonville to London is only slightly longer than New York to LA. So like it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not just that though, right? It's like being in a different country, being outside of the norm. Having to, do whatever else you got to do. Anybody who's traveled internationally knows, even if you are going to an English-speaking country, there's still a lot that you have to do to get used to that. Jacksonville's done it more than anybody else. I think that there's some level of comfort there for them. On the other side of that, especially with Puka being down, and I think we need to be having a conversation about some interesting names in the MVP race. Like I think Baker Mayfield has got to be a good bet for an MVP. I think Puka Nacua needs to be in that discussion for these Rams as well. If he's down, Jacksonville has started to find a groove. I've been telling people for 2 years, I do not think, and PJ, I've said it to you on the air before, I don't think we put enough weight on franchise in the term franchise quarterback. I think we put all the weight on quarterback and franchise quarterback. And look around the league right now at how many guys, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Bryce Young, etc., Trevor Lawrence, are showing you that sometimes the franchise is the problem in franchise quarterback, not the quarterback. I think Trevor Lawrence is one of the guys that I've been pointing to going, Trevor's not bad. I don't think people understood how toxic that team was when Urban Meyer was there, how toxic that team was when Doug Peterson was there. And I know Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl, but there's a reason Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl and then Philly decided to move on from him a year and a half later anyway, right? Like toxic environment. Now they went and got Liam Cohen, who has won me over in the first quarter of the season. He's put an offense together that fits. ETN feels comfortable now. We've started to see Brian Thomas start to look like the receiver we thought he was going to be. Trevor Lawrence looks a lot more comfortable. And on top of that, even when Puka Nacua was comfortable, the Rams have had some games that I was not fully comfortable with, even though, guys like Cody Decker have picked them as an NFC wildcard contender or maybe even divisional threat there. I'm just not there yet. So I'm on the Jags. That being said, you're catching LA minus 3.5, Jags plus 3.5. If that number comes down to 2.5, I don't want it. But if it's going to stay at that 3.5, I'll take the Jags plus 3.5, and I'll feel pretty good about it. I may even play the Denton Day, let's find the middle road, go with a decent-sized bet on Jags plus 3.5, and I might even touch the money line with the Jags with a one-unit bet too.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to end up betting anything in this game, Rob. I would probably lean towards the Rams, though, -3. You bring up good points about Jacksonville and that they do make this trip every year, and that's so much of the handicap when we have these international games is which team is going to be best equipped to handling the time change, handling the week, all the distractions, those kinds of things. So the Jags are used to it. The problem is, Rob, this is a team that I'm looking to fade because I think through the first 6 weeks, they're kind of playing above their head a little bit. I mean, they've been forcing turnovers at a crazy rate. Their first 4 games of the season, they forced at least 3 turnovers. Then they had the pick 6 against Kansas City. Last week, they didn't have any turnovers against Seattle, and they end up losing that game, and they don't really look all that good. Trevor Lawrence isn't very good. I've never been a fan of his, and I think he's a mediocre NFL quarterback. I think this defense is kind of mediocre too. They've just been forcing turnovers, and they're going up against one of the best coaches in the NFL, a terrific quarterback with a great offense, even without Puka, and a really solid defense as well. And we're kind of buying low here on the Rams a little bit because, Rob, the last 2 games they have played, they have really not looked good. They lost outright to San Francisco, and against Cooper Rush and the Ravens, they really didn't look all that inspiring either. So I think at some point the Rams are going to turn back into the team that we all think can contend for a Super Bowl and look pretty good, where I think Jacksonville is going to start regressing here a little bit. So don't know if I'm going to play the game, but would the Rams -3 would be my lean in that one over Jacksonville. All right, we got the Raiders in Kansas City tomorrow. The Chiefs are laying 12 at home. Total is 45.5. Rob, would you lay it with KC, or is it too many points?
Too many points for me, but not enough that I am going to the other side of the equation either, because the Raiders just aren't it. And I know people were excited about Pete Carroll getting there. I am excited about Ashton Jeanty. I think and we saw that. He had that, 123-yard game, whatever it was, a couple of weeks ago. He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable back there. But at the same time, that is kind of the bread and butter right now, right? They're going to hit Devontae every now and then, but by and large, it's can they run the ball? Well, the last couple of weeks, Kansas City's defense has started to show up against the run again, which was a problem when they lost to LA, a problem when they lost to Philly. That run defense has gotten a little bit better, and now it feels like Mahomes, Kelsey, Rashee Rice is coming back, which changes it. By the way, real quick as an aside, Rashee Rice, I don't need the motivational, inspirational working out coming back from tragedy story from you, my guy. You almost murdered people. I don't need the comeback inspiration from you, buddy. STFU, put on the helmet, go play football. You're lucky you're allowed to come back. What is this workout video crap, Rashee Rice? But that's a different story for a different time. I think this team is going to get more comfortable. I think they do feel like they are the Kansas City Chiefs again. 12.5, though, is a big number in that spot. And the reason it feels too big, I think, for me, PJ, is Ashton Jeanty. Because while I do think the Kansas City run defense is back, he's still a dude that can pop off a 50, 60, 70-yarder at any given point and kind of flip this game. And maybe that brings it down to a 10-point game or a 9-point game somewhere late in the fourth, and Kansas City doesn't really feel compelled to go out there and win. You add on top of all of that, and I try not to be this guy, but it's a narrative for a reason. Now all of a sudden, those false start calls that were getting called on Kansas City on Jamal at the beginning of the year, they're going away. Now all those 50-50 calls are starting to look like they're swinging back around to Kansas City. And if you buy into that conspiracy, that kind of makes it more interesting. But I'm not going to bet on a couple of calls going KC's way. I'm also not going to get a bet against Ashton Jeanty having his arrival party at any given game. If this was 8.5, I'd feel a little more compelled to go Chiefs right now, but 12.5 is just a big number to touch.
It is a big number, and I'm on the Raiders this week, Rob. I like them quite a bit, plus the 12 against Kansas City. My thing with the Chiefs is their schedule has been really tough so far. They haven't had a game yet where they can just kind of coast or take a breather. You know, everything's been tough, right? They've had 3 primetime games, the 2 Sunday night games against the Giants and the Lions last week, the Monday night game against the Jags. Then week 1, you get the international game against the Chargers, Super Bowl rematch against the Eagles. And then they had the big game against the Ravens when both teams are 1-2 and needed a win. So, I mean, they haven't had a game on their schedule where you look at it and you're like, yeah, they probably won't get up for that one. We're not going to get their max effort. Like, I could see them kind of laying down in that game. Every game they've really had to kind of get up for and prep for. Rob, this is the first game where I think Kansas City can just kind of cruise. And how many times have we seen it in the last couple years where the Chiefs are the kings of winning the game but not covering the spread? And that's what this one feels like. You know, this feels like the game where the Bills had against the Saints. This feels like the Colts game this past week against the Cardinals, where you know they're going to win. It's just a question by how many. But the Colts and the Bills really didn't look all that impressive in those games, and I don't think Kansas City is going to look all that impressive in this game either. I know Geno's been terrible, and I know the Raiders have been a nightmare, but this is a divisional game. They always play well in Arrowhead. They always play KC tough and competitive. And just because KC really hasn't had a game yet where they can just kind of coast and, like, you know, don't really look all that inspired, I kind of think this is that game. So I am on the Raiders plus 12. That is an official bet for me against the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, a game that a lot of people on this show has a lot of interest in. The Saints and the Bears. Chicago, 4.5-point favorite against the Saints. The total in the game is 45.5. Rob, do you like your Saints tomorrow to keep it close against the Bears, or do you think the Bears are going to run away with it tomorrow?
Buddy, I don't like my Saints in general. Are you kidding me? It's tough right now out on the streets. Look, I'm back and forth on this one because Spencer Rattler is getting better week by week. I do not think that Spencer Rattler is the problem in New Orleans. The problem that New Orleans has had recently is they just don't have anybody that is there for Spencer Rattler consistently catching the football. Chris Olave's had some big drops. Juwan Johnson has had some big drops. And what it's allowing defenses to do right now is to key in and take Alvin Kamara and Kendre Miller, right? Like, we had a Kendre Miller breakout game. One of the frustrating things for me, and I know our homie Addy in the background is probably going to agree with this, for whatever reason, when Dennis Allen was the head coach of these New Orleans Saints, like, he had a problem with Kendre Miller, and I don't know what that problem was with Kendre Miller. He just never got his opportunity to be that dude. And Kendre Miller has looked like a pretty good running back this year that I thought was going to free up Alvin Kamara. The problem is you've had so many drops. I know off the top of my head, PJ Glasser, Spencer Rattler has had 5 passes that would have been touchdowns dropped. And I'm not talking about contended, knocked away, hand fighting. I'm talking hitting dudes in the hands, including one that would have at least taken the loss to Arizona into overtime with the Saints having all of the momentum. He's had 5 passes that could have, should have, would have been touchdowns that have been dropped so far. Well, if I'm a defensive coordinator and there's nobody for the Saints that is a consistent pass threat. Now, Raheed Shaheed has finally kind of found his stride as the 9-route guy, but, like, are you super afraid of the home run ball when I can play a single high safety and go, hey, wherever Shaheed is, just shade to that side, don't let him beat you deep, and we're fine? That has allowed teams to step up in the pass run, has allowed teams to take away Kamara and Kendre Miller, and then the Saints just stall out. On the flip side, you're looking at a Bears team that has looked better week by week. You're looking at Caleb Williams, who absolutely, I'm tired of having to defend this guy like he's not putting up numbers right now. I think Kellen Moore has been a good head coach for New Orleans. I think he's just been saddled with an absolute ass franchise and roster right now, and a bunch of guys who just aren't all the way in because our GM refuses to go ahead and turn it all over. That's a different story for a different time. I'm with the Bears on this one. Like, it's a run defense that's inside the bottom 10, but they can commit to the run because nobody scares you through the air right now. I'm not going to touch this game, but if I did, I got a slight lean to Chicago here.
I'm not going to touch the game either. I would kind of lean towards the Saints in the game. we were talking off air with our guy Kenny in Chicago, who's a big Bears fan, and he said it. Like, he knows his team, and he knows this is the game right now because the Bears have the fan base excited, right? They've won 3 in a row. They just got that revenge over Washington. Ben Johnson, it seems like he's their guy. They're still trying to figure out if Caleb's the guy moving forward, but the Bears have won games the past couple weeks that the Bears normally don't win. Like the Raiders game, the Commanders game, the Bears are usually on the other side of that, but they've been on the right side of it. And you get this game where you're a favorite at home against the Saints team. Rob, look, they're not good, but they've been in every game other than the Seattle game. Every game's been one possession. Every game's been close, and you're getting 4.5 points, and it feels like a game where they might not win, but it probably is close. So I would lean New Orleans. I'm probably not going to end up betting it, but I would look at your Saints plus the 4.5 against the Bears. All right, we come back, update on what's going on in college football and Browns Dolphins. Stick with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, Rob Brown, we talked about it. You know, some interesting games on this early slate in Week 8 college football, and we got some good ones. Vandy answers the LSU touchdown. They go back up 10, 31-21. They're starting the fourth quarter right now in Nashville. Big game there in the SEC, a couple of 5-1 teams. Georgia Tech trying to actually pull off the upset today against Duke. They closed as a 3.5-point dog, Rob. They got the ball just outside the red zone, and right now they are a 2.5-point favorite against the Blue Devils. You love the Yellow Jackets today. Michigan up 14-7 on Washington. They're starting the fourth quarter. Houston up 28-21 on Arizona as their early fourth quarter. TCU and Baylor, a shootout right now, 35-21. TCU on top. Tulane and Army right now tied up at 10. Central Michigan, which was my favorite early play, they're up 27-6 on Bowling Green. Oklahoma up 14-7 on South Carolina as they just started the second half. So South Carolina, Rob, looked like it was going to get ugly there for a little bit, but starting to play a little bit better as I believe they just forced they went 3 and out to start the second half. So Sooners getting the ball back there in Columbia. UCF up 14-7 on West Virginia, and that's what we got going on right now in college football. Rob Brown, these could be my famous last words, sir, but one of my biggest bets of tomorrow in the NFL is going to be the Cleveland Browns, -2.5 against the Miami Dolphins. I am all in on Cleveland tomorrow. Not only did I bet them with the spread, Rob, the Browns are my pick and survivor tomorrow because, let's be honest, when else am I using the Browns? And doesn't this game just have the feel of like the game you want to fade Tua and Miami when they're outdoors on natural grass? There's supposed to be crazy wind and rain tomorrow in Cleveland. And the vibes around this Dolphins team right now, Rob Brown, not good. You got Tua at the podium calling out teammates. You got Mike McDaniel not really taking any accountability. He's going to be gone here, it feels like, in the next couple of weeks. And it's just a bad matchup for that Miami offense against that Browns defense and that front four. So, look, I know it's scary. I know Dylan Gabriel's a favorite in an NFL game, but let's think about kind of Cleveland so far this season, okay? They're 1-5, but they've played 4 of their 6 games on the road so far. And they've played those games against Lamar, against the Lions. They've played it in London against the Vikings, and then they went to Pittsburgh last week when Dylan Gabriel was making his second career start and first career road start. So the Browns' schedule has been brutal, but then you think about what they've done at home, Rob. They should have beaten Joe Burrow and Cincy in week 1. They have the upset of the Packers in week 3. So this Cleveland team is a lot different at home. The defense is elite. It's especially elite at home. And I think we're getting a Dolphins team that is just getting ready to absolutely blow up at any moment. So, God, is it scary pushing all your chips in the middle with the Cleveland Browns, Rob. But I love the spot for them. I love the weather forecast that we're getting. And I like the number that we're getting as well. So give me the Brownies tomorrow in the dog pound, -2.5. What say you?
Yeah, I am going to say, I think as much as everything you said about the Cleveland Browns as a team that plays better at the crib is correct. And on top of that, I think we got to put a little respect on the Browns defense and what they've done in some of these games. I think you're nailing that as well. If we're keeping it a buck with each other, buddy, we're betting against Miami more so than we are betting on the Cleveland Browns here. I know that a lot of it has been made of the Tua Tagovailoa quotes from earlier this week, and then he had to come back after it all went down, and he had to offer an apology and this, that, and the other. I did a whole segment of it on my show about how you can apologize all you want, but like sometimes the damage has been done, man. And when you, as the quarterback in a game where you threw 3 picks, straight go to the podium and start blaming everybody else, and most importantly, like PJ, you and me, we're in the words industry. Words matter, and the way that you use them matters. When he gets up there after throwing 3 picks, grabs the mic and starts talking about what we expect out of the guys. Buddy, you're not the head coach. You're not the offensive coordinator. You're not the GM. You're not the owner. You are the guys. Like, you are we. Don't go up there and we when you threw 3 picks to the other team. And the reality of the situation is, as much as we would like to be able to say, these guys are professionals and, it's a job and that's all well and good. And at the end of the day, guys, if you've ever been in an NFL locker room, if you've ever been around a team for an extended length of time, most of these dudes are young dudes who are millionaires who have never spent a day in the real world. If you get to the NFL talent, you are treated as a different kind of dude from middle school. I have been around NFL players or guys that would turn into NFL players. I played high school football and middle school football with one who was like a mid-tier NFL guy, was treated like a god, could like openly flaunt the rules around our high school because people just let him get away with it. They've never stepped foot in the real world before. Emotions are a real deal for NFL players, and you're not going to get up there and do what Tua Tagovailoa did just a little while ago and then just have the boys line up and be ready to roll the next week. You just threw them all under the bus in a game where you played like absolute booty cheeks. Why am I supposed to believe the Dolphins are just going to like get it fixed? Mike McDaniel, who I hope that Mike gets hired as an OC somewhere, because I think Mike McDaniel's that guy that like the mad scientist offensive schemer side of him can absolutely be successful. He just doesn't have the between the ears it takes to be a head coach and do that. And that's why I think this team has fallen apart. I agree with everything you said about Cleveland being at home, about this Cleveland defense. I agree with all of that, but I am betting that the implosion from Miami isn't going to happen, PJ. It's already happened, and it happened this past week at that post-game press conference after Miami got walked off last weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. Real quick, Rob, updating these games. Georgia Tech's got a 3rd and goal right now at the 5. We're tied up at 10, 11 minutes to go, 4th quarter. And we got a touchdown, or did he drop it? No, he dropped it. Incomplete pass. The Duke defender knocked it out of his hands. So it should be a chip shot field goal for Georgia Tech. 2nd and goal, wide open touchdown for LSU. So, Rob, these teams, we might have a flag, though, on the play because Nussmeier is not celebrating. They're going to call an illegal formation. So that will bring it back. Still 2nd and goal at the 6 for LSU. But they're on they're at the 6-yard line trying to make that a 3-point game. So top 2 games in the early window coming down to the wires. Georgia Tech 22-yard field goal trying to make it a 13-10 game. Rob, Patriots
It looks
and
like,
Titans.
real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
It looks like they might be taking a look at that touchdown because I'm looking at it again, and I think it's catch. I think it's football move before he goes to the ground. I think they may took a look at this. I mean, it definitely comes out, but I think he had control for 2, maybe 3 steps before he went to the ground. They might give that to Georgia Tech.
Ooh, that really is close. And obviously, what a huge call. I mean, scoring has been at a premium in that game. It's 10-10. So massive call there. LSU 2nd and goal, and they're not going to get anything. So we got 3rd and goal from the 5 upcoming there. South Carolina's defense did get a stop, so they're going to get the ball back down by 7 against Oklahoma. TCU still up 2 touchdowns on Baylor. Houston up 28-21 on Arizona. And Michigan right now up 14-7 on Washington. So that's what we got going right now in college football. We'll let people know what happens on this 3rd and goal in the Vandy LSU game, Rob. And then we'll get to the Titans and the Patriots with New England as a 7-point favorite tomorrow on the road in Tennessee. But here we go. LSU 3rd and goal at the 5-yard line, trailing by 10. Nussmeier trying to buy some time, running out of trouble. Just chucks it in the end zone, nearly an interception. So I think Brian Kelly and LSU going to settle for a field goal, try to make it a 31-24 game. So a great hold there by the Vanderbilt defense. Looks like they're going to keep it to a 7-point game. Rob, Patriots, Titans.
They did, by the way,
so many
they
stories.
did not give Georgia Tech the turnover, so Georgia Tech does kick the field goal to wrap up that drive.
So no touchdowns. So there you go. 13-10 Georgia Tech and should be 31-24 Vanderbilt there with LSU lining up for a 23-yard field goal. Rob, Patriots, Titans. So fascinating tomorrow. You got Vrabel returning to Tennessee. You got the Titans firing their head coach. New England's playing their 3rd straight road game. Tennessee's trying to win their 2nd game of the season. I haven't bet the game yet, I would only bet Tennessee, and I'm considering betting some Titans money line because, Rob, this game has given me a little vibe of what that Packers-Cowboys game was from Sunday night, where obviously the storyline was all about Micah Parsons' return to Dallas, and everybody thought they were going to run it up and they were going to blow them out, win by 40, and we saw that game ended in a tie, and Dallas easily could have won the game. This game kind of feels similar, right? I think people look at it. They look at New England playing great football. They've won 2 games in a row on the road. Tennessee's arguably the worst team in the NFL. Vrabel's back, so you know he wants to win the game by 40. But I think so many times in betting, Rob, we get kind of swept into this narrative of like, oh, this coach, this player wants revenge. They're going to win this game by 40. And it just creates value on the other side. So I'm probably going to be on the Titans tomorrow plus the points, and I wouldn't be shocked if this game's an upset either. I lean Tennessee. We got about a minute left or so, Rob. What would be your thoughts on this game?
PJ, I got to tell you, my brother, we're butting heads a lot today because I'm on the New England Patriots right now. They are my favorite shock everybody team of this year. I respected Gerard Mayo, but it just within 3-4 games, clear like that wasn't the role for him. I think Mike Vrabel was let go from Tennessee not because of on-field performance, but because of the fact that Mike Vrabel is a stubborn, hard-headed dude who wants the team run his way, and Tennessee obviously is the exact opposite of that, which is why they've run through 77 head coaches in the past 9 years. Like that's just what the Tennessee Titans are. Ordinarily, I would be willing to hear out the narrative of the because you taught me the lesson of the narrative bet, and I've been playing them ever since, Peach. I would be fine with the narrative interim head coach boost, but you don't think Mike Vrabel's out for a little blood? You don't think that dude holds a grudge? And considering every time they asked him about that in the press conferences this week, he kind of got that like one corner of the mouth smile while he was saying, oh no, we just want to have the guys go out there and do the best they can do and improve. And he's like, in the meantime, like you can see that Joker smile creeping up a little bit. I think Vrabel's out there to drop 60 on these boys. I really do. And as much I'm in on Cam Ward long term, they're just not there. Titans go down hard to New England.
All right, we'll go through a bunch more of these games here in the NFL. Final hour of the show coming up. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Fourth and final hour Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown doing an awesome job filling in for Paul Aspen today. We got 60 minutes left, and we're rolling through the rest of the NFL slate. Johnny Cogden going to join us to wrap up the show to talk Bama and Tennessee and Auburn, Missouri. Two games that should be really good today in the SEC. But real quick, some updates on some scores around the country. Vandy up 31-24 on LSU. Georgia Tech with a 13-10 lead over Duke. 10 minutes to go in the game. Michigan up 21-7 on Washington. UConn 38-23 over Boston College. Arizona just tied it up with Houston at 28. TCU up 35-21 on Baylor. Army trying to pull the upset on Tulane today. They're up 17-10. And Oklahoma still up 14-7 on South Carolina. So that's what we got going on right now in college football as we turn our attention back to the NFL. Rob will go pretty quick here through these games, about a minute, 90 seconds or so. Get your thoughts. And let's start with the Carson Wentz game. Eagles and Vikings. Philly, a 2-point favorite on the road in Minnesota. The total in the game is 44. Our guy in Chicago, our board op, Kenny Henderson, gave us a great stat, Rob. This is the cheapest money line that Philadelphia has been since Barkley's gotten there when they haven't played Mahomes or Lamar, right? So you normally do not get this kind of price with Philadelphia. They're minus 130 on the money line against the Vikings. What would be your play tomorrow in Minneapolis, Rob Brown?
I'm real tempted to take the Vikings, man. And I floated my conspiracy theory to you a minute ago. I'll do it again here. Since we had the A.J. Brown cryptic Instagram post, because that's how you communicate in 2025, kids. You put a bunch of small words on an Instagram post. And then the rumor came out that Devontae was upset too. They allegedly had a meeting of the minds with Jalen Hurts, A.J. Devontae, Saquon, and Nick Sirianni. I mean, the Eagle offense has shifted, right? Like, it feels like they're trying to throw the ball as a team whose bread and butter for the last year and a half has been running the ball. That game, 2-3 weeks ago, they ended the game. Jalen Hurts threw the ball 38 times. They ran Saquon Barkley 6 times. In what world do you have Saquon Barkley in the backfield with 6 carries in a game? They had like 11 total carries in that game, and 3 or 4 of them were Jalen Hurts scrambles and a couple of tush pushes. I think Philadelphia has lost a little bit of control, and because of that, now it's going to depend on the line, because I've seen it at Philly minus 2.5. I've seen it at 3.5. If I can get the Vikings plus the 3.5, I will definitely take that. The 2.5 number, I might sit on that. I might wait on that game. I might wait to see if that line does touch 3.5 before kickoff. But I don't trust the Eagles right now, which is a wild thing to say about a team that won the Super Bowl and looked dominant through 3 weeks. I don't trust that they haven't screwed up their offense too much. And this just feels like one of those Viking spots where you get a big game out of Jefferson and somebody else steps up to kind of supplement that, and Minnesota steals a win. So if I can get that line at 3.5, I feel a lot better. I'll probably play this closer to kickoff.
I think I like the Vikings in a teaser, plus 8. I just worry about Philadelphia, Rob. The last couple of years, man, when they've been hot, and they go on a run and they win a lot of games. But when they've been cold, they tend to lose a bunch of games in a row. So it's a wait and see for me on Philly. This offense is a mess. Did they fix it against Minnesota? Do they get back to their bread and butter and run the football? We'll see. But I would probably just bet the Vikings in a teaser. Carolina tomorrow takes on the Jets. Panthers 3-3 on the season. They're minus 1.5 on the road against the Jets, who are the last remaining winless team in the NFL. No Garrett Wilson tomorrow for the Jets. Rico Dowdle has been incredible, but it looks like Chuba Hubbard is going to be back as well for Carolina. Rob, you think the Panthers keep this thing rolling and get to 4-3?
I do. You brought up earlier the fact that the Panthers have kind of been a team that has struggled on the road. Well, if you've struggled on the road, what better way to kind of fix that than to go to play the Jets? Minus 10 team passing yards. And again, that was in London, and you know how those European games can kind of screw you up a little bit. But I think Carolina's kind of found the stride a little bit, right? I think that Bryce Young has always been an NFL caliber quarterback. As I talked about with Trevor Lawrence, as I talked about with Baker Mayfield, sometimes the franchise stinks. Well, he shows up It's Matt Rule, which was a disaster. It's Frank Reich, which was a disaster. Now they've got Dave Canales. They've gotten comfortable, but it's also about the talent around him. Teteroa McMillan, number one receiver, a rookie. Took him a little while to find the end zone. Now he has. He feels good. Xavier Legette, who 2-3 weeks ago, man, like his press conferences were painful to listen to. That guy sounded like he was struggling, found the confidence, got the hands back. That has opened the field for Hunter Renfrow to go back to being what he needs to be, which is that third down, find the stick, sit down and make catches and get first downs kind of guy. And oh, by the way, Rico Dowdle going over 220 all-purpose yards in 2 consecutive games, including against a pretty decent upfront Dallas defense last week. I think this team has found something. They look more like the Carolina the last 8 weeks of last year than the Carolina the first 3 weeks of this year. Not only do I like Carolina minus 1.5, I might even tease that up to that 2.5, get a little short plus money bet. I think Carolina is going to go on the road and have a good day against the Jets.
Yeah, Rob, we're going to be oppo on this one, too. I'm going to take the Jets, something small. It's not one of my favorite plays of the day. But look, the Jets are 0-6. They're probably not going to go 0-17. I mean, they could. They have the worst coach now in the NFL. Now that Callahan is gone, Fields is probably going to get benched here at any moment. Their defense is terrible. But if you're the Jets, I mean, there are only going to be so many games where you feel like you can win, and this is certainly one of them. So you're going to get a max effort tomorrow out of New York, and again, I know Carolina's played a lot better, but Rob, you just think about their road games at Jacksonville, at New England. I mean, it's been really, really bad what they've looked like in some of these games away from home. So the Panthers are better. They should win the game tomorrow, but against a desperate Jets team that could have beaten the Broncos, they could have beaten the Steelers. I mean, there are some games this season that they could have won. I'll take the Jets tomorrow to get the win over Carolina. Denver is a 7-point favorite at home against the red-hot Giants, who got something good going right now with Dart and Scatterbo. They are a 7-point dog. Total is 40.5. Rob, you like the Giants to keep it rolling. Would you take them plus the points?
Yeah, I've been back and forth. Like, I like this Giants team. You can go ahead and count me in on Cam Scatterbro as just an elite dude, right? The stories about this guy, the fact that his own teammates call him an insane person, and the fact that he agrees with them, I bought in. And on top of that, because he has been such a dude, the fact that it is allowed Jackson Dart to kind of have some pressure relieved off of him, I really like this team. I know the Broncos are on a heater, and they're 4-2. I know they got the win over the Eagles. Have the Broncos really impressed us, though? Like, it's a weird thing to say about a team that is 4-2, one of the top teams in the AFC, but they haven't really impressed me. And on top of that, defensively, I don't know that they are a wildly physical team. I got Jackson Dart out here throwing himself face first into defender's chest right now. This Giants team is like, they're going old school with the physicality behind Scatterboo and Jackson Dart. I actually will be playing the Giants in this game. I like the momentum this team has found. Since they took that loss a couple of weeks ago to New Orleans, they felt like a different team versus a Broncos team that feels like they're just finding ways to slip by. I like New York here.
I'm going to go with Denver. I don't know if it's going to be a play for me, but I just think the Broncos defense is starting to look like the defense we thought coming into the season. The Eagles secondary is not good. Dart was able to expose that. Going on the road, playing against Surtain, Moss, and that secondary, I think he's really going to struggle. You do worry about Denver coming back from the London game, but I like the Broncos here at home. That's such a tough place to play, and I think the Giants, they're going to be up against it in this one. So I would look at Denver -7. We had Shannon Farron on earlier to talk Chargers and Colts, Rob. That's going to be a fun game tomorrow. Indianapolis 5-1 on the season, taking on the Chargers, who are a 1.5-point favorite in this game with the total at 48.5. Rob, any play in LA and Indy?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably sit back on this one. Like, first off, speaking of dudes, I have thoroughly enjoyed the renaissance of both Baker Mayfield and Danny Dimes. Like, how much fun has it been to watch that guy kind of prove that, hey, maybe it was also the franchise with the G-men. But as we brought up about these Chargers, like, man, their injury list is spectacular right now, right? Like, it's a bunch of dudes on that list, and it's got me a little bit concerned about what this team is and can be. I go back and look at the last couple of games. that this team has been struggling a little bit to get the run game going. They lose to a banged-up 49ers team. Yes, they beat the Ravens, but it's the worst version of the Ravens sans Lamar, and even on the road, like it just felt like they should have been further ahead than they were in that spot. I think the Chargers are probably too banged up right now for me to feel confident with.
I do kind of like the Chargers in this game. I think a lot of people are going to look at the Colts as a dog, and they're going to look at their 5-1 record and the fact that they've been rolling, but they've played one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. So I think a step up in competition against the Chargers team that had that big win against the Dolphins. They really needed that win. Even though the injury report was hoping Alt would play this week, we'll see what happens with Khalil Mack. I think it's a nice spot here for the Chargers, Rob. So I would look at their way -1.5 against Indy. Dallas and Washington. No Terry McLaurin, no Deebo Samuel tomorrow for Washington. CeeDee Lamb is back for Dallas. So they are now favored in the game -1.5, and the total is at 54.5. Rob, any plays here, Dallas, Washington, that you like?
Yeah, I'm gonna play Dallas in this. Listen, I love Jaden Daniels as much as anybody. Had a bet on Jaden Daniels to win Rookie of the Year last year. I may or may not have brought that up on a couple of shows here and there. Love this kid. Really like the direction this team is going in. But if Scary Terry is out and I don't have Deebo as my option, and I think Deebo's been doing for Washington, probably not to the degree he did it at San Francisco, but he is kind of that versatile Swiss Army knife tool that allows you to place him anywhere and pull a defense in the direction that you want to pull that defense to go somewhere else. I mean, their best pass catchers tomorrow are going to be tight ends and running backs. And I know that Dallas lost on the road against Carolina, and a lot of people want to Macho Man elbow drop them for that. This is why I said earlier, I think Carolina is a good football team. I think that Carolina has started the upward trajectory that is going to be talked about at length through the rest of the season. That loss, a walk-off loss against a Carolina team that found its soul a little bit, is not as bad as I think a lot of people thought it was. I will 1,000% lay 1.5 with Dallas. I also wouldn't be shocked to see this one go a full 2.5 by tomorrow. So if you want it, I'll grab it now at the 1.5. I love Washington. I love Jaden Daniels. Their top two weapons are down. I just don't see how they go to Dallas and win. Maybe it's different in DC, but not on the road.
I kind of like the over a little bit in the game, Rob, at 54.5. I would lean your way towards Dallas too, but I don't know, man. I feel like Jaden Daniels just kind of find a way. He's so good. He's got all these injuries right now, but I think he's going to find a way to put up points. Dallas plays so much zone defense, and against a guy like Jaden that makes so many good decisions, I think he's still going to be able to carve him apart a little bit. And then Dak's playing at an MVP level. Their offense has been terrific. So I would look at the Cowboys Commanders over at 54.5. I think we could get some points in that game. Packers and Cardinals tomorrow. Green Bay is 7-point favorite on the road. The total is 45. Might get Jacoby Brissett again for Arizona. Packers haven't been good on the road, Rob. I mean, they had the tie against Dallas. They lost outright to Cleveland. They were a little shaky this past week against Cincinnati as a big favorite. Would you lay it, though, with Green Bay against Arizona, who's lost 4 games in a row?
No, I can't. I can't hear. I don't think it's rough, man, because I do not think Arizona's as bad as they've been made out to be with the losses. What the hell is Green Bay, right? Like, I don't get this team because through the first 2 weeks of the season, it looked like the Green Bay Packers were the best team in the NFC. Then they lose on the road at Cleveland. Then they tie the Cowboys in a game they had no business losing. Then they, like you mentioned, they beat the Bengals, but it was Joe Flacco's first game, and they did look real shaky in it. I don't know what to make of this team, and I don't know what to make of the Cardinals. This is going to be one of those games I'm going to stay away from, PJ Glasser, predominantly because I genuinely don't know what either one of these teams are right now. And that 7.5 number, PJ, it feels like it's a trap, but I can't tell which direction the trap is trying to pull me in, right? Like, it feels like it's a trap number, but I don't know if it's trying to trap me into Green Bay or Arizona, and that tells me all I need to know. This is a stay away for me.
I mean, it is a tricky game, right? Arizona's only 2 wins this season have been against the Panthers and the Saints at home. But they kind of just do play everybody close. All their games are close. So that's one side of it. And then again, Green Bay's really struggled on the road. So which version of Green Bay are you going to get? Super interesting as well. I would probably lean Zona here, but I don't think I'd bet it yet because I think this number, maybe we get a 7.5. So I'm in no rush to bet it. Don't think I end up will betting it, but I would look at Arizona plus the 7, possibly 7.5 against Green Bay tomorrow at home. All right, we got 3 NFL games left to talk about. Sunday night, 49ers, Falcons, and the 2 Monday night games, Bucks, Lions, Texans, Seahawks. We'll get to those next segment. Updates on what's going on in college football. Rob, your Yellow Jackets, it looks like they're going to get the outright win, sir. Great call there, 20-10. They lead it. Duke just missed a field goal with 3 minutes to go in the game. So a couple of first downs for Georgia Tech, and that should ice it. Oklahoma just got in the end zone, take a 24-7 lead on South Carolina. And Vanderbilt trying to ice the game away. They're up 31-24 on LSU. All right, we come back. More Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, Vanderbilt going to get a monster win today at home against LSU, 31-24, as Diego Pavia runs for the first down and slides. So Vandy wins the game, and more importantly, LSU covers the live 8.5 as well. Georgia Tech adds on another touchdown, 27-10 against Duke. They're just pouring it on. Michigan up 24-7 on Washington. Houston 31-28 over Arizona. TCU 35-21 over Baylor. Tulane has come back to take a 24-17 lead over Army. Central Michigan a 27-6 winner against Bowling Green. Nice outright winner there. Oklahoma 24-7 over South Carolina right now. Need Toledo to pick it up. Need a touchdown here on this drive. 17-10 going into halftime, and then need a lot more points after that. Northwestern up 3-0 early on Purdue. We're getting ready for some of these 3:30 games to start here in the next 10 minutes or so we'll run through those in just a little bit. But let's get back to the NFL, Rob. We got 3 games left to talk about, all in prime time, including the Sunday night game between the banged-up 49ers and the Atlanta Falcons. Right now, San Francisco minus 125 on the money line. The total in the game is 47. Rob, what would you do in the Sunday night game tomorrow?
I'm riding with Atlanta. Give me Atlanta plus a 2.5. I really would like this line to move. I just do not think, like some of the other ones I talked about, I don't think you're going to get the half point or the full point to get Atlanta plus the field goal. I like Atlanta on the outright, to be honest with you. You mentioned San Francisco being banged up, obviously, but I think Atlanta's kind of starting to find their groove a little bit. I think Michael Penix Jr. is feeling a lot more confident the last couple of weeks. That win over Buffalo, and granted, Buffalo is, I think, playing some of the worst football the Bills have been playing in the past couple of years, but that's still a confidence-rising win for that team. Bijan Robinson, we talked a little earlier on the show about Saquon Barkley, but I'm telling you right now, Bijan Robinson might be a better running back than Saquon Barkley right now. And the fact that he might be the most dual-threat running back in the league right now as both a runner and a pass catcher, I love what Bijan Robinson is doing. Drake London coming on last week for $150 or whatever he had through the air. That Michael Penix Jr. is finding his guys. They're finding what works best for all of them. And even if you start to take the pass away, you're going to have to commit dudes because of how much height the Falcons wide receiver core has. That just opens the field up for Bijan Robinson. I like Atlanta in the outright on this. Give me the plus money bet there.
It's a tricky game. It's a little surprising, to be honest with you, that the 49ers are still favored with the Fred Warner injury, Rob. I mean, that is such a big blow to their defense, dude. You're talking about one of the best defenders in the NFL, but with already Nick Bosa being out, I mean, he covers so much ground for them. So that's surprising that they're still favored in the game. I don't think I'll end up betting it. I think Atlanta in a teasing them up to 7.5. It feels like a close game. It feels like if the Niners win, it'll be close. It feels like Atlanta could win this game by 3 touchdowns, and I don't think people would be surprised just because, again, all the injuries that they have. It's going to be Mac Jones again this week. I would maybe look Falcons teaser, but as for just side total, I'd stay away from the game. Now, Monday night, we got 2 games that I like quite a bit. Lions and Bucks will start there in Detroit. Detroit is a 5.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 52.5. Rob, any plays in that game with 5-1 Tampa against 4-2 Detroit?
Yeah, another game I'd really like to see a half-point move to Tampa Bay, but I got to tell you, I like the Buccaneers even on the road, and it's. I said early in the show, I don't like to bet on intangibles. I don't like to bet on philosophies. I like to bet on X's and O's. I like to bet on data. I like to bet on numbers. I like to bet on information. Here's the thing. What Detroit has done the last couple of years under Dan Campbell to become the Detroit team we've seen enter as an NFC favorite the last couple of years is by being physical, by being aggressive, by being in your face. It's the Dan Campbell mentality. We all kind of made the joke when he showed up and said, we're going to be the team that if you knock us down, we'll bite your kneecaps. But that mentality is prevalent. Here's the thing. Under Baker Mayfield, that mentality is still there for Tampa too, right? Like Tampa has kind of developed that to some degree. The renaissance of one Baker Mayfield for me has been wildly entertaining. And I pull for the dude because he got screwed in Cleveland. He got screwed in Carolina. And now he landed in a spot that it's gone so far as 2 years ago, I was ready to bet Todd Bowles as the next coach to lose his job after he took over when Brady and Bruce Arians left. And now all of a sudden I'm like, dude, I think they're doing this in spite of Todd Bowles, and it is because of Baker Mayfield. When they lost Dave Canales to Carolina and then lost Liam Cohen to Jacksonville, I'm like, well, eventually they've got to miss on a offensive coordinator at some point, and it doesn't seem like they have. And a lot of that, again, because of Baker Mayfield. Assuming everybody's going to be healthy pass catchers, everybody's going to be healthy for Tampa Bay, I don't know that I'm quite ready to go for the outright upset, but everything that Detroit does to be the Detroit Lions, I think Tampa Bay does the same thing with that same mentality and philosophy. Considering we've had a couple of games where the Lions have not looked like an NFC frontrunner, PJ Glasser, I'm going to play Tampa Bay plus the 6.5. I might wait till game time. If I see it bump down to 6, I'll grab it real fast before it goes to 5.5. But I might wait just to see if maybe some late Detroit money bumps it to the touchdown. Either way, I'm taking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm going to roll with Detroit here in this game, Rob, because of this one stat, and that is that the Lions are 11-0 straight up and against the spread after a straight-up loss, right? So if there's ever a team you want to bounce back after they lose, it's Detroit. Not only do they win, they cover. And look, what was the big talking point about last week, the Sunday night game with the Lions and the Chiefs? It was all the secondary injuries that the Lions have, and they're still banged up in the secondary. The problem is Tampa's banged up at receiver too, right? I mean, they're going to be on their 4th, 5th, 6th string wideouts as well. Baker's playing out of his mind. He's been unbelievable, but this Tampa team is due for some serious regression. Rob, crazy stat that the Bucs Twitter account threw out was that they're 5-1 on the season. That game against San Francisco was the first time they've taken a kneel down all year to win a game, right? They've won 5 games. So, I mean, they're finding ways to win these games. You got to give them credit. It's just not sustainable long term. And when you're going up against a juggernaut like Detroit on the road, who's off of a loss, it feels like a good spot to fade them. So I'll take the Lions minus 5.5 against Tampa. Monday night, we got Houston taking on Seattle. Seahawks 3-point favorite at home. Total is 41. Rob, who we like in that game?
Dude, I'm probably not doing much of anything with that secondary game. If anything, that's if I have a really good weekend. Maybe I'll have a fun at the end there. Listen, it's hard to say. I haven't fully bought into Seattle yet. I am, again, Sam Darnold, another guy that I am very much pulling for. They beat a Jaguars team that I am very high on. They've only lost to San Francisco week 1. They were healthy. Lost to Tampa Bay, again, team I was just telling you I'm very high on as well. But I'm not all the way in on Seattle yet. On the flip side, Houston's bad. Like, if I had to go in one direction, I guess Seattle at the crib would be the play here. I don't like the total at 41.5. Like, ordinarily, if I see a total floating 40, 41, I'm usually just going to take the over because it's the NFL. I don't even like that total because I just don't know what either of these teams bring. I will say this. Seattle going with the all yellow color outs. PJ, I hate special color outs. If you got an all black uni and all white uni, that's fine. But when you break out the random neon all one for one game, I despise color outs that are gimmicks like that. I don't know what to make of the Chargers. I think Seattle's doing one of those as well. So I'm kind of up in the air on that. But I don't know. I honestly don't have anything in this game, to tell you the truth.
So I like Houston because I think it's a super similar spot to what we saw this past Monday night with the Bears and the Commanders, where the Bears going into that game and won a couple in a row. They were heading into their bye week, and they were on the road as an underdog, right? They end up winning the game outright. Well, here's Houston. They've won 2 in a row. They go into their bye week, and they're an underdog against Seattle. And, Rob, Seattle for me is a very simple team. When they're on the road, I love betting them. They're 10-1 under Mike McDonald on the road, straight up. When they're at home, they're 4-8 straight up and 3-9 against the spread. So we think Seattle, we think 12th man, we think about that home field, but they just have not been a good home team. And when they play competent teams, they tend to lose. You know, those 4 wins, like a bunch of them have been as big favorites. It was against the Saints this year. It was against like Skylar Thompson and the Dolphins last year. It was Bo Nix when he was making his first NFL start. So they haven't really even beaten anybody like kind of good at home in the Mike McDonald era. We're getting a key number at 3. So I'll take the Texans +3 against Seattle in that game late, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Rob, as somebody who works a morning show, what time will you stay up to watch Texans Seahawks? You calling it quits at halftime?
No, dude. If unless the game is just not worth watching, I watch till the end of Thursday nights. I watch the end of Monday nights. I'll watch the end if we get some great, Tuesday night action. I'll stay up and late. Unfortunately, even at 40 years of age, we're like, I can feel myself starting to break down, PJ Glasser. About 2 weeks ago, I sneezed and threw out my back so bad that I had to have my wife wait on me for like 10 hours because I could not get off the couch. Like, I am breaking down as a person, and at the same time do not care about my own health, mental stability, and well-being. If it's a good game, I am staying up late. I have been up well past midnight watching some of these NFL games that are good ones on late Mondays. It's not the right decision, and I shouldn't do it. But I do it, PJ Glasser.
Man, good for you. I mean, nothing but respect. That is
it's
impressive.
Very not good for me. It's actually quite bad for me. I just keep doing it anyway.
No, I know, but like, good on you that you're able to do that night after night, game after game. That is impressive. Good on you. Are you a big coffee drinker?
No, I am, however, a big energy drink guy. Unfortunately, the Monster Zero White is the absolute go-to for me. I did recently find out that the Quick Trip gas station, big fan, full endorsement here, on tap, will sell you like a 64-ounce Rooster Booster, which is their on-tap energy drink. So it is not uncommon for about 30 minutes before kickoff for me to take the car right across the road to the QT, pick up like a 64-ouncer of their energy drink, and just hammer that bad boy home to watch some Monday and Thursday night football. Again, I wish I cared for me the way that other people care for me, PJ Glasser, because I'd probably be president by now.
It's impressive. Rob Brown, PJ Glasser, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Johnny Cogden going to join us here coming up in about 10 minutes. Rob, survivor pool, okay? I like the Browns this week. They're going to be my pick in the NFL. Who would be your survivor selection?
Ooh, that's a good one. I will tell you, I have never done a survivor pool before, and I feel like now I kind of feel like I'm missing out on the action. Like, I may have to jump in on one next year, Peach. I might have to be in. As I do not have, and therefore all 32 teams are available to me here in weeks. What are we in? 7 now. I got to tell you, like, it's hard for me not to pick Cleveland, the team that you've got, PJ Glasser. I think Miami has imploded. I think whatever was left of Miami's ability to salvage themselves last week, Tua Tagovailoa properly crapped on when he started talking about what we expect out of the team, as if he is not a member of we, as if players weren't openly busting him up. He didn't have to go apologize. The Miami media completely turned on the team. Mike McDaniels looks like he is completely out of his mind at every press conference he does, regardless of the day of the week. I think Miami is officially imploded, and if you haven't used the Browns, this is your one spot to use the Browns.
I love it. All right, we're rolling with Cleveland tomorrow as our survivor selection. We have some of these 3:30 games getting ready to kick off right now. Rob, we both like Georgia, correct? You are also laying it with the Dogs -7 today?
That is 100% correct. I think this Georgia team is going to be absolutely infuriated that they gave up the streak to Alabama. On top of that, listen, I like Trinidad Chambliss. I am always going to pull for Lane Kiffin, maybe the most interesting man in the college football world. I just don't think Ole Miss has the talent to run with Georgia. There's going to be a few of these games where, like, Alabama has the talent to run with Georgia. Maybe Tennessee has the talent to run with Georgia. I like Ole Miss, but the roster just doesn't have the talent to run with Georgia. They're 7.5-point favorites. I'm going to lay all 7.5 of those points.
And I'm with you. I also like Georgia. I think they're a great money line parlay bet if you kind of just want to play it safe and go in that direction as well. But I like the Dogs, man, in this kind of game. Top 10 matchup, undefeated Ole Miss, but their quarterback Chambliss is making his first true road start as a quarterback. And look, Kirby in these kind of games, he finds ways to win, and he usually finds ways to cover against teams that aren't Alabama. So I like Georgia in this spot. I think they take care of business today against Ole Miss. Recapping so far some of the scores that we have had gone final in this early college football window. We obviously had the big upset last night with Miami as they lost to Louisville. That was a bit of a shocker. But today we had Georgia Tech. That game is getting ready. Yeah, just went final. 27-18 Georgia Tech over Duke. So a big win there for Brent Key and company. Michigan with a win over Washington. You have Oklahoma up 17 right now on South Carolina. And then Vanderbilt with another big win, 31-24 over LSU. All right, we'll wrap up the show next. Johnny Cogden going to join us, talk SEC, including Auburn, Missouri, and Bama, Tennessee.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we're wrapping up the show here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Georgia and Ole Miss game of the day getting ready to start here in Athens. We also have Indiana, Michigan State underway. Arkansas and A&M going to kick off here in a bit. Old Dominion already up 7-0 on James Madison, and a good game in the Sun Belt. But we have two games coming up later today in the SEC that both should be really good, including Auburn, Missouri, and Bama, Tennessee. And to talk about those, we welcome on Johnny Cogden, sports reporter for ABC 3340 in Birmingham, and give Johnny a follow on X at Cogden Nation. Johnny, great having you back on the show. I know you're en route for Auburn and Missouri tonight. And give me your thoughts on this game, Johnny, because I think it's super fascinating. Missouri's first road game of the season, and then Auburn off just another crushing loss to Georgia. So kind of what are your thoughts coming into this game, and do you put more stock into Missouri struggling in their first road game in the middle of October, or Auburn trying to overcome last week's tough defeat against Georgia, or a tough loss against Georgia?
Yeah, what's going on, PJ? Thanks for having me on. Yeah, we're en route to Auburn now. It's a beat I've been on for most of the season, and the best way I could describe what's going to go on down tonight is this is Hugh Freeze's last stand. If they don't come out and show well tonight, the potential for him being fired Monday morning is very much on the table, or Sunday night, whatever it may be. This is an Auburn football team that's been reeling for a number of years now, and I believe they're still paying Gus Malzahn. They're obviously still paying Brian Harsin. And if they lose this game and they lose it in embarrassing fashion tonight, they'll be paying 3 coaches and they'd have to hire another one, meaning they'd be paying 4 coaches. It's truly one of the more interesting places in all of college football, because when they're winning and when things are going right, there might not be another campus or another SEC institution where the vibes are better. But when things go south, it's one of the more toxic places in all of college athletics. So it's what sets the stage tonight for being such a big game. And I know last week was the big national game, the ABC, 7 o'clock with Georgia in town. But I think tonight's more fascinating for a number of reasons, because we're going to see if Auburn decides they want to pack it in and quit and give up on their coach, or are they going to dig in and fight? And that's the $10 million question right now, because I truly don't know what we're going to see. Neither would really surprise me, PJ. It's been an interesting year down here, and obviously the big news that on the Monday press conference that Hugh Freeze announced that Damari Alston, senior captain running back, no longer with the team. I don't know if he was dismissed. I think there was rumors that he wanted to redshirt. The team didn't want him to do that. So that's one of the more popular guys inside that Auburn locker room. And he's not to mention their best running back. So it's a mess down here. And a win tonight would probably keep the Wolves at bay at least for another week or so. But if they lose tonight, PJ, things are going to get very hot down here very quickly.
Johnny, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, brother. You know, we were talking about the betting line on this game earlier, and I'm with you. I don't know what to make of this Auburn team, because I go back to the Oklahoma game. There were some controversial calls there. Obviously, a couple that Auburn fans are still furious about in the Georgia game. The only game that I say, hey, you clean lost and got beat was against a Texas A&M team that absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, looks like an SEC championship caliber football team right now. So the only thing holding me back from betting Auburn is I don't know what the makeup and the mentality of this team is. I mean, if they are beaten down like Auburn fans, I could see this one getting out of hand, because Ahmad Hardy and Bo Pribula are absolute dudes for this team. On the flip side, if this team does rally and say we're better than that, let's go make it up, I could see Auburn winning this game by a couple of touchdowns. Has there been any indication, whether it is guys on practice, interviews, press conferences, whatever, that can give us any read on what the mindset of this Auburn Tiger football team is?
Well, usually a night game at Jordan Hare Stadium, the building's electric, the vibes are great, and then the game kicks off and the team underwhelms and the building goes home quiet and sad. I mean, that's kind of been the MO for Auburn football and SEC home games in the last 2 to 3 years. However, again, I keep going back to that Damari Alston dismissal from the team. Again, you cannot underestimate how popular this guy was in the room. He was voted a captain for a reason. All the Auburn players have taken to their respective social media channels to to basically say, hey, we love this guy, you do you, we got your back. And now they're going to go play for a coach who very well could get his pink slip on Monday. And I don't know if I look at this Auburn team right now and say they're going to go play inspired football because they want to save their coach's job. Now, on the flip side, they could win the game without playing inspired football because I do think they're very talented, especially on defense. What DJ Durkin's been able to do down here has been one of the more underreported jobs of the season. I mean, he's been fantastic. I know PJ knows him well from his time at Maryland. This is a guy that not only can recruit at a high level, X's and O's, he's as good as a defensive coordinator in the SEC, but it's been overshadowed, I should say, by the lack of offensive production, not just from Jackson Arnold, but because of that wonderfully talented receivers room that is unbelievably underperformed, led by Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson, Chris Singleton Jr. I mean, there's no excuse for Auburn's lack of offensive production when you look at some of the skill positions on the outside. Now, one of the reasons they've struggled to run the ball is because they're not very good at running the ball. Their left side of the offensive line hasn't given them the push that they'd want this year. Xavier Chaplin has to be one of the worst left tackles, not just the SEC, but I'll say Power 4 football. He's been horrendous the last few weeks, especially on the road at Oklahoma and Texas A&M. So I think their inability to run the ball, coupled with just the toxicity that's going down there, has been something that's really hampered them offensively. But defensively, I wouldn't be shocked one bit if you look at Ahmad Hardy and he's got another sub-100-yard performance on the ground, because I think Auburn's really talented in that front, and they're led by a guy named Jordan Crawford, who's a true freshman who I think might be one of the more talented defensive tackles in the conference. Went to Parker High School in Birmingham, and he's a guy that's going to be playing on Sundays in short order, and he's been a stalwart in the middle for that Auburn defense. And again, if Freeze is let go and DJ Durkin is given that interim title, I would not be surprised if Auburn ripped off a few in a row, because I think they really want to play for that guy, and I think the defense at Auburn is their strength.
Johnny, the other game tonight, Bama and Tennessee, third Saturday in October. You know what a great rivalry this is. Both teams do not like each other. It's a big game in the SEC as well. Bama's favored by 9.5, though. And, I mean, look, they've had 3 straight ranked wins, but they've all been pretty close. I mean, even the Vandy game, the score was a little misleading. So do you think Bama wins pretty comfortably here, or do you think Tennessee can keep this game close tonight?
BJ, I wouldn't touch this game as a bettor with a 100-foot pole. I mean, I looked at Alabama last week. It's one of the few spots I actually got it right. I say, hey, take Bama to win and take Missouri plus the 3.5. Bama wins by a field goal. That's the one bet I might win all year. But in the sense of Tuscaloosa is a place where Tennessee has come and just rolled over and lost for about, it feels like 20 years now. That being said, there's something about Kalen DeBoer where, sure, he wins these big games, but it's never a start-to-finish easy ride. I mean, with the exception of maybe the LSU game on the road last year, PJ, these things are nail-biters to the end. He finds ways to win them, but even going back to his time at Washington, I feel like he always has to grind out games against conference opponents. And inside Bryant-Denny Stadium, I can't pick against Alabama. I don't think they'll lose, but the days of the Nick Saban Tennessee games where Tennessee would come in, would get up 2 scores, and it would be over, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think Alabama's going to win this game, but I don't think fans of the Crimson Tide are going to enjoy it by any means. I think it's going to be one of those games where you kind of take a deep breath and say, ooh, luckily they won at the end. But no, I wouldn't bet this game tonight. That 8.5, ooh, that line stinks to me. I wouldn't touch that.
All right, Johnny, appreciate your time, man. Bring us home another win. Last time we had you on was Bama, Georgia, so let's hope for the same tonight. Bama, Tennessee. Enjoy the Auburn, Missouri game, though, man. Good talking to you as always.
Hey, fellas, thanks as always. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your Saturday, and good luck to your NFL Sundays. Bye-bye.
All right, great stuff. Johnny Cogden, give him a follow on X, at Cogden Nation, sports reporter, ABC 3340 in Birmingham. All right, Rob, Georgia Ole Miss underway. Georgia had a nice drive going that got halted with a offensive pass interference, so they're lining up now for a 51-yard field goal to try and take a 3-0 lead at home. 4 minutes gone by in the first quarter, and they will do just that. Beautiful-looking kick right down the middle. So Georgia strikes first at home, 3-0 dogs leading Ole Miss. Right now, other scores going on around the country. JMU and Old Dominion tied up at 7. SMU Clemson, no score Rob and I talked about. Rob was talking about the injury to the quarterback, no Klubnik today, so that game's scoreless. Indiana trailing early right now, 3-0 against Michigan State, and Ohio State, Wisconsin underway from Camp Randall as well. Rob, a couple minutes left. Anything else you want to talk about? Favorite bets, college football, NFL, the rest of your day, or any big takeaways from what we saw earlier in the day?
No, man. Listen, I think there's a lot in college football to be very interested by. FSU tonight, 10:30 kick against Stanford. This might be a game we've talked about. Hugh Freeze being on the hot seat, Billy Napier being on the hot seat. Who's taking James Franklin's job? I got to tell you, what's going to be really interesting. And I did a segment on my show here, and I'd like to get your thoughts on the way out the door. James Franklin's out, a $49 million buyout, and now with Kurt Cignetti getting a $98 million contract, Penn State's going to have to come off $100 plus. Mike Norvell's got a contract buyout of $56 million, and Florida State doesn't have Under Armour, Adidas, whoever money behind him. If they were to lose this game and lose 4 in a row, if you're Florida State, can you afford to fire a guy like Mike Norvell with $56 million of buyout, knowing then you will have to probably have another budget hire of the head coach? College football, with the financials we're seeing going to head coaches just in the last week, PJ, is going to put a lot of athletic directors in some really tough spots moving forward. And I'm interested to see how the business side of it plays out.
Yeah, me and you both. I don't think they'd fire Norvell until after the season. Now, again, if he loses Stanford tonight, you lose some of these games as big favorites, then maybe that they do, because this is 2 years in a row where they've obviously really underwhelmed. And with them beating Bama in week 1, looks like things were going to change, but 0-3 so far in ACC play. It is super interesting, Rob. All these buyouts across the country with all these coaches and teams that are looking to make moves. We'll see. There are a lot of good openings in college football right now for next season. There could be some more good ones that open up. So hey, thanks to all 3 of our guests, Shannon Farron, Denton Day, and Johnny Cogden, who joined us today. Thanks to Rob Brown for filling in to Paul Aspen. Thanks to Addie, Max, Kenny behind the scenes. Have a great rest of your Saturday, and we will see you next week.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. It's time to stop chasing the afternoon and find the winning angle. From
he can't beat Ohio State.
Correct.
Like everything is about beating Ohio State at Michigan. And James Franklin has proven over and over again he cannot beat Ohio State.
Absolutely right.
So, yeah, he's out of the running there. What did you think of Franklin on College Game Day today?
I thought it was very interesting isn't the word, and I'm going to get into why. But I thought it was great that he went on College Game Day to talk about it. I thought it was very James Franklin that the first time we heard from him and him talking about the situation was on College Game Day the week after. But, of course, you need a blow and a breather to figure out, and digest what's happened. And he talked about their Sunday practicing team. At 1:45, they had a walkthrough. At 1:30, AD came in and said, we're going to make a change, pack up, and essentially go home. He went and talked to the team, emotional chat, he said, and, he then packed up. Before he talked to the team, he called his family, so they didn't hear on the internet. Then he went to the team, and then he went home. He said he was out of the facility by 2 o'clock.
That is insane.
Yeah, it was quick, right? So he goes through and talks about that. What I figured out about guys like James Franklin and Russell Wilson and these type of personalities is they're too robotic for me to trust. And I think a big part of what made Nick Saban, and you can even go all the way to Diego Pavia, of why we like him at Vanderbilt, is because he's emotional. They wear their emotions on a sleeve. They seem like regular people. Baker Mayfield is a guy you can root for because everybody has ups and downs and trials and tribulations, and he's the same guy through the ups and downs. Mm-hmm. James Franklin is a guy that seems like he's just produced in a lab. The answers are in a lab. Everybody loves their family. I understand that, but everything is so robotic with him. He essentially came out and said, they asked him, do you think you were treated unfairly? What do you think he said?
Yes.
He said, that's not for me to answer.
Come on.
But what you guys are like, of course you would think you got treated misfairly. Just give us a real answer. Everything he said, they asked him about, was he treated unfairly? He said, that's not for me to decide. They said, hey, we've talked about the 4-21 record against top 10s. That's going to come up until you change the script and go to a new place and win against the top teams. Do you think you need to change something about your coaching style or what you're doing or your recruiting? He said a roundabout answer and then basically said, I'm going to continue to do things with integrity, and I don't see that going on across the country. Okay, I want to focus on raising good men and like that. So I'm like, hey, man, next time, since AI is booming at the moment, you can just stay home. We'll run out an AI figurine of James Franklin, and then we'll just ask the AI questions, and we know exactly what you're going to say. I would have loved for him to kind of pound his chest a little bit and say, hey, when I came here to Penn State, the program was in shambles. We made it happen.
A lot going on College Day with James Franklin. We'll continue to discuss more college football on the other side. I am sweating out a little TCU Baylor over. We've had 2 delays. We're in a delay right now, late in the 4th, and that is going to be the killer for me.
What's the delay?
Weather, rain.
Well,
I think
rain, lightning.
think probably lightning.
Yeah.
But it's not great. I still need. What are we at? We're at 56. 56. Okay, I need one more score.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Okay,
Where's the positivity?
I thought I was down a whole lot further than that, and TCU is 2nd and 7 at the Baylor 18.
That is the hard.
back,
Can I tell you really quick? Can I tell you a quick secret?
Yeah.
Sometimes I have trouble with math too, Kate. So sometimes I'll get the calculator, especially in basketball totals. Yeah. I'll get in every bucket. I'll do +3, +2, and I just count it all the way. I'm like, I just cashed. That's what we do. We just add them up on the calculator sometimes when it gets a little spooky.
That makes me so happy because you do not know how bad I am.
It's too much brain power too. It's like 99.
This one, go over here.
99, 103.
Yeah, I get the calculator out way too much. I'm going to assume Pete Bursich is a little bit better at math than we are because it's hard not to be. Pete Bursich is the Vikings analyst. He's calling the game tomorrow against the Eagles. Pete, I always appreciate you coming on with us, especially right before a game. Big game tomorrow. Vikes coming off of a bye. What is the quarterback situation that we should be expecting for tomorrow?
Carson Wentz all the way. That's who we've been told is going to be the quarterback, and here we go. So Carson Wentz gets to face his former team for the second time. First time, I think it was in 2022 with Washington. It was sacked, I believe, 4 times. Did okay. Didn't win, but it hopefully will go better for him tomorrow with a different team other than the Eagles.
And is there the expectation that J.J. McCarthy will return next week, or is he still a couple weeks away?
That I don't know. That we don't know. And there's so many levels at this that you can look at his newborn son, the whole thing, whether or not they're just telling him to take his time, and get himself healthy and ready to go and ease him into it even more, and then just see how this Carson Wentz thing works out. So it's a pretty important time of the season, and this game might just be one of the more pivotal. You come out of this thing 4-2 with a win, then the playoffs are still, I think, pretty relevant. You have a tough string of games coming up because Thursday we fly out Wednesday to go play the Chargers out in LA, come back and then play Detroit. So the next 3 weeks are going to be really telling as to the future of this season. And that's the other part. I guess the other part of this is that with the Vikings drafting JJ 10th overall, he's eventually going to be our quarterback. And at some point you need to get him on the field. Some point you need to get him ready. Whether that's now or in a couple weeks, I don't know, but it's been a hairy topic up here, I think, for the last couple of weeks.
I was going to say, Pete, I got to keep you there. We're talking about newborn children. It seems like there's always an excuse for J.J. McCarthy either not to be on the field or for him to take his time. I think when you have confidence in a quarterback, you just try to rush him back and get there. Take us and the listeners to Minneapolis. You say it's a hairy topic up there. What are the people thinking? What are they saying?
I think it falls in two camps, right? Like any other quarterback controversy. A lot of folks, look at the offensive production over Carson Wentz over the last couple of weeks. Wentz is averaging, this offense with Wentz is averaging almost 358 yards a game. It was, averaging 226 under JJ. So some folks want to win now. They believe the team is built to win now, and that's what they want to do. And they want to go out and give it their best chance. The other half is saying, we got a young quarterback we want to invest and develop, and it doesn't necessarily mean you can't win with him now. So, yeah, and where the reality of it is and what's the truth and how ready is JJ, we don't know. That the coaches know, right? The coaches are the ones that have to make that call in management. And so it's up to them, and really all we can do is, I guess you're in a nice place when Kevin O'Connell has an opinion on a quarterback and how he wants that position to look and who he wants in that position. it's pretty easy to just say, okay, we trust you, because I mean the results kind of speak for themselves in his development of the quarterbacks and guys that have come through, like Sam Darnold last year, Kirk Cousins and his performances, and the evaluation of J.J. McCarthy, the drafting of him. He had to buy in. He had to be all in on McCarthy as well. So we trust. I mean, I know I trust him with making that decision. So whenever he feels it's right and ready, and McCarthy's ready, then he'll be ready. He's not going to tell us exactly what date that is. But unfortunately, there are no easy answers to this one. There's no right or no right or wrong, and anybody who's outside, I think, of the team and outside of the franchise, to be saying it should be one thing or another, I don't know. I think there's a lot more to it.
Pete, you played in the league. The Eagles are coming off 2 losses, and they just had a offense-only, players-only-ish type of meeting coming off that last loss. What do those meetings do? Like, do they actually turn the tide and turn the vibe in the locker room, or is it more just kind of to say they did it?
You know what those meetings are? Those meetings are the guys who get paid to make plays on the offense when they decide they want to get together and try to change things, right? I don't know. You hear some reports that the meeting itself took place in a parking lot. Oh, good luck with that. But you turn on the film and you watch Philadelphia, and I did a video on it this week, and their defense is much, much less physical than it was a year ago. I have an example of a play that the Giants ran. It was a counter play with a tight end and a guard pulling, and Scatabo was the running back, and he got 6 or 7 yards. The Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl ran the exact same play, except they motioned to the backfield. I mean, the same formation, same quarterback, everything was the same. And the play went for -2 because the defensive end absolutely blew up the puller. And, they're just playing at a different level. They don't have a lot of depth on the interior defensive line right now. That's their part over there. You miss a tackle when you play man-to-man, you're going to give up a touchdown. When you're playing man-to-man and the quarterback can scramble, eyes are on receivers, not on the quarterback. So he's going to run. Getting Jalen Carter back, which is what we expect, will help that out quite a bit. Now, offensively, I just don't. I can't see them doing anything else other than handing the ball off to Saquon Barkley 30 times. I mean, why would you do anything else, right? His production so far this year has been low, and I don't mean like he hasn't been productive. They just haven't been using him a ton. Part of these meetings it's all about the creativity of the offense and getting the ball to A.J. Brown, and when you look at what the Vikings have been able to do, right? And when you're 24th in the league in the run against the run, but second in the league against the pass, and we've been getting after the quarterback, you may want to just run the football. Teams have been successful now. They're AFC North teams. They're a little different, bigger, more linemen, tight ends, that kind of thing. But I just see this as a hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley as many times as they need to win this football game.
Let's talk about how the Vikings can win the game, because I think it's a great time to catch Philly, as we've been talking about. They're coming off a bye. They can't stop the run. They're giving up 134 on the ground. Their stuff rate is 9.8%. That's the essentially they're just not, when they load the box, they're not stuffing the run, even when they're prepared to stuff the run. Still no Aaron Jones, but Jordan Mason, the speedster, has been playing really well. Is that the way to attack this Philly defense and then be able to run play action and just let Wentz be a little more comfortable back there with the support of the run game?
Well, I think to your point, I think the big factor in all that is the health of Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
Right? If Mitchell's there, then they might have a guy that can slow down Justin Jefferson, who, by the way, over the last couple of weeks has been much more productive. He's been much more productive with Justin Jefferson. He's been averaging 108 yards a game receiving with Wentz. When with McCarthy, it was much lower. So 62.5 when he was with McCarthy. So that rapport, we saw some of it in Europe. We saw some of it in London last week, mainly in that last drive. Wentz had a big 22-yard back shoulder fade to Jefferson. That was a big play in that drive. So the two of them are starting to have a little bit of a rapport. So I think if Quinyon Mitchell's down and they're Keely Ringo, and then they've got Cooper DeJean out there a little bit, and then, who else is going to be Adoree Jackson between Jefferson and Addison, you have to go through the air and you have to be explosive. And that is how the Vikings, I think, can win this football game. You keep those defensive linemen on the field. Again, they don't have a lot of depth. Zadarius Smith just retired. So Jalix Hunt, Patrick Johnson, Azeez Ojulari, it's like, okay, we'll take our chances with pass protection against that group and sling it around the field, which is what Kevin O'Connell wants to do anyway, right? Kevin O'Connell wants to throw the football and that matchup. So it could be a deal where the Vikings only possess the ball for 26 minutes, but if they're able to get deep and get up and down the field, then that's, I think, the best chance.
Pete, we appreciate you joining us as always. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday and tomorrow's game, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
All right, sounds great. Take care.
That is Pete Bursich, Vikings analyst, former NFL player as well. The line in this has come down. It was Eagles -3. I'm seeing a 1.5s out there.
Yeah, it's Nick Sirianni, coming off long rest, extended 10 or more days, is 9-3 with the Eagles. They tend to bounce back after a lot of the chatter. I remember last year, if you remember, they were yelling at Jalen Hurts about throwing the ball. He then threw the ball, then came out in the press conference and said, "Is that what you guys were looking for?" So, they tend to bounce back, but they're dealing with big-time dudes that are dealing with injuries. Landon Dickerson, questionable all week long. We'll see if he goes. He's one of their aces on the offensive line. Jalen Carter, as Pete mentioned, he's been questionable all week. He'll play, but still dealing with injury. Quinyon Mitchell's dealing with a hamstring. He's a corner. That's like the worst injury you can have as a corner, right? So they're dealing with a lot of things. We'll see how they come back off extended, but the Vikings are coming off a bye. Both teams are quote-unquote rested, had time to make adjustments, but I would have to take the 2 and the Minnesota Vikings at BetMGM, coming off a bye, being at home, and Carson Wentz is a better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. Listen, I haven't seen very many quarterbacks get protected like J.J. McCarthy's been protected since he's come out of school.
I know Pete was kind of just projecting of what could this situation be with J.J. McCarthy, but he's got a newborn and we're letting him just kind of like
maybe they're going to give him a couple extra weeks because he has a new what?
No, that was wild.
What are we talking about? That was crazy.
Sean and I both looked at each other.
Yeah. We're talking about fans that would be mad if you missed a game because your new son or daughter was being born.
Yes.
We're talking about if you would either decide going to see the kid being born or going to the game. We're talking about, hey, Carson Wentz is playing good enough that we'll let J.J. McCarthy take a paternity leave? What are we talking about?
Paternity leave in the NFL.
In NFL history. So, yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of massaging going on around the J.J. McCarthy experience, and not a lot of play and really good play happen. Essentially, we saw J.J. McCarthy put together one good quarter against the Bears in the first game of the year with a completely depleted defense that was on the field the entire second half and missing 3 starters and probably 3 of their top 5 on defense. Outside of that, J.J. McCarthy has been absolutely brutal in the NFL to start his career.
First game with a brand new head coach, coaching staff too for the Bears in that game that the Vikings won, and McCarthy looked good in the fourth.
Yeah.
Like a lot going McCarthy's way in that quarter there. All right, Week 7, NFL. We've got more to talk about. We'll break down some of these other games. Are the Chiefs back? We'll answer all those questions next here on The Bettor Angle with Sean Little and Kate Constable. extension this week. They are up 14-10 on Michigan State. Ole Miss at Georgia today. The Rebels are up 14-10. About 9 minutes left in the first half in that game. SMU beating Clemson 10-7 in the second quarter. Boise State up 14-10 on UNLV. Those are some of the bigger matchups going on this afternoon. We have some big matchups tomorrow in the NFL, Sean, and one right here in Chicago with our Chicago Bears hosting the Saints. A little bit of a trap game.
Every week is a big week for the Bears. No doubt about it. Yeah, it's a funky number. Anytime you see a 5.5 on an NFL game, it's a tweener. People, you're not close to really a touchdown, which is a key number when betting the NFL. You're far away from 3, which is the most key number in the NFL. Even a 2 is a key number in the NFL the last 5 or 6 seasons. When you see a number around that 5, 5.5, 4.5, it's an in-between, and it does feel like a little bit of a trap game. People don't know how well Spencer Rattler has been playing. He's been pretty good the last 4 or 5 games, even the entire season, if we're being honest. That's why we bet them against the Giants at home when you had the Jackson Dart smoke and the quarterback change, his first road game. That's when you fade in spots like that where the public perception of a team is Spencer Rattler stinks, Saints stink, and I think that's still a little bit what's lingering here. Coming off a national televised game for the Bears, getting a big win against Jaden Daniels and what's perceived as a really good Washington Commanders team. Now, that same lonely Saints team is coming against the Bears, and the number goes from 5.5 to 4.5 in a lot of spots, and that's where it sits at BetMGM at the moment right now.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler has 1 win as a starting NFL quarterback, which is not great.
No, it's not.
About 10, 11 starts. So 1 in, let's just say 1 in 10. You kind of have to overlook that. He's played solid this year. He's been a fine, very serviceable quarterback. They just don't have the talent overall as a whole on that team to win a lot of these games. You're probably not going to beat Buffalo without the same caliber of talent. Even Seattle this year, who they played earlier in the year. But this Bears team, with some injuries, maybe gets caught sleeping coming off of one of their bigger wins of the year on the road against Washington, where we all know it kind of went down the drain last year. The thing that I like with the Bears coming into this game is they finally got the run going last week. DeAndre Swift had an absolutely massive game, 108 yards rushing. Also in the receiving game as well, 67 yards, 1 touchdown. So that kind of got going a little bit, where I think if the Bears can continue to establish that portion of the offense, things are going to open up where Chicago's going to be able to put up 25, 27 points on this Saints team, and that's probably going to be enough to win.
The number one thing for Ben Johnson going into the bye was clearly figuring out a way to get the run game rolling to help out Caleb Williams on offense, and that's exactly what he did. DeAndre Swift, 7.7 yards a carry. Yards after contact, he had 23. I can't tell you how many times I've been watching the Bears, Kate, and I said, I just want to see DeAndre Swift make one guy miss. Just one. Make one guy miss. And that's exactly what he did on that little wheel route that he took 50-plus yards for a touchdown, and that was on a swing route. Still doesn't make very many people miss in the run game, but he ran hard. The run game looked a lot better. It's bottom of the barrel in the NFL. Overall efficiency, it's 26th, but it was 32 coming in to that game. So a big step up there. It's a good matchup for the Bears overall. Both teams don't get pressure on the quarterback, which will be big for Caleb Williams. If he can get through his progressions and do his thing there, he should have success. Overall, they have a good run defense, but the pass defense isn't that good for the Saints. So if they don't get pressure and they're able to let Caleb kind of go through his thing, I think deep down, just like Pete said about Kevin O'Connell, that's what Ben Johnson wants to do, is use the run to set up the pass. They might be able to just drop back quite a bit this week versus the Saints.
Bears have been an overs team so far. Total here is 45.5. I think I'd lean towards the over once again. The Bears defense has not been lockdown defense by any means, and a lot of that has to do with the injuries we dealt with early on in the season. But I think the Saints team might be able to score enough to help that over go. And, I mean, we talked about it, but the line is moving in favor of the Saints right now opened Bears -5.5. We're down to 4.5. I'm looking at 3.5 somewhere. I think the 3.5 is a little bit of a over exaggeration and probably won't be on the board long, but that just kind of goes to show where the money's coming in and the perception among the sharp bettors of what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, it's been one-way traffic. Since the number opened, it's been Saints and Saints only, at least for market makers and movers. It's been Saints dollars exclusively. I think in Chicago, this is what we see, Kate. In Chicago, 25-24, blocked kick in Vegas. We do what's necessary to win games. We're building a winning culture. I think everybody else across the league is looking at the Bears as if they're a little fortunate. They get no pressure on the quarterback. The run game isn't very good, but looked good coming out of a bye. Caleb Williams still misses guys and throws that he should make, but it's still not talked about how much he does not turn the ball over. I'd rather him
all year.
miss a couple throws. Just don't turn it over like a lot of the young guys do in the league and a lot of other quarterbacks in the league in general that don't get flack, as much flack for poor quarterback play as Caleb Williams. It's just a bright light on Caleb. I think he has a real opportunity to continue to stack up wins. But, yeah, I think that's why you see the one-way traffic at BetMGM is that the perception is the team isn't very good. They've eked out 2 wins against a bad Raiders team, and then they caught Washington off a bye, and Jaden Daniels played pretty poorly and turned the ball over. So they're creating turnovers. Will that continue? We'll find out.
By the way, Kenny was in here before the start of the show and said, if the Bears lose, maybe I'm misquoting him, the Bears lose tomorrow, the season's over.
Oh, Kenny.
Wait, Kenny, come, please come over the airways and tell why would you say such a thing?
Because I think they're going to get crushed by the Ravens too, and back-to-back losses to the Saints at home, and then against the Ravens, which I think they would get crushed in that game with Lamar coming back. That'd probably end the season. The NFC is just way too competitive. There's probably 12 teams who make a case that are going to be in that playoff race, and the Bears need a win tomorrow, go to 4-2, and maybe they beat the Ravens too, but I don't think they are. So,
I mean, the back half of the season is tough. You're at Philly, at Green Bay, Cleveland, fine. Green Bay at home, San Francisco, Detroit. Like, yeah, that's tough. I'm not sure I'd go as far as saying the season's over if we lose to the Saints tomorrow.
I guess Flacco's kind of scary now. Going to Cincinnati looked a lot better when it wasn't Flacco.
That's true.
But overall, it would still be Lamar in his first game back, Kenny. We don't know how he's going to look. That defense is still
that's the thing
horrific.
For me is like Lamar being back is huge. Like we're not going to discount that, but the defense for Baltimore is brutal.
Yeah, I think they set up well the next 4 to 5 games to potentially get some W's. It gets spooky when you got to play at
it has
Minnesota
to start tomorrow, though. I think that's the whole thing.
I
think if they
I get what you're
lose,
saying.
they're going to be the look ahead on the Baltimore game is 6.5. If they lose tomorrow and Baltimore has a good injury report, that's going to get bet over 7. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen, but they're going to be more than a touchdown underdog likely if they lose tomorrow. And it's just, I know it's such a week-to-week league, but they need to win tomorrow if they want to be a playoff team, which is very much likely after picking up 2 wins, despite, I think, coming down to the kick in those both games. It's ironically, they won by the same score in both games.
Yeah, it's insane that it was the same score.
So if both kick goes either way, they're 1-4. They're fortunate to be 3-2 now. We'll see what version of them we get tomorrow.
Well, that's the thing that gives me a little bit more comfort with this Bears team this season is those are games that the Bears would have lost last year. Like any game coming down to the wire last year, Bears would have lost. Now, Ben Johnson, the culture, the winning culture, in those big moments, they're producing more and winning because of it. So this feels like a trap game here with the Saints coming in. The Saints aren't a good football team. They've won 1 game all year. We're feeling good off of the revenge game over Washington last week. I don't think Ben Johnson allows this to be a trap game for this team. Matt Eberflus last year, yeah, the guys might be sleeping a little going into this one. I don't think that's going to be the case this week. Does that necessarily lead to a win? That I don't know, but at least they're going to show up.
By the way, do you think at all? I heard this earlier. I think it was on with Patrick. Patrick Finley was talking about it. That do you think Ben Johnson used the whole Troy Aikman angle this week to keep this team focused? That that Troy Aikman dissed Caleb Williams on the air, and the Bears weren't happy the way he talked about him. as a way to motivate this team this week at a game they should win pretty easily.
I mean, I could see that because coaches will find any angle, any tactic to use to motivate his team. So if the Bears feel even the slightest bit disrespected by Troy Aikman's comments, why would Ben Johnson not lean into that to continue firing his team up?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was hilarious that Ben Johnson said his children were watching the telecast in the background and he just happened to be in the room before he took them to school and heard it. But that was a nice try, Ben Johnson. We know you went and listened to what Troy said. But yeah, I think anything that you could, pin up on the board seems like it seems like that was the culture in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ben Johnson took a lot of things from Dan Campbell and how the rah-rahness and the us against the world, that's what it feels like to me with the Chicago Bears right now. Post-game, chatter in the locker room. Just he has those guys. What is it? Better, best?
Good,
better, best. Right?
Yeah, good, better,
Never
best.
let it rest.
Never let it rest,
You're good
baby.
as better and you're better best.
Yes.
Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Let's go. So that type of stuff, they seem to be bought in. Caleb Williams gloats about him. One little thing I think that hasn't been talked about enough is that throughout the entire league, so many quarterbacks wear armbands with plays and how intricate and complicated this Chicago Bears Ben Johnson offense is. Caleb doesn't wear that. I think he is just in the lab all day, every day. And it's awesome to see how creative the offense is. It's so creative, and we've never had that in Chicago. It's a new day.
And hey, maybe there's also some coaches watching film with Caleb this year.
I have no doubts.
Part of the success as well. All right, turn our attention to more NFL Week 7 on the other side. Got some big games to talk about, and we'll do that next here on The Bettor Angle with Sean Little and Kate Constable. of football going on this weekend between college and the NFL, but we're in the heart of the playoffs. Baseball season, MLB. Dodgers, first team to punch their ticket to the World Series, and they did it in pretty dramatic fashion last night. To talk about that game and the Dodgers going forward, we bring in Jerry Harrison Jr., former Dodgers player and the pre- and post-game host for Dodgers broadcast team. Jerry, appreciate you taking the time to join us coming off such a fun game last night. What was it like watching Shohei Ohtani produce one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in MLB history?
I was in awe, and just literally watching it live at the stadium, I'm just thinking in my mind, I mean, what am I looking at here? He's not getting enough love and praise, and he got so much love and praise last night and this morning. I mean, for him to pitch the way he pitched, I think he had like a 10 to 12 day layoff, and to be that sharp on the mound to shut down the best team in the National League, record-wise, the Brewers, in the NLCS, and then strikes out the side in the first inning, and then hits a leadoff home run, and then has 3 tape measure home runs. That was the best performance by a baseball player I've ever seen. I can't think of a better performance. And as I was, heading to bed last night, waking up this morning, having my coffee, I said, you know what? The way I felt last night is the way I felt when I first saw and was witnessing Michael Jordan, and when I first saw and I was witnessing Tiger Woods. And I'm so glad kids got a chance to see that, because that's what we all felt, when we watched Michael and obviously Tiger. So it was just a special night for the sports world, not just the baseball world.
Yeah, Jerry, he's just a different guy. He has Tommy John, no problem. I'll just go 50 plus 50. I'll just focus on being at the dish. I won't have to throw it this year, so I could absolutely wreck at the plate, win MVP. Yeah, he's just a different animal. Jerry, the Dodgers have lost one game in the postseason. They sweep up, as you mentioned, the best record in the NL in the Milwaukee Brewers. No one even looked happy. They barely celebrated sweeping up the Brewers on their home field. Take us inside just the mentality of the team right now. I have a buddy that doesn't gamble, but he says, hey, why aren't you just betting the Dodgers every single night, no matter what? And I said, hey, that's a great point. Take us into the Dodgers locker room and the mentality of they seem like they're just unbeatable, and it feels like they know it.
Well, here's the thing. That's a great word, mentality. They certainly have that mentality. And listen, they've heard what's been going on in X and the sports world. Oh, there's going to be a lockout, 2027. They've heard it, but the thing about it is they understand they have a chance to make history. In such a difficult sport to repeat, we haven't had a repeat champion in 25 years since the Yankees did it years ago. And it's so hard to repeat in this sport. And they're playing great baseball at the right time. I think they were embarrassed, maybe it's been more than a month now, when Yamamoto, if you go back to Yamamoto, he was in that ninth inning. He had a chance to have that no-hitter. He loses no-hitter. They end up losing the game. That Yamamoto was a strike away from throwing a no-hitter because the offense didn't show up. I think they were embarrassed by that. And they really started taking personal. They started to hear the rumblings. Oh, you guys are going to repeat. You guys are cooked. You guys are hitting the ball, aren't scoring the runs, and your bullpen is the worst bullpen of any team in the postseason. So they heard the noise. They heard the chatter. And they have flipped that mentality and have kind of played with a chip on their shoulder. And, boy, it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly been paying off. Jerry, is this Dodger team the best baseball team that you've ever been involved with?
That 09 Yankees team was pretty good. It was a pretty good team. If you saw that infield with Teixeira, Cano, Jeet, Alex at third, and obviously the starting rotation was CeCe Sabathia, Andy Pettitte, A.J. Burnett. Me as a player, that was the best team I was a part of. Me watching the Dodgers the last 12 years as a broadcaster, this is the most talented Dodger team that I have seen, and when I was a player, played against or was a part of. They got to close the deal. The Dodger team has to close the deal. They go out and win the World Series. Now they can make a case that they're the best
team, certainly of the last 25 years, because they've repeated, and certainly with the star power that they have. But like Mookie Betts said, talking about mentality, that Mamba mentality, job's not finished. They know in order to be talked that way, they have to close the deal and win the World Series.
Who provides a tougher matchup here in the World Series? Would you think it's Cal Raleigh and the Mariners, or is it Vladdy Jr. and the Blue Jays?
That's a great question. I've been asked that question now probably 5 or 6 times, and it's a difficult answer because both teams are different, and they present different challenges. The whole year, the Blue Jays have just outstanding offense. Led by Vladdy Jr., they put the ball in play. They score in a variety of different ways. The Mariners have really started to swing the bat, especially when they added Naylor, first base, Suarez, who had 2 bombs last night, to go along with incredible starting pitching. And they got a stud closer at the end. So both teams really present tough challenges, different challenges, and they're great teams. So it doesn't really matter who they play. You're going to have to play your best baseball to beat them. And whoever comes out of that series is going to feel that kind of like that iron sharpens iron, the saying. You coming out of a tough series between the Blue Jays and Mariners, they're having a great series in their own right. They're going to be battle-tested heading into the World Series. So they're going to be a tough matchup. No matter who they play, whether it's the Mariners or Blue Jays, it's going to be tough for the Dodgers.
We're talking with Jerry Hairston Jr., Dodgers analyst and former World Series champion. Jerry, speaking of the Blue Jays and the Mariners being battle tested, what's the disadvantage or I guess advantage of the Dodgers sweeping the Brewers and having that extended rest? Do you prefer that as a player?
No, you don't. You don't want to have that long rest. Would you prefer a couple days? Sure. But it is what it is. You were so dominant. You did what you needed to do. Whether it's 3 days, 5 days, 6 days, it is what it is. So you got to make sure, use this opportunity to rest up, try to stay sharp. I'm sure they're going to have a couple, whether it's a scrimmage, simulated games, to try to keep themselves sharp and be ready to go for Friday. But I think it's better to have this long break now as opposed to, let's say, you win the division and you have a week off right after the regular season because you haven't played a playoff game yet. That's a long layoff. These guys have played playoff games already and know that they are battle-tested this season from a playoff standpoint. So I think if you're going to have that long layoff, I would prefer to have the layoff right now as opposed to right after the regular season. You haven't played a postseason game yet and you got a week off. That's tougher to do, in my opinion.
Last thing.
But then again, no excuses. No excuses.
Last thing here for you, Jerry. The Brewers, after beating the Cubs, throwing up the L flag. Did you like that? Was that kind of weak, a little Bush League? What did you think of that?
I was curious. I'm like, why did they just bring the W? You won.
That's a good point.
I don't understand. If you're going to steal a flag, why don't you do the W? You won. Why bring the L? You know what I'm saying? So,
that's a great point.
Listen, I'm from Chicago. I played for the Cubs. I played for the Brewers. I love playing for both teams. 2 great fan bases. If I was a player on the Brewers, I'm like, bro, why are we bringing the L flag? You know what I'm saying? We want to bring the W flag if we're going to do it. I mean, I wouldn't have done it, but if you're going to bring any flag, you bring out the W. You won. I just didn't understand it. And then, obviously, I guess it didn't work out well for them. So,
Jerry, I had some
having fun with it.
Jerry, I had some personal beef with you because when you came to the Cubs, you got traded for my dog, Sammy Sosa. So I had a little animosity towards you throughout my younger years when I was little, but you're the man for coming on and talking some Dodgers with us.
Hey, listen, I understand, but I grew up in Chicago. I understand Sammy Sosa, who's a great guy. I've known Sammy since I was about 13, 14 years old. We became teammates in 2007, incredible teammate. I still talk to Sammy to this day. I'm so glad the Cubs came back and honored and is continuing to honor Sammy Sosa. He deserves that. The city deserves that. So if any fans out there have any animosity towards me, I totally understand because Sammy Sosa was an icon and is still an icon there in Chicago. So I love Sammy too, and I'm a little upset at myself. I love Sammy.
Well, Sean's not giving you the L flag for that. We appreciate you coming on, Jerry. Have fun. calling the World Series pre and post for the Dodgers, and enjoy the rest of the playoffs. We'll talk to you down the road.
Good luck. Thanks a lot,
Anytime.
Jerry.
Go Dodgers and go Bears.
Go Bears. That's right. Jerry Harrison, former Dodgers player and Dodgers pre- and post-game host for the Dodgers broadcast team.
Randy Merkin, do you know who else was in that Jerry Harrison deal for Sammy Sosa in January 2005?
Going to the Orioles, or was he going to the Rangers?
It was an Orioles prospect
Orioles prospect.
that ended up playing a little bit for the Cubs. He was a known name at the time. Good glove, shaggy blonde hair. Initials are MF.
MF.
Well, Mike Fontenot.
Mike Fontenot.
Yeah.
Yes. The pocket rocket.
He was a part of that
Yes.
Jerry Harrison deal for Sammy Sosa back in 2005.
He had some pop at his bat, Mike Fontenot,
Yeah.
from LSU. Yeah, good player. Yeah, definitely. I did not know that. Interesting.
It's weird. So as the years go on, so many names you hear him like, man, Mike Fontenot. I remember Mike Fontenot. So yeah, that's awesome. Jerry Harrison, Mike Fontenot, 2005 to the Cubs for Sammy Sosa.
It is pretty crazy what he was saying, though, that like he woke up this morning and was just still like in awe of what he saw last night.
I mean, we were talking prior to the show. Can you think of any performance that is even close to it?
Not
baseball-wise.
Not baseball-wise, no. I mean, like in anything Tiger did is over 4 rounds, right? So, I mean, for the most part. So, yeah, I can't think of anything. I mean, Reggie did hit 3 home runs in the World Series against the Dodgers, I think on 3 pitches. So that's pretty. But he
didn't go out and pitch.
He didn't pitch, right? Yeah, I mean, you cannot. There's nothing to. I mean, if you want to go back to Babe Ruth, I'm sure Babe Ruth did stuff like this, but like modern day, the way the modern baseball game is played, there's nothing close to what he did last night.
He was untouchable on the mound as well. He was awesome. 10 Ks, 2 hits through 7, 3 bombs. I don't see how it's even a argument that that's the best single performance we've ever seen in the NLCS. This is not like on a Wednesday
game.
So yeah, I mean, I think it has to be the best performance we've ever seen. And then when we talk about entirety of seasons, no one's ever won multiple MVPs in the NL and the AL. He'll do that this year with 2 in the AL with the Angels, and now it'll be 2 in back-to-back fashion with the Dodgers in the NL. He's just a special, different guy when it comes to playing the sport of baseball.
Well, Jerry also mentioned too, like coming off of 10 days rest. It's not like a normal pitching rotation where you kind of know when you're going, you're getting ready for it. They just throw him out there. Kershaw talked about that after the game too. They're like, he just pitches randomly whenever we need him to.
Yeah.
He's got 6 different pitches he throws. I've got 3. Like, the guy is unbelievable.
I could just say, though, that what the Dodgers did this year, last year they won the World Series with basically relievers starting most games, and they had Yamamoto. Yeah. No one else was healthy, okay? This year they basically decided, I mean, he was hurt, but Blake Snell, I want to say early May, got hurt, and they said, hey, Blake, we're going to win the division because the Padres always choke. So just shut her down for 3 months so you're ready to go for the postseason. Hey, Shohei, you know what? We'll start you after the All-Star break, get you ramped up, so you're ready to go for the postseason where you can go 6, maybe 7 innings. And then, hey, Glass, now we'll give you a month off as well during the season. Yamamoto, you're going to have to pitch the whole year, buddy. Sorry. We need 1 starter. And that's what they did. They still won 93 games. They'll have home field if the Mariners win. They won't if the Blue Jays win. But, I mean, their plan, Blake Snell is the best pitcher outside of Skubal right now in baseball. I mean, he's just dominating every time he goes out. So, kudos to what the Dodgers did. I know they get ripped all the time, and Brewers fans, this entire series from game 1, were saying on the podium right now is $300 million, and the Brewers' whole payroll. And I'm like, hey, Dodgers have done these players could have signed anywhere, right?
Jerry Harrison, I'm actually looking at his Twitter. He quote tweeted someone that said the Braves chose Matt Olson over Freddie Freeman. Dodgers paid Freeman. Angels let Ohtani walk. He chose LA. Rays wouldn't pay Glass now. Dodgers traded and paid for him. Like, it's not just the Dodgers going out and just like spending. Like, these guys are available and they're taking advantage of that.
And Mark Walters, who is their owner, doesn't care about going to luxury tax. Like a lot of owners do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care. And I mean, Andrew Friedman, who was the general manager, president of the Rays, has come over. He's a brilliant guy. And he has just built this team up. They've got a lot of young talent, too. It's not just they've got Mookie, Freddie, Teoscar, Shohei, but they've got a lot of young talent too on that team.
Also, another, I'm just going through Jerry Harrison's Twitter here, and he retweeted another account that said, Shohei threw for 300 yards and 3 TDs while having 2 sacks, a forced fumble, and a pick six.
That's pretty much exactly what happened. Yeah.
That is the equivalent of it, which is wild when you put it in that context as well. All right, more to come on the other side. We'll continue talking NFL and take a look around at college football as well. That's next on The Bettor Angle. 7 in the NFL. Got some big games this week, Sean.
Always.
Always big games. We talked about Saints and Bears a little bit earlier on in the show. If you missed anything, you can go back and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app. Rams and Jaguars in London. This is interesting. The Rams left for London yesterday. Did you hear that?
And that typically doesn't work out very well.
The Jags left on Tuesday. And the Jags are Europe's team. They do this all the time. They know the drill.
Annually.
That's weird to me that the Rams have left yesterday. You have 24 hours to acclimate to the time difference?
Yeah, I would say that is an interesting way to go about it. I do trust Sean McVay.
That's the thing.
And
a veteran coach.
He knows his players and, his org and how they would best go about it. But they're also coming from L.A., too. Like, L.A. to Jacksonville is a long flight. L.A. to then get to London is even a longer commute. So, yeah, I mean, that's tough.
Are they leaving from Baltimore, though?
Are they leaving from Baltimore?
Baltimore
You know
this
what? That's
whole time.
right. They stayed in Baltimore.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so that cuts down the commute a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still a 7-8 hour flight.
Yeah, and you still haven't been home in ages.
Yeah.
And then you got to go from Baltimore to London. Yeah, that's tough. And it is a time change they'll have to deal with. And it will be a pro Jags crowd.
Yes, it will.
So, yeah, it's tough. Honestly, I think we're doing too many. The Monday night doubleheader.
Those need to stop.
I don't get.
Especially this week, the game starts at like 9 p.m. Central.
I can wait until noon on Sunday to watch ball. I don't have to watch it at 8:30, 12, 3:30, 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get it. We're trying to expand the sport, but it does put some of these teams in some really peculiar situations. Like you're going from an away game to another away game in London, and you're taking home games away from teams in Brazil. Right. And yeah, I don't know, but yeah, tough spot for the Rams, but they're still favored -3 at BetMGM, -1.5 or -115. Total's 44.5. 165 on the money line is hefty, but they are the overall better team, I think.
All right, well, Kenny says that he has a few narratives here. Kenny, what are your narratives for this game?
Yeah. So Liam Cohen actually worked under McVay 2018 to 2020. He came back to be the offensive coordinator just for a year in 2022 in between his time at Kentucky as the offensive coordinator and the quarterback's coach. So there's that. So I think this is a big spot for Liam Cohen here going up against McVay, a guy he's worked under, who he understands how he likes to run things. And then also you look at the Jags last year, remember their trip to London? They got smashed by the Bears. Mm-hmm. So this is another opportunity here playing in London that they get every year where you guys mentioned the home crowd advantage. I think that's a big one. And then the last one that everybody knows that you guys haven't mentioned yet, Puka Nacua being out in this game, I think is going to make a big difference for the Rams offense. And I know this Jacksonville defense has create a lot of turnovers this year, and I know that's hard to predict, but I think that it might continue just because that's the way of style of defense they've been playing, and especially Stafford not having his best receiver there. Might be a big Devontae Adams game, but I think this is a Rams spot, anything 3 or more.
We talked about Trevor Lawrence last week. Started the season turning the ball over quite a bit, 5. I think he had 6 interceptions the first 4 games of the year. Last 2 weeks, he has no interceptions. We talked about that, gave that pick out on this show, The Better Angle. At BetMGM, it was plus money for Trevor Lawrence not to throw an interception. He did that last week. So, yeah, he's been playing a lot cleaner football. Really interesting spot for 2 good teams playing in London early. And then the team that has been playing overall better and it's in a better spot is the team getting the 3 points. So, very interesting.
And we've seen funky things happen in these overseas. Like, think back to the Jets game last week. That was brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, the Broncos were the much better team, but barely squeak by there.
Yeah.
I think Kyron Williams, obviously, is going to have a larger role in this game. His rushing yard prop, I liked it earlier in the week at 66.5. We're up to 69.5? 68.5 right now. I still feel like he's got to get over that. The Jags' run defense has been very surprisingly good. They've held some of the better running backs they've faced. And, I mean, Christian McCaffrey did a ton against the Jaguars in the receiving game in that game. But, like, Isaiah Pacheco didn't do much against For Kansas City against the Jags, Nick Chubb, I mean, he's kind of been bad all year. Chase Brown didn't do much against the Jags. Again, Chase Brown's kind of been bad all year. So maybe that's a little bit more of it versus the Jags' run defense being all that great. But without Puka, I think you have to rely heavily on Kyron Williams.
And Devontae Adams. I think you have to look.
Devontae Adams anytime touchdown.
You have to look that way. Anytime touchdown for Devontae Adams is -115. I would look at over 6.5 receptions for Devontae, -115 at BetMGM. If you know anything about Matthew Stafford and that offense, he targets his guys, his number ones. Puka Nacua to start the year was getting 67% of the targets from Matthew Stafford with Devontae Adams on the team. Cooper Kupp lives in Seattle now because Matthew Stafford refused to throw him the ball, the Triple Crown winner, because he loved Puka Nacua so much, his number one guy. Devontae Adams this week is going to be his number one guy. I'm not going to say it's going to be to the extremes of Jamar Chase getting 23 targets
16 receptions.
and having 16 receptions, but I would not be shocked if Devontae Adams had 9+ receptions, double-digit receptions in this game in unfamiliar territory on short rest. You know what? I'm going to drop back, either hand it to Kyron or I'm going to throw it to Devontae. That's it. That's all.
That might be the first time I have heard Cooper Kupp's name all season. Right?
Yeah.
Where has he been?
I mean, he scored a touchdown against Tampa Bay, so he was involved in that game. He went from a Triple Crown winner to the Rams drafting Puka Nacua to being off the team in a 3-year time period. Yeah. So, yeah, the relationship on the field just shifted to Puka so much that Cooper Kupp had no other reason to stay, and the price was a little expensive on what they were paying him.
Especially with the injuries. He had kind of been very injury-ridden past couple of years with the Rams. Okay, so let's talk about that Seahawks game. They are hosting the Texans. Seahawks 3.5-point favorites. I'm a little worried about Sam Darnold. He's third in the NFL in EPA per dropback when using play action, and the Texans, they lead the NFL in defensive EPA per dropback against the play action. So exactly what this Texas defense is very good at is what the Seahawks want to do offensively. Texas defense also number 1 in scoring, 5th in passing defense. If you're getting over a field goal, I have to take the Texans plus 3.5.
Yeah, I agree. And we're looking at a total that's 41.5, one of the lowest on the board for the week. Seattle defensively, if you remove that Tampa Bay game, they've been essentially lights out the entire year. Top 4 in DVOA, and they're really good on special teams. So they overall have been a really good squad. Darnold hasn't – I don't want to – Darnold – this would be a spot for me against one of the top defenses in the league that I really wouldn't want to back Darnold to have to win by margin when the total opens 44.5 and then drops to 41.5. I think you're asking a bit much for Sam Darnold to win by 4+ points against one of the best defensive units in the league. So that's my initial thought on it, but I think Seattle's a real deal contender in the NFC overall.
I kind of do too, but I lean towards Texans more so. They're off a bye as well, so extended rest. I'm not going to say like their offense really got back on track. You played Tennessee and Baltimore, who were terrible when you played them. I mean, Baltimore, sure, when they get Lamar back, they should be better, but you beat them 44-10. I don't think you can go as far as to say, okay, C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense is totally back, but it has some momentum, some confidence now after 2 consecutive wins. After starting the season so poorly. So maybe that carries in. And then Seattle has been better on the road. They're not bad at home by any means, but you feel like you're more comfortable backing them when they're on the road versus at home, and certainly at home here this weekend. That's the late Monday night game.
Yeah, I think the Texans are going to have trouble scoring. I think Seattle will have some trouble with extended rest and multiple extra days to prepare for Seattle. I think you could look at like a Seattle Seahawks team total under. If you could get if you can get a 23.5, that's not extremely juiced up. I think that would be a really good number to look at. I think there's 22.5s in the market, but yeah, the when a total releases at 44.5, which is about average, I guess, for an NFL game, you're looking at like 24-20. But when it goes down 3 full points, when we're talking about defensive first squads, I think that number even might close at 40.5 at some places. So team total under for me for the Seahawks. If you could find a not too expensive 23.5 in the market, I would look at that for Seattle.
All right, Sean, what else do you have your eye on this weekend? Any other game that you love?
Yeah, I really like the Los Angeles Chargers going back home, -1.5 versus the Colts. There's a lot of numbers floating around. Daniel Jones has only gone to his second read on dropbacks once this year. The run game has been absolutely spectacular for the Colts. The Chargers have a little bit of an answer for that. Their EPA per play on runs is towards the top of the league, top 11, top 12, I believe. So I think that rush defense for the Chargers is going to be able to make an impact on Jonathan Taylor. That's going to put a lot more pressure on Daniel Jones. And the Chargers can get pressure up front. I think this is a spot that the Colts come down to earth a little bit. And when you talk about the Colts throughout the entire season this year, where is the win that jumps off of the screen? I don't know what it is. They're 5-1. They've only played 2 away games. The 2 away games, one is at Tennessee. I'm not sure that's
you can't
take anything away from that. Then they go to the Rams. They lose that game 27-20. Do they fumble the ball out of the end zone? Could they have won that? Sure. But their wins are against the Dolphins, the Broncos at home, which was a good win, but it was 29-28 in their own building. They then go to Tennessee. They lose the game in L.A. They get a welcome home present back. They go to L.A. They get to come back home and play the Raiders and the the Raiders and the Cardinals, where Jacoby Brissett looked like Joe Montana for a vast majority of the game. He was dicing up the Colts secondary. Now they have to go back on the road to play the Chargers. I like this spot for the Chargers to get a W in a bounce back spot. And for the Colts to come down to earth a little bit, I would lay the 1.5 here with the Chargers. That's my best bet of the week.
I mean, I certainly didn't have Jacoby Brissett.
He looked amazing.
Coming out and balling out on the road.
He looked amazing.
In his first start of the season.
Dan Marino, Brissett. He looked amazing.
Does he do it this weekend again against the Packers? Murray's out. Brissett's back in.
You know who we're rooting for, so I sure hope so. The number 7, it hasn't really moved too much off of 7. And I watched the Green Bay Packers front to back against the Bengals and Joe Flacco's first start. I don't know if they just weren't up for the game because they thought the Bengals would just roll over, but they did not look very good. For a team that anytime you have anything negative to say about the Packers, it's they went on the road and played poorly. They never play poorly in Lambeau in front of that crowd in that building. They are ironclad there. They looked very vulnerable against a really bad Cincinnati Bengals team who had a real shot to win that game. So I don't know. We'll see if they could pick it up and put it together in Arizona. But yeah, Brissett looked really good. But yes, I like the Chargers at home in their building against overvalued Colts team a bit, in my opinion.
Going back to the Packers real quick, I have not been overly impressed with them at all this season. Sure, you beat the Lions week 1, and that's a solid win. You got to give that to them with how the Lions have looked this season. But Lions' first game of the year with new coaching staff across the board, essentially. The Washington win was good, but then you lose to Cleveland. You go toe-to-toe with Dallas, who, I mean, Dallas is not a good football team. Sure, they can score. And then, didn't look all that impressive against the Bengals. I think Packers need to have a statement win. I don't know if that comes this weekend, but in order for me to think the Packers can compete long-term in the playoffs, I think I need to see a little bit more from them.
They're the favorites right now to win the NFC North.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
I mean, they still are.
Yeah.
Like, I don't necessarily
I think the Lions
can't
are probably
argue
the
with
better
that,
team,
but Packers, I still just feel like some of their wins are less than impressive.
Yeah, and Jordan Love still continues to make head-scratching turnovers. Even on that first drive against Cincinnati, throw the ball away, kick a field goal, we get to the next drive. He throws an inexplicable interception, and then now you're kind of battling with Cincinnati.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense what's going on in the BetMGM app where there's some mispriced lines. We'll tell you where those at next as we play Glitch in the System. Kate Constable, Sean Little here on the Better Angle. The over hit in my Baylor TCU game. Feeling pretty good about that one. We've got a over brewing in Ole Miss and Georgia right now. Of course, as I say that, the score goes away. 28-20. Ole Miss is up. Just the start of the second half here. Ohio State handling Wisconsin with ease. A little shutout brewing on the road for the Buckeyes, playing in Wisconsin, and Northwestern up 19-0 on Purdue right now. Some Big Ten teams having some success today against other Big Ten opponents. All right, we're going to bring in Kenny. We're going to play our favorite game on the show, the only game that we do play here on the show. It is called Glitch in the System.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the Bettor Angle. Yeah, baby, it's on!
So I know everybody's excited for the Panthers-Jets game tomorrow. Sean, I thought it was funny you said that you thought about me when the Panthers beat the Dolphins. I thought about you when the Panthers beat the Cowboys. So
yeah, let's go.
Each other.
Yeah. So now we're going to talk Panthers here, and it's funny because I also texted Kate on Sunday, and we talked about we briefly talked about how the Jets opened as favorites in this game, and now Carolina's 1-point favorite. It's basically pick the winner of the game. We got basically a pick 'em price here. And I've been thinking about all week how I want to bet this game, and I'm not going to bet the game. And the bet here I have, and this might sound crazy, but I'll explain. Panthers to make the playoffs plus 700. You look at the teams that Carolina would be competing for the spot of the wild card. And by the way, if they win this game and the Bucs lose to the Lions on Monday, they would just be a game back of Tampa for the division lead. Tampa would be 5-2. Carolina would be 4-3. But just looking at the teams that they would be behind in the wild card race, you've got the Rams. They're a small favorite against the Jags. Vikings, small dog versus the Eagles. You got the Bears, of course, favorite against the Saints. 49ers and Falcons playing against each other. I'm looking at this from the standpoint as I bet the Panthers right now plus 700 to make the playoffs. They win this game. You look at the prices for some of these other NFC teams to make the playoffs. Atlanta minus 114. Beat them. Carolina beat them 30-0, and Atlanta's 0-2 in the division already. Commanders are plus 156. I mean, whatever. They can't stay healthy. The Bears and the Vikings both at plus 240. That's fine. They can battle for last place in the NFC North. Dallas at plus 370. Carolina beat them too. And then you've got Carolina at 7-1. This is how I want to bet this game because I think a Carolina win on top of whatever else happens in the NFC, this price could potentially be cut from 7-1 to 3-1 or 4-1, that range. What do you guys think?
I can't do it.
I actually like the look at that price. I don't think that's a glitch. I think that's the correct price, but you have to be willing to go out and bet it. I think one of my favorite sayings about futures is it never feels comfortable when you put it in.
Right.
Ever.
Yeah.
If you're going to play a long shot, you're never going to feel great about it. So you kind of got to go out on a limb. That's where the fruit is. One team that I am confident that I have bet that's going to fall out of the NFC playoff picture that's favored almost at 3-1 to make the playoffs is the San Francisco 49ers. I think a team like the Bears, the Panthers, whoever finishes potentially even like the Cardinals out of the NFC West or someone in this, whoever's going to finish second in the division in the NFC North can pick up one of those playoff berths. The Niners, Fred Warner's out for the year. Brock Purdy's dealing with an injury. Kittle's dealing with an injury. Ayuk is out for the year. Ricky Pearsall's dealing with stuff. Bosa's out for the year. Those are their best players.
Right.
So that team, I believe, especially with Fred Warner being the stalwart and the leader of that defense. Him going down last week, I think, could spiral that team out of the playoffs. And a team like the Panthers, why not have those guys slide in?
I just look at the Panthers' schedule and think, how many more wins is realistic?
But you're thinking about the Panthers like they're still bad. The Panthers are a good team. And they might not. And see, if they lose tomorrow, maybe they are still bad. And maybe it's just when they're at home and they've got a good spot against a bad defense. But I mean, they're playing the Jets. If they win tomorrow, they're 4-3, a good win streak. Bryce Young's playing, this is it. I would say right now they're playing like a top 10 offense. I don't know if that's sustainable, but still a decent offense, and the defense is playing much better than it has before. Of course, Dallas is a really good offense. They did pretty well against them last week. I don't know why Mike Jackson was on coverage on George Pickens, but that's a different story. You might want to put J.C. Horn on him. But I'm looking at Carolina as if they can win this game and then just ride some momentum, the price on them to make the playoffs is just going to continue to shrink. I think it's funny that I know Atlanta just beat the Bills, but they're basically favored to make the playoffs, and Carolina beat them by 30, and Atlanta has lost both games.
Yeah, different team home and away. It seems like, as you mentioned, Kenny, with Carolina, they have yet to win an away game, and they go to the Jets, then they play at home against the Bills, which is a tough ball game, of course.
That's a loss for me. Even though they're at home, though they aren't as bad as they are last year, I'm going to go ahead and chalk that up as an L for the Panthers.
Have you seen who the Bills have beaten so far this year? I mean, it's combined wins 3 or 4 games or something like that.
Yeah.
So Bills have not beaten.
The Bills.
Yeah.
I was thinking Panthers. Bills have not beat anyone good. The quarterbacks that the Bills have beaten, not all that impressive. Still, I'd take Josh Allen over Bryce Young in that game. You go to Green Bay.
I wouldn't call it a glitch in the system, because I do think 7-1. If you're going to bet the Panthers right now to make the playoffs, is probably the best price too, because you're also buying the top of the market. This is about as high as we're going to get on the Panthers at the moment. Going into the Jets, they can get a big W there. It'll get a little higher, but yeah, I think 7-1 is a good number, and I love that. I love that you're backing them, Kenny.
Kenny, I will say you have been spot on with your Panthers takes this season. So I may be the one biting my tongue later on in the year, and you could totally be correct here. I just am still not.
I'm not even confident that Tampa is going to be able to win the division against them. And I love Tampa, but
Kenny.
Okay, but think about it this way: they play twice late in the season. If their records are similar, it'll come down to those games. We know how tight margins are in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so Tampa's got to continue to stack wins. They look like they're sitting pretty at 5-1, but in reality, if they lose to the Lions this week,
which
it looks like which it looks like they will, things, and especially if the Panthers win and the Falcons win, things are going to get tight for the Bucs in the NFC South. All right.
And really quick, Kenny, last point here. Just a quick gambling lesson. We're in the buy low, sell high business. Mm-hmm. The Panthers lose 3 of their first 4 games. They beat the They lose to the Jags. They lose to the Cardinals. They get a 30-0 win at home against the Falcons. Then they go to New England, who no one thinks is that good, and they lose 42-13. Everyone's down on the Panthers. They're 1-3. This team stinks. Then they get a home game against another bad team in the Dolphins, and it was a pick 'em price, and Kenny was dead on. That's when you buy the Panthers and try to back teams in that spot. Coming off a big blowout loss, now they get a home game against a bad team. That's when you want to back those spots. So buy low, sell high. Now it's starting to creep up maybe a little too high here on the Panthers.
Yeah, and you make a good point, because that's why I'm nervous about this game, and I'm just going to bet the Panthers to achieve long-term outcomes instead of just betting them in this game at a regular price, because everyone's going to be betting them in this game, and that's why I liked them the last 2 weeks against the Dolphins and the Cowboys, because nobody wanted to bet Carolina after their next bet. Speaking of buying low on the Eagles. I know you like the Vikings, Sean, so you're not going to like this. We'll see what side Kate likes. And I have an interesting stat here. So since the Eagles picked up Saquon Barkley at the beginning of last year, this is the cheapest money line price that they've been in a game besides versus Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. Now here's Carson Wentz. I understand that this Eagles team is not the same Eagles team. The secondary stinks. The offense can't get it together. But I am going to trust on a cheap money line price here for the Eagles that Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, a crew that was basically undefeated together before this little 2-game struggle, that they're going to win a football game over Carson Wentz. I know this number has kept crashing down, a lot of sharp money on Minnesota, but I actually am going to zig here and take the Eagles. What are we thinking?
Can't do it. I like the Vikings. I think that a part of this, too, is the home field advantage that the Vikings have is really good. And with an Eagles team that's so fragile right now with their offense, like if they get down early, I think things start to spiral a little bit. Do I think the Eagles long-term are going to be in danger of missing the playoffs or anything like that? No, they're still a very good football team. They're still going to make the playoffs. They could certainly win the Super Bowl or get back there. But where the state of the Eagles is right now, going on the road against a Vikings team that's coming off a bye, the home field advantage for the Vikings, I got to back Minnesota tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I like Minnesota, Kenny. I think if I had to bet them, I would take the 2 points and the Vikings.
Yes.
I think sometimes you look at the NFL board and there's clear passes on it. This is a clear pass to me. You have a struggling team that's been getting hammered in the media in the Philadelphia Eagles that are getting Jalen Carter back, their stud, on the defensive line. And then you have a team that has a great home field advantage. They had time to get right offensively and how they're going to attack this Philly team. This seems like a clear pass to me. I would just look elsewhere on the board. So it's not that I like Minnesota. I just can't back Philly, but I also don't love the Minnesota side either because Philly's still a really good football team, and they're going to be desperate to put out a good performance here in this spot. So it would just be a pass. But, hey, Kenny, I'm not mad that you would look at the game in that fashion. Everybody's down on Philly. Yeah. Everybody hates Philly. Everybody has an answer and a reason on how they could fix Philly in a snap of a finger if they were the head coach and they were Nick Sirianni. And I mentioned Nick Sirianni on extended rest is 9-3 in those spots. So it's not a bye week, but it is coming off of a mini bye. So they've responded in these spots throughout the years. I wouldn't go as far as glitching the system, but this is a tough game to decide. It's a coin flip in a lot of aspects.
I had one more. Do we want to save it for the next segment? I actually had two more. I had a basketball one, too. But...
Yeah, let's save it for the next segment because we are up against the break. We will continue glitching the system. Apparently, Kenny has a basketball question for us as well. NBA starting next week. Very exciting. And then college basketball also right around the corner. We'll be back. This is The Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network. Quick score check around college football. Ohio State up 27-0 on Wisconsin. End of the third, or close to it, minute left there. Indiana, number 3 team in the country. They're up 35-10 at home against Michigan State. 4 minutes left in the third in that game. Ole Miss and Georgia. This has been a fun one. Georgia favored by 7.5, but Ole Miss is up on the road 35-26. We have 4 minutes left in the third. Texas Tech is down just by 2, 9-7. Arizona State leading. Start of the second half right now. UAB up 24-14 on Memphis. And Texas A&M, Arkansas just kicked off. End of the first, close to it, 7-3 A&M.
By the way, just a quick shout out. You mentioned that UAB Memphis score. Memphis is really good. One of the teams people think.
22.
Trent Dilfer was fired this week, and Chris Mortensen's son, I'm drawing the name of blank on his first name, but is taken over an interim basis. So that's very cool. Chris Mortensen, one of the best NFL reporters of all time.
Yeah.
It would be great if Memphis could get the win on the road here and stay at top 25 ranked team. Also, Boise State UNLV put up just a boatload of points in the first half. It's 35-24 Boise State. We're 4 minutes into the second half. Like, these two teams, defense was optional in this game, Sean.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
you go play on the blue fields. You go out to the upper Northwest. Why not score a bunch of points and have a lot of fun in a Saturday afternoon football game? 35-24, 7 minutes left in the third. Live total. I wonder what the live total is.
Yeah,
it's probably like 80.
Do you remember what it was prior to the start?
I do not.
Okay. I do not either, because I didn't bet that one. We left off the last segment playing a little glitch in the system, and Kenny has a couple questions, a couple glitches for us that we didn't get to. He wants to run by us. So, Kenny, let's continue that.
Yeah, another game that I really thought was interesting on this slate, you guys actually touched on it, was the late Monday Night Football game, the Seahawks and the Texans. And I really like the Seahawks in the game, but then it got out to 3, and the money line price expensive. I think, if anything, you guys mentioned I'd probably take the 3 with Houston, but I do expect the Seattle to win the game, and especially if they win the game right now, they're the third choice to win the NFC West at plus 250. Sam Darnold right now, he's second in EPA per play, second in success rate, second in average depth of target, and first in yards per attempt. He's absolutely balling out of his mind. Jackson Smith-Njigba looks like one of the best receivers in the league. The defense is great, and right now, like I said, third choice to win the division. I feel like if you do like Seattle to win this game, which I do, plus 250 right now, that price, because San Francisco and the Rams both have tough games this week. San Francisco's banged up, and the Rams are missing their best player in Puka Nacua. I think Seattle's going to end up winning this division, guys. I actually think they're one of the better teams in the NFC, and right now to win their division, they're the third choice at plus 250. I think it's a glitch.
I agree. And I was watching Seattle and Tampa Bay, felt like I was watching like 2 of the top 3 teams in the NFC when I was watching that game. That's what it felt like to me. I was just like, these 2 teams could easily come out of the NFC. And we talked about it on this very show. Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win the NFC was plus 1,400 last week. It's like plus 7 now. We talked about Tampa. And
we were talking about it when it was 18-1 in March.
Yeah, like okay, I wasn't around for that, but
no, we're glad you joined the party. That's what's funny.
Yeah, they're like, you could have got them 14-1 as soon as last week. That number is no longer around. So yeah, I just mentioned how beat up the Niners were. The Fred Warner, losing Fred Warner cannot be understated. He's the heart and soul of that defense. I could see them getting exposed defensively, and I don't know when Brock's going to be back, and I don't love dropping Brock Purdy back 40 times anyway. So, yeah, I think that is a glitch. If you think Seattle's going to get that win, and if you like Atlanta in that matchup, and you like the Jags in London in that matchup, next thing you know, Seattle looks like it was a ridiculous price at 2.5-1.
Yeah, I was anti-Seattle going into the season. I was not on board with that, and I was very wrong about that. And Sam Darnold and the success that he's having, I was not on board with that. But hey, you can't win them all. And at this price now, sure, I could have gotten it a lot better earlier on, but missed that. I think that now would be the time to jump in on it because you're right. 49ers are so banged up. I'm really worried about their defense without Fred Warner. Sure, you get George Kittle back, but still there are holes all over this team with all the injuries that they've had. The Rams, it's a tough game. I think the Rams are a better team than the Jaguars, but you throw in the travel, you throw in the overseas, who knows what's going to happen in that game. And I like the direction that Seattle has been going this year, and they've been playing extremely well. So to be third in the division right now, I think now would be the time to jump in on them, assuming they win and those other two teams lose tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing I really like about Seattle is I don't really know what their weakness is. They can run. They've got a good running back to it. They can run the ball. The offensive line was expected to be a weakness. Sam Darnold wasn't expected to play like this, but the defense is good. Like, they really just don't have a weakness. And yeah, they might not be elite, but they've got a playmaker and a game changer in JSN, and so that's huge as well. I mean, they if they had DK Metcalf, still imagine that, but it's all right. NBA. Season starts on Tuesday, I believe.
Tuesday, yes, sir.
Tuesday. So I think we already
Good luck trying to find where the game's going to be played and how to watch it. But yeah, it starts Tuesday.
Yeah, all these. It's going to be. We're going to have Prime and NBC this year, right?
Yeah, Prime, NBC,
Peacock,
then regular Wednesday.
As long as they have the old NBC theme, and I was really young when they stopped. But I remember the NBC theme. I always associate the NBC theme with Michael Jordan.
Round Ball Rock, right? John Tesh.
Yeah,
John Tesh.
As long as they bring back the old NBC theme.
Yeah, that'll be back.
Yeah,
confirmed.
Good. All right, so the team here that I have for a future for this NBA season is the Detroit Pistons to win 50 or more games at plus 220. I think the East is very vulnerable, and I think this Pistons team, along with teams like the Magic and Hawks, some of these younger teams, with guys like Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton missing time this season, Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Bucks, Joel Embiid and the Sixers, that I think they're going to be figuring things out a lot of the season. I don't trust Doc Rivers as a coach, and Philly might have this great season. So when I look in the Eastern Conference, I don't think there's many teams that are going to hit that 50-win threshold, but if there was one, and the best price out there right now, Atlanta's plus 164 to win 50 or more games, I like that. Orlando's minus 140, I like that as well. But Pistons here at plus 220 to win 50 or more games. Is that a bet?
I like it.
Yeah.
I think Detroit is the real deal. They lose Beasley, who was their sniper, but they add Duncan Robinson, who I think started to get a bit disrespected by Spoelstra in Miami. I think Duncan can still play quite a bit. And very underrated getting to the rim as well. So they add Duncan Robinson, who'll still be able to shoot it. If Asur Thompson takes a step to being like MIP, most improved player, him and his brother are top 3 or 4 on that board. If he takes a step and Cade Cunningham continues to do what he's doing, where there's a really good chance Cade could be second team All-NBA. If he really goes berserk, first team All-NBA is not out of the realm. Tobias Harris had an insane career, I don't want to say, I guess, jump.
Yeah,
he was a liability. Yeah, resurgence is the right
yeah.
word. He wasn't dependable at all in Philly for quite some time. He goes to Detroit, and he was like the old guy that was the veteran leader of that team. Jalen Duren is probably the top 2 or 3 best defending, rebounding big man in the NBA. They're a little deeper than people want to give them credit for. They also add Karis LeVert. I really like Detroit. 50 wins in a wide-open division. Milwaukee is going to be struggling to push 50 wins. Everything's going to be on the back of Giannis Antetokounmpo. I do like this spot. I think the price is right, but I think it is worth betting at 1.6-ish to 1, depending on where you're looking.
I mean, they had 44 wins last year.
Yeah.
And you just rattled off some of the new names that they have and why they could be better because of those. I think, I love this bet, Kenny.
I think there's a lot of bets to be made to look around in the Eastern Conference just because I think the market doesn't really know who's going to be what, right? And I think this is a good opportunity. I mentioned Orlando and Paolo Banchero because, I think Orlando is going to win 55-plus games, and I think Detroit is going to be one. I was going to ask you guys, are you guys in on Cleveland and New York this year? Because those are two teams that have, they don't have any really flaws coming into the year, but they haven't got over the hump, right? They've been good enough in the regular season to get one of the top few seeds, but they have not been able to get to the finals. Like, do we believe in one of those teams, or is it like Orlando or Detroit that's going to be the cream of the crop in the East this year?
I mean, I really believe in the Knicks. I think they're loaded. I loved the additions they made with Jordan Clarkson and Yabusele, and just getting the new coach and letting go of, I don't know why I keep blanking on
Tom Thibodeau?
No, Tibbs left.
Mike Brown.
Mike Brown.
I know,
Right.
we do that every week.
Every week I blank on Mike Brown, but I love the addition of Mike Brown and just getting that just a new scene on how they're going to do rotations and that stuff. So I believe in the Knicks and the Cavs, but I think one thing about the NBA, and you see this throughout the years, is teams that feel like they need to announce themselves take the regular season extremely seriously. And that is a perfect fit for teams like the Orlando Magic, for teams like the Detroit Pistons. The Cavs have proven to everyone that we could win 58 to 60 games in the regular season. Our questions are about you in the playoffs. We need to see Detroit put together another season in a row to believe. I think they know that, and they're trying to get that winning culture to be an extended real thing. So those are the teams you want to back in the regular season. For example, I'm not going to be a big regular season backer of the Denver Nuggets.
No.
Like, they're just trying to get to the playoffs.
They don't care about winning the division. That means nothing to them.
Exactly right. So those are when you look at who to back, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be a guy that's backing the Golden State Warriors in the regular season. That's not what I'm looking to do. But teams like Detroit is a team I'd back. 50-plus wins. I think they have a really good shot to be there, and I think they have a really good shot to be the third best team in the East, behind like potentially an Atlanta squad. But I think you go through the entire East, it's probably going to be Knicks, Cavs. You could swap out 1, 2, Orlando, Detroit, and Atlanta fighting for that third slot, and I don't see why it can't be the Detroit Pistons.
Well, and going back to Kenny's point about the Knicks and Cavs, like, in all sports, but I'd say especially the NBA, like, you have to get to the playoffs and lose before you can get to the finals and win. Like, you need some of those playoff scars before you reach the top. I mean, the Celtics making it to the finals against the Warriors, losing, and then coming back the next year and winning. We see those types of things all the time. So I think both of those teams certainly get back to the postseason this year. Can they go as deep? Knicks, could they go as deep as they did last year? Probably, but I think sometimes you need some of those losses in the postseason before you're ready to completely take the next step. And then the other teams that you mentioned, like, those are the teams that are arriving, maybe still looking to arrive. This year will have arrived. Next year, that's kind of when they build on that. 2-3 years down the road, maybe we can consider them a title contender.
Yeah, I think Detroit and Orlando are going to try to win a ton of regular season basketball games and position themselves to make some noise in the playoffs. Those are the two teams that I would take overs on win totals here in the East.
Like, you're not, like, Rockets don't care about the regular season. KD, like, it's about staying healthy. Sure, they need some continuity with a lot of new pieces on that team.
Yeah.
But in terms of, like, the number of wins, that doesn't matter to
And
them.
when I say don't care about the regular season, they're not going to be pushing to win 60. The Thunder won 68 games last year and essentially lost a bunch of games coming down the stretch. They were really close to winning 70 games.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to be that good in the regular season again. That was their second year in a row proving to people, hey, we're a 65-win team in the NBA, and they won the title. It's just against human how humans are wired to show up and try to push 65, 66 wins. Again, the Pistons and the Magic and those teams aren't there yet, so they're going to be trying to make that leap.
OKC could still win 60 games and be leading the West.
Exactly right.
Rockets had 52 last year. A lot of 50-win teams in the West.
Speaking of the Rockets, I know they lost Van Vliet, but I laughed when I saw their odds go. They're now tied with the Clippers and the Lakers to win the West. I just think that's funny because the Rockets were the second team in the West last year, and now they add a Kevin Durant, a guy who can give you 30. Just in a playoff series, they would crush the Lakers and the Clippers. Why are they this? I just laughed at that. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think Şengün and Amen Thompson, Asur's brother, are going to Alperen Şengün is, people get nicknames. They call him Baby Jokic. I think he's earned every right of that. He can do it all on the floor. Their big problem was they had no one that can close games offensively, and they literally went and got the best offensive, efficient guy we've maybe ever seen in Kevin Durant, and he's continuing to play at that high of a level. So as long as they could get the game to the fourth, they're going to be able to go to Kevin Durant, and he's going to be able to get them buckets that no one else on their team could get. Or they were going to Jalen Green, and he was throwing up all types of ridiculous attempts. So, I like Houston a lot.
More efficiency with KD over a little Jalen Green action, especially how he played in the postseason.
It's a good swap.
Rough.
Durant for Jalen Green.
Notre Dame versus USC. Kicking off in about an hour and a half here. We got to discuss that game and the implications for the college football playoff race coming up on the other side. This is the Bettor Angle with Sean Little and Kate Constable. tonight in Notre Dame.
I thought you were going to talk about Iowa and Penn State.
Well, that one too, Randy. I mean, if we're talking big games, maybe we do need to discuss the old Hawkeyes versus Nittany Lions.
Could it be Indiana and Wisconsin are just swapping for the next window here? Is that how it works? Is that how just the universe works, Randy? It's like, all right, Wisconsin had a good stretch. Now we can't have the whole entire Big Ten be.
Wisconsin's stretch was pretty good, though. It was.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Now it's like
I don't want to be that bad for that long. I can take this year and maybe next year, but after that, I need some better play from Wisconsin football.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, think about how bad Indiana was, like, just a couple of years ago before Cignetti came in.
Our entire life.
Indiana and Cignetti is what I thought Wisconsin was getting with Luke Fickell.
Yeah.
There you go.
The hype and excitement around Luke Fickell was great. And didn't Graham Mertz and Fickell come in at the same time, too?
No, Graham Mertz was before
Fickell?
Yeah, Graham Mertz may have been gone by the time Fickell
came in?
Yeah. We thought Graham Mertz
I just remember back to that Graham Mertz, the first game that he played, he looked like Patrick Mahomes.
4 touchdown passes, and we found out he works out with Mahomes in the offseason.
Yeah.
I'm like, we got Mahomes.
Yeah.
And
that was like the last really good game he played.
Right.
That was for
first and
Wisconsin
only.
or Florida,
yeah,
right?
or Florida or whatever. He was living off of that game for a long time, Graham Mertz.
Yes, he was. Made some good money off that one performance. Not too shabby. CJ Carr for Notre Dame has been playing fairly well this season. 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Absolutely.
Notre Dame, 10.5-point favorites here, Sean. Line has climbed just a little bit. I mean, it was 9.5 for most of the week, but we're up to 10.5 here. So the money backing Notre Dame at home over a USC team that's ranked 20th in the country, coming off a very good win against Michigan. Granted, it was at home.
Yeah.
USC has just had a lot of trouble on the road over the last couple of years of being in the Big Ten.
Yeah, CJ Carr coming in, if you remember, was in a quarterback battle. He's kind of taken the reins and done his thing for Notre Dame. And their big leg up here, we talked about Maeva and how well he's been playing, but defensively, USC cannot stop the run, and that's Notre Dame's bread and butter and first thing they want to go to. USC 112th in defensive rush efficiency, 119th in defensive line yards. So they don't stop the run. They have big time trouble with running schemes and game inside the tackle, and that's what Love and Notre Dame want to do. So that's why you see, I believe, the number skyrocket as much as you've seen it go up to 10.5 here at BetMGM. You mentioned there might be some weather tonight. Could potentially some rain, because I know we're maybe potentially going to get some rain in the Bears-Saints game.
Yep.
So it's going to go from, it's a night game in South Bend. It'll go through the night into
Chicago in the morning
here. So we're maybe looking at some weather that all leans in favor of Notre Dame and the Fighting Irish. Also, you don't want to be a passing first team when you're dealing with weather. That's what USC is and Lincoln Riley. And also, it's been a hot button topic across the board for Lincoln Riley and I guess the purists that miss, the Pac-12. I would say the Pac-10, but, the Pac-12. Yeah. I miss the Pac-10 even. Forget about the Pac-12. But USC has done an absolute ton of travel the last month or so. They went to West Lafayette for Purdue. Then they go all the way back to LA to play Michigan State. Then they come all the way back to Champaign to play Illinois. Then they go all the way home to play Michigan. Then they come right back to play Notre Dame. So the travel has been insane for them, which is this some type of surprise when you add West Coast teams to the Midwest Big Ten? Fuel the jet up. Get it ready. Make sure the mechanics looking at it regularly because it's going to be in use. That's been a hot button topic. So the spot here leans Notre Dame getting a big W. That's why the number's increasing. And they cannot get down, as we talked about earlier, to 3 losses. Right. So it looks like a spot where you got to back Notre Dame to get a W.
I feel like that's the right side. I haven't pulled the trigger, put any money on this game yet, but if you made me, I would go Notre Dame here. I mean, even going back to last season, I know these rosters were fairly different with the quarterbacks and all, but 4 of the 6 losses for USC came on the road. Like, you talk about the travel. travel is talked about a lot in handicapping games because it does matter some.
It does.
It's not everything, but it's one of those intangibles that like kind of weighs on the players, on the teams, the sleep schedule, all of that stuff kind of gets thrown off here. And you look at these two teams played last year, Jadarian Price, 111 yards on the ground. Like that's what they did last year is they just ran the ball the whole time. So you think about the Notre Dame rushing offense and what they've been able to do already this season. I think that's what they do here.
Don't you think at some point Lincoln Riley's going to get a signature win with USC? I don't feel like he's had one, and this would be a signature win going into Notre Dame, kind of knocking them out of the playoffs and keeping his team's playoffs hopes alive. Like, I know everything stacks against them, the rain, the weather, and they can't stop the run, but their quarterback's pretty good.
He is fairly good.
Yeah, number one pick in the draft talked about really good. So, yeah, he does have a guy at the quarterback position. This is a really tough spot, though. I agree with you, Randy, that signature win may be coming. I'm not sure it's this week.
Can USC lose this game and still make the playoffs? Because they only have one loss on the season. This would be 2 losses. And then their biggest competition, Oregon, that's probably a game they lose. So I guess then you're looking at 3 losses on the year, and that probably keeps you out of the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, especially it's also they gave up 31 to Michigan State. That's almost impossible to do. I don't know how you do that.
Gave up 31. Oh, Michigan State.
Then you go and lose the next week at Illinois. You give up 34 to Illinois, whose offense is.
I mean, think about Indiana and Illinois. Illinois scored 14 in that game?
They got dusted off. Yeah. So, and then they get a big win against Michigan, but we just talked about Michigan Underwood not being where he's going to be in the next couple years. I think they're clearly in a transitional spot at Michigan. They get that game at home, but now they got to go on the road to Notre Dame in a night game situation with weather. I don't like the spot for them, and that's why you see the number moving the way it has.
And Marcus Freeman and this whole Notre Dame team knows that this is their season.
59.5 on the total is jarring.
Yeah.
With the total being that high in the movement, I think the sharp minds in the college football guys are trying to figure out how USC is going to slow up Notre Dame. If you're giving up 30 plus to Michigan State, and now you have to go on the road in your building, now you have to go on the road, national TV rivalry game against a team that's going to be able to run it at will. It's going to be a really tough spot for USC to get stops, and I think that's why you see Notre Dame being as favorite as they are.
Another thing in this, just looking at that total here, it's going to rain, but wind does more for a total or to kind of throw off the way the game is played than rain does. At 7 p.m., game kicks off at 6:30 Central. So at 7 p.m. Central, 27 miles per hour. 8 p.m., 39 miles per hour. So the winds are going to be picking up as this game goes on. So if you want to bet the total, maybe you look at a first half over because things could slow down significantly in the second half if you're getting almost 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah,
What's the difference between wind and wind gusts?
The gusts show up when no one expects them. And then the wind is just constant.
The normal stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, still 21-mile-an-hour winds.
Was that a gust I just felt? I think that was a gust.
There are no gusts in the studio here right now. It is just chilly. All right, so I guess, Randy, you sound like you're leaning towards USC, at least covering tonight?
Covering, yeah. I'm a big Lincoln Riley guy, and he really hasn't given me no reason over the last couple of years to be a Lincoln Riley guy because they haven't really won any big games.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's such a good offensive mind that he could pull one of those upsets, and he's got a good quarterback, and obviously the big problem is their defense has been extremely suspect this year. So there's a lot of fun games tonight. BYU Utah is going to be a great game to watch. Maybe Penn State Iowa, I don't know, but BYU Utah. BYU's undefeated. They got a freshman quarterback leading them right now, and Utah. Pete Futek sat in the seat where Sean was like a month ago, telling us how great, singing the praises of Utah. And they've been, outside of one bad game, they've been pretty against Texas Tech. They've been pretty good all season.
Yeah, he liked them to win the Big 12, but BYU atop of the standings there with Texas Tech and Cincinnati at 3-0 in conference play. I don't have a take on that game. I think at 5.5, I would probably look towards BYU to cover.
Yeah, I got nothing there. I haven't done any research on that specific matchup. That's a big game, that matchup out west.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Part of me, I want to go catch some smaller college football games in conferences that I would never go to. Like, I would love to go to like a Coastal Carolina game.
Yeah.
Or like a BYU.
I would love to go to like a Utah game.
Yeah.
I mean, Utah's home field advantage is wild because the fans there. Like, that would be really fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other game that like have not even touched on the slightest, Alabama, Tennessee. That's going to be a great game tonight. With the way the Tide are playing, 9.5-point favorites right now.
Seems hefty.
It does. I was just going to say that. It seems, even with how Alabama has looked lately, and they have looked really good, you still only won by 3 against Missouri last week.
Ty Simpson, that the quarter? Yeah. If he wins big tonight, is he the new favorite?
He is the favorite, I would imagine. Yeah.
He's been awesome.
He has.
In some tough matchups, yeah.
That number just seems like a lot. And that total, 59.5. Like, that's a large spread for usually you go large spread, low totals. You take the underdog. I might look at the over there. I think we see a lot of scoring in that one tonight.
Yeah, Joey Aguilar's been playing really well for Tennessee. He's been a fun transfer from App State. I like Heupel. He seems to show up and put together some good offensive schemes for the Georgia matchup. Even last year was a thriller. He put together a really good offensive game plan. They were right there in that game. He shows up and puts together really good game plans for Alabama, Georgia, and these top matchups in the SEC. Bama is playing the best they've had. They have been under DeBoer right now. It'd be hard for me to fade them in their building, but the SEC is.
I mean, Ole Miss is beating Georgia right now.
It's a week
Not
to
anymore.
week
Georgia's
league.
beating Ole Miss now. 40-35.
When did that
Georgia.
flip?
40-35.
40-35 Georgia.
Ooh. All right. never
Defense
mind.
also
Take that
optional.
back. Yeah, right?
Tennessee has 26 sacks the last 6 games,
That's not too
which is a
shabby.
huge number. So if they could put up a lot of pressure on Simpson, no matter what the numbers say, and typically, unless they're Tom Brady, if you can get a quarterback rattled under pressure. So if they're able to pressure Simpson and get to him and start to tally up some sacks, that could sway the game. But they've been really, really good at that. But they also haven't been playing the likes of Alabama in their building. So that's another good matchup. Good matchups overall this week in college ball.
Alabama, second favorite to win the title behind Ohio State. Alabama is 7-1. Ohio State plus 260. So pretty big gap there. And Ty Simpson, Alabama's quarterback, second favorite for Heisman. He's plus 360. Fernando Mendoza, Indiana's quarterback, plus 225.
I'll tell you what. I watched a lot of Ohio State games last year.
Mhm.
Watched a lot. This team's better than they were last year.
You know what? I have heard so many good football minds say that this year.
I mean, this team looks like it was a year ahead of itself last year and still won
Mhm.
the national championship.
Mhm.
I feel like I just don't know who's going to beat them this year.
I heard Joel Klatt say on his podcast a couple weeks ago, like, this Alabama defense last year was unbelievable, and the defense this year is even better. And, I mean, sorry, Randy, Wisconsin's not that big of a test, but you're shutting out Wisconsin. Like, you're shutting teams out is what you're doing.
I think they're giving up something ridiculous like 8 points per game.
Yeah.
Or 7.5 points per game or something crazy. So, yeah, I mean, for them to go lay an egg at Michigan last year and then bounce back and win the title, I was shocked by that. And I think, Randy, you put it perfectly. They were a year ahead of schedule, and by winning the title, and it looks like they are keen to go back-to-back here with, obviously, whoever they're going to have to deal with out of the SEC, because Oregon is obviously a big player, but I was shocked by what Indiana did to them in their building in that game. So those two to come up for Ohio State here, that'll be fun. But yeah, they look very, very good defensively, and then they got studs all over the field offensively. So Ohio State, reload every single year. It's what they do best.
We also have Texas, Kentucky tonight, and Oregon, Rutgers. Talking about Oregon coming off a loss. 17.5-point favorites on the road at Rutgers. Don't like the
You
travel.
don't want to bet Penn State here, +3?
No, I was winning this game. I was winning. The coach fired Bump. These players
what about
they're
the bump?
sad that Franklin is gone. They've been crying all week. We wrap things up on the other side. We'll build our show parlay and get out of here.
The Bettor Angle.
One last score update. Check around college football. Ohio State's going to get the win 34-0, shutting out Wisconsin on their home field. Indiana up 35-10 on Michigan State. 2 minutes left in that one, and looks like Indiana could even score again. This is the big one that everyone's got their eyes on. 5 minutes left in the game. It is 40-35 Georgia. Georgia's driving right now, but they got the whole field to go down. UAB is up 24-17 on number 22 Memphis. See if they can hold on. Still have 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter there. Texas A&M up 21-6 on Arkansas. We're still in the first half, and then Rutgers and Oregon are kicking off here right now. Earlier in the day, Vanderbilt topped LSU. That was the big upset win. Vandy winning 31-24. Georgia Tech took care of Duke 27-18, and Oklahoma handled South Carolina 26-7.
Kate, I believe last week it was Iowa 36, Wisconsin. Wisconsin scored. They scored 10, right? Or no, I can't remember. Or they shut out last week.
I was going to say
too.
They were shut out last week, but maybe they had like a little bit of a backdoor.
Okay, so we're talking the last 2 weeks, 70-0 at home at Camp Randall.
I think you got to fire Luke Fickell.
Yeah, I just don't know when you're going to do it, but it's just been a disaster.
Yeah, 37-0 last
37.
week.
Okay, so it's 71-0 your last 2 games.
That's pretty bad.
Last 4 games, it's they've only scored 20 total points.
20 total points.
I mean, is anyone there to jump around in the third quarter? Are we jumping?
It's kind of like, to make a weird comparison, it's kind of like when the Cubs were really bad and people stayed until Sammy Sosa's last at bat and they left.
They probably stayed at the jump around and then they left.
Probably left, yeah. So, I mean, I looked up and there was no one in the stands and midway through the fourth quarter. Everyone was gone.
Don't worry. It gets a little easier. They go to Oregon next week. It's not as tough.
There's a bye week after that, right? Am I correct?
Let me see.
We were joking before the show that Wisconsin's team total was 7.5.
Yeah.
They under easily hit. I wonder next week what that's going to be.
Yes, there's a bye after Oregon.
Why would you put a interim coach or someone first game is at Oregon? Yeah, that could be the
you
time
lose
to
big
do it.
against Oregon next week.
Then you got to go on the road to Indiana as well.
I mean,
yeah, Wisconsin's schedule it was brutal this year.
Yeah.
They still aren't even being competitive, but it's a brutal schedule.
They at Alabama, at Michigan, home versus Ohio State, but they're the best team in the country. Then at Oregon, at Indiana.
I mean,
that's tough.
I think they had the second toughest schedule in the nation.
I think you're right.
Like it's certainly not easy.
Yeah. It's sad. I mean, when I was at school, Wisconsin, they were really bad as well. But to see it come full circle now, they're terrible again. It's just very depressing.
Well, when I was at school, Iowa was like a 7-8 win team, and Iowa is still about a 7-8 win team.
Yes.
So we're fairly consistent. Iowa is a 3.5-point favorite tonight against Penn State.
Ooh, it's going up.
It's interesting. You get the coach fired bump a lot of times in sports. Doesn't even matter really which sport it is. But no Drew Aller, and you're on the road at Iowa, a night game where Kinnick Stadium's a tough place to play.
Yeah,
I'm going to Iowa. I gotta.
Yeah, of course. I think we talked about the Eagles Vikings being a pass.
This probably
when you want to look at games, you want to avoid as much variance as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Question marks. Who's going to play quarter? I don't even know who's playing quarterback for Penn State, right? There's so many variables and variance in those matchups. There's so many variables and variance in that Eagles-Vikings game with injuries coming back and both teams are on extended rest and home field advantage. But can Carson Wentz, there's just so many question marks. You want to avoid that. And that's similar to this spot here with Penn State and Iowa.
Transparency, I went to Iowa. I'm a homer. Obviously, I'm going to be rooting for my Hawkeyes tonight. Doesn't necessarily mean you should all go out and put your hard-earned money on them. What you should do is put your hard-earned money on this parlay. That might be a joke as well because our record on our show parlays is not all that great, but we're going to still continue to build them each week. Kenny, would you like to start us off with your leg of the parlay?
Yeah, sure. Can I do the Eagles money line?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, Kenny, what?
You've been right with the Panthers, Kenny.
Have conviction.
Yeah.
That sounded so sad, Kenny.
Well, because now hearing everybody like the Vikings, that should be a good thing that nobody likes the Eagles except for me. So, yeah, Eagles. Eagles are going to win the game tomorrow.
All right. Randy?
I'm going to stay close to home. I think the Chicago Bears, it's a new regime, new coaching staff.
It's a new day.
And, in the past, you'd be like, oh, letdown game, they're going to lose. I think the Bears are going to beat the Saints pretty soundly tomorrow. So I'll take, you said it's 4.5 right now. I will gladly take the 4.5 points, and the Bears will.
Lay the 4.5.
I'm sorry, yes. We'll lay the 4.5 points. The Bears will win easily tomorrow.
Sean?
I went through it. The Los Angeles Chargers, I think it's a really good spot, -1.5. You can play money line for the lay versus the Colts. I think the Colts have been very fortunate to be at home and playing softer teams. Their 2 road games are the Titans and the Rams, and they lost the game to the Rams. So I think this is a tough travel spot. They're going to get Daniel Jones uncomfortable. Jonathan Taylor will not be able to run the ball for 100-plus yards in this game. Chargers win.
All right. I'm going to go over in Commanders-Cowboys.
Fun.
Defense is optional tomorrow.
Fun.
54.5, I'm seeing.
Fun.
Can you throw that one up on the board?
That's all fun.
That's a fun parlay.
I'm in for that because the Cowboys have been awesome. Pickens and Dak.
And you get CD back?
Have been going crazy. Dak or CD back in the fold.
53.5, best number. We'll take that.
I remember when I first saw that it was actually, his name was actually CD and not like Charles Dickens Lamb. I was like, oh, it's probably just like his initial.
I think it's Cedarian.
Yes, but I didn't realize it was spelled out C-E. Like, I thought it was C.D. And then when I first saw C-D, I was very taken back. But yes, he could play wide receiver at the top level. That's a really fun bet, and that'll be a really fun watch because the Commanders are going to be looking to bounce back from the Bears game as well.
Yep, I think we see plenty of points in that game. Kenny, do you have anytime touchdown scores for us?
I do. Colson Lovin was the only guy to let us down last week. I don't have any big plus money guys, but I do have 4 guys. Brian Thomas Jr. plus 165 in the London game tomorrow. He scored his first receiving touchdown last week. I think he's going to continue to get going. Liam Cohen's good at drawing up for the number 1 receiver in the red zone. Quinshon Judkins is only a -115. The Dolphins' run defense is terrible. Expected to be windy in Cleveland tomorrow. Rico Dowdle plus 110. I know Chuba's back, but Rico's taking that job over, and the fact that he's plus money I think is funny because he's playing like a top 5 running back in the league right now. Last guy, Jaden Daniels, plus 185. A ton of receivers out for the Commanders tomorrow. He hasn't scored a rushing touchdown this year yet. I think he pulls one tomorrow.
Really? That is surprising.
Yeah, in a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
I like that.
No Justin Fields this week, Kenny.
That game last week. And he's going up against my Panthers, too. Yeah, no, I don't know what the Jets off. And no Garrett Wilson tomorrow is huge for the Jets offense. I don't know if they're going to be able to move the ball well. I know the Panthers don't have the best defense, but we'll see.
Pretty demoralizing seeing how they closed that half, the Jets, last week. And then Wilson going to the sideline, essentially looking at the staff and like, what are you guys doing?
Very reminiscent of the Bears and Matt Nagy. What was that, the Thanksgiving game against the Lions or something?
Wait, last year?
Last year? Where
Matt Eberflus.
Eberflus.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Eberflus. Nagy was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Eberflus, not doing anything, not knowing what was going on.
What are you guys doing? What are we doing? So yeah, that was demoralizing. Tough spot to back the winless Jets for sure.
Yikes.
Oh wait, we got a couple minutes here, real quickly. Yeah. How do we think? And I think it's a very interesting team this year. How do we think the Lakers are going to turn out? Because Luka looks like he's in better shape. LeBron's already missing the first month of the season.
Yeah.
Do we think the lineup they're starting for opening night looks really bad? Do we think the Lakers can legit contend, and is this LeBron's final season, or is he going somewhere else, or what do we think of that team?
I mean, go hang out with your family.
Yeah, but he's
you're talking about LeBron?
Also, DeAndre Ayton was not the answer. I know it's a big man, but he's not the answer. He's not going to make any sort of difference, and it's probably going to be a bad difference, if anything.
I would push back on that because I think a big man's dream is Luka Doncic. He makes your life extremely easy, and DeAndre Ayton wants to live in an easy world. Yeah. So if he's able to just catch lobs by the rim, I think he can make an impact.
In Phoenix, until it went south, that was all he did,
Yes.
and he scored all the time.
Yeah.
I just imagine DeAndre Ayton in the playoffs going against Jokic, going against Sengun, going against Chet Holmgren, and just getting dominated, and that's where I'm just out on the Lakers. So they might be the 4 or 5 seed in the West, but they're not going anywhere in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not high on Ayton, but I think if there's anyone that could maybe get him to consistently perform or care or kind of put him on the right track, it's having someone like LeBron in the locker room. Like, I don't think LeBron is going to take his nonsense quite like the Portland Trailblazers did the last couple of years.
Yeah, Jared Vanderbilt back in the fold from the start of the season, I think will be big for them as well. Austin Reeves, I believe, is one of those guys. He's still getting used to playing with Luka, but LeBron being out of the way for Luka to start the year is interesting because Luka's usage rate might be 50%.
Yeah.
He might be handling the ball every single possession for 20 seconds of the shot clock. So, yeah, it's interesting. LeBron not being in the fold, we haven't seen the Lakers team without LeBron. You know LeBron led the league in fourth quarter scoring last year at 7.2 points per game.
That's crazy. Which is why he's not going to hang out with his family. He's still got some juice in the tank.
Trae Young, number 2 at 7.1 points per game in the fourth. But LeBron still has it. Luka in better shape. We'll see how that translates with Ayton. But the West is stacked, man.
Yeah.
The West is loaded. So, yeah, good question, Randy. I think we'll find out pretty soon.
I think they are probably play-in team. What seed gets?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
that's 7 or 8. Then
that's 7, 8, 9, 10.
If anything, the highest I see them is probably a 6 seed if they aren't in the play-in.
Yeah, they'll be right around that like 5 to 7, 8 range.
That's just not good enough, right? I mean, you got
Not for the
2 of the
Lakers.
top 20 players. LeBron's still a top 20 player in the league, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, and it's probably going to be frustrating for Luka at points throughout the season.
Let's see if Luka can lift the tide by himself. I mean, he is one of those force multiplier guys consistently putting up numbers we've legitimately never seen. I can see Luka putting up 33 points a game this year and having those guys maybe playing a bit over expectation.
And we've got Luka in shape this year as well. That's going to do it for us here on the Bettor Angle. Thanks to Pete Bursich and Jerry Harrison Jr. for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, Sean, I'm Kate Constable. We will see you next time.
You've been listening